William Gaddis. The Recognitions. Part I. The first turn of the screw. Mephistopheles, Leser was gibt es denn? Wagner, Leser es Word ein Mensch gemacht. Goethe, Faust II. Even Camilla had enjoyed masquerades, of the safe sort where the mask may be dropped at that critical moment it presumes itself as reality. But the procession up the foreign hill, bounded by cypress trees, impelled by the monotone chanting of the priest and retarded by hesitations at the 14 stations of the cross, not to speak of the funeral carriage in which she was riding, a white horse-drawn vehicle which resembled a Baroque confectionery stand, might have ruffled the shy countenance of her soul, if it had been discernible. The Spanish affair was the way Reverend Quyen referred to it afterwards, not casually, but with an air of reserved preoccupation. He had had a fondness for traveling, earlier in his life, and it was this impulse to extend his boundaries which had finally given chance the field necessary to its operation, in this case, a boat bound out for Spain, and cost the life of the woman he had married 6 years before. Buried over there with a lot of dead Catholics, was Aunt May's imprecation. Aunt May was his father's sister, a barren steadfast woman, Calvinistically faithful to the man who had been Reverend Quyen before him. She saw her duty in any opportunity at true Christian umbrage. For the two families had more to resent than the widower's seemingly whimsical acceptance of his wife's death. They refused to forgive his not bringing Camilla's body home, for deposit in the clean Protestant soil of New England. It was their cross, and they bore it away toward a bleak exclusive Calvary with admirable Puritan indignance. This is what had happened. In the early fall, the couple had sailed for Spain. Heaven only knows what they want to do over there, among all those foreigners, was one comment. A whole country full of them, too. And Catholic, growled Aunt May, refusing even to repeat the name of the ship they sailed on, as though she could sense the immediate disaster it portended, and the strife that would litter the seas with broken victories everywhere, which it anticipated by 20 years. Nevertheless, they boarded the Purdue Victory and sailed out of Boston Harbor, provided for against all inclemencies but these they were leaving behind, and those disasters of such scope and fortuitous originality which Christian courts of law and insurance companies, humbly arguing ad hominem, define as acts of God. On All Saints' Day, 7 days out and half the journey accomplished, God boarded the Purdue Victory and acted. Camilla was stricken with acute appendicitis. The ship's surgeon was a spotty unshaven little man whose clothes, arrayed with smudges, drippings, and cigarette burns, were held about him by an extensive network of knotted string. The buttons down the front of those duck trousers had originally been made, with all of false economy's ingenious drear deception, of coated cardboard. After many launderings they persisted as a row of grey stumps posted along the gaping portals of his fly. Though a Boughton iris sometimes appeared through some vacancy in his shirt front, its petals, too, proved to be of paper, and he looked like the kind of man who scrapes foam from the top of a glass of beer with the spine of a dirty pocket comb, and cleans his nails at table with the tines of his salad fork, which things, indeed, he did. He diagnosed Camilla's difficulty as indigestion, and locked himself in his cabin. That was the morning. In the afternoon the captain came to fetch him, and was greeted by a scream so drawn with terror that even his doughty blood stopped. Leaving the surgeon in what was apparently an epileptic seizure, the captain decided to attend the chore of Camilla himself, but as he strode toward the smoking saloon with the ship's operating kit under his arm, he glanced in again at the surgeon's porthole. There he saw the surgeon cross himself, and raise a glass of spirits in a cool and steady hand. That settled it. The eve of All Souls lowered upon that sea in desolate disregard for sunset, and the surgeon appeared prodded from behind down the rolling parti-lit deck. Newly shaven, in a clean messboy's apron, he poised himself above the still woman to describe a phantasmagoria of crosses over his own chest, mouth, and forehead, conjured, kissed, and dismissed a cross at his calloused fingertips, and set to work. Before the mass supplications for souls in purgatory had done rising from the lands now equidistant before and behind, he had managed to put an end to Camilla's suffering and to her life. The subsequent inquiry discovered that the wretch, who had spent the rest of the voyage curled in a coil of rope reading alternatively the Book of Job and the Siamese National Railway's Guide to Bangkok, was no surgeon at all. Mr. Sinistero was a fugitive, traveling under what, at the time of his departure, had seemed the most logical of desperate expedients, a set of false papers he had printed himself. He had done this work with the same artistic attention to detail that he gave to bank notes, even to using Rembrandt's formula for the wax ground on his copper plate. He was as distressed about the whole thing as anyone. Chance had played against him, cheated him of the unobtrusive retirement he had planned from his chronic profession, into the historical asylum of Iberia. The first turn of the screw pays all debts, he had muttered, crossing himself, in the stern of the Perdu Victory, where the deck shuddered underfoot as the blades of the single screw churned Boston's water beneath him, and the harbor itself, loath to let them depart, retained the sound of the ship's whistle after it had blown, to yield it only in reluctant particles after them until they moved in silence. Now he found himself rescued from oblivion by agents of that country not Christian enough to rest assured in the faith that he would pay fully for his sins in the next world. Dante's eyewitness account of the dropsical torments being suffered even now in Malbolge by that pioneer Adamo da Brescia, who falsified the Florine, notwithstanding, bent on seeing that he pay in this one. In the United States of America Mr. Sinistero had been a counterfeiter. During the investigation, he tried a brief defense of his medical practice on the grounds that he had once assisted a vivisectionist in Tampa, Florida, and when this failed, he settled down to sullen grumbling about the Jews' earthly vanity and quoted bits from Ecclesiastes, Alfonso Liguori, and Pope Pius IX, in answer to any accusatory question. Since it was not true that he had, as a distant tabloid reported, been trapped by alert federal agents who found him substituting his own likeness for the gross features of Andrew Jackson on the American $20 note, Mr. Sinistero paid this gratuitous slander little attention. But, like any sensitive artist caught in the toils of unsympathetic critics, he still smarted severely from the review given his work on page 1 of the National Counterfeit Detector Monthly. Nose in Jackson portrait appears bulbous due to heavy line from bridge. And soon enough thereafter, his passion for anonymity feeding upon his innate modesty amid walls of Malbolgian acclivity, he resolved upon a standard of such future excellence for his work, that jealous critics should never dare attack him as its author again. His contrition for the death which had occurred under his hand was genuine, and his penances sincere. Still, he made no connection between that accident in the hands of God, and the career which lay in his own. He was soon at work on a hand-engraved steel plate, in the prison shop where license number tags were turned out. For the absence of a single constellation, the night sky might have been empty to the anxious eye of a Greek navigator, seeking the Pleiades, whose fall disappearance signaled the close of the seafaring season. The Pleiades had set while the Perdu Victory was still at sea, but no one sought them now, that galaxy of suns so far away that our own would rise and set unseen at such a distance, a constellation whose setting has inaugurated celebrations for those lying in graves from Aztec America to Japan, encouraging the Druids to their most solemn mystery of the reconstruction of the world, bringing to Persia the month of Mordad, and the Angel of Death. Below, like a constellation whose configured stars only hazard to describe the figure imposed upon them by the tyranny of ancient imagination, where Argo in the southern sky is seen only with an inner eye of memory not one's own, so the ship against the horizonless sea of night left the lines which articulated its perfection to that same eye, where the most decayed and misused hulk assumed clean lines of grace beyond the disposition of its lights. Obscure in parts and starless, as from prow to mast, but other portions blaze with light, the Perdu Victory lay in the waters off Algeciras, and like Argo, who now can tell prow from stern? Vela, the sails. Carina, the keel? Where she lies moored to the south celestial pole, and the end of the journey for the Golden Fleece. The widower debarked in a lighter that cool clear November night, with one more piece of luggage than he had had when he set out. Guion had refused to permit burial at sea. He faced strenuous difficulties entering the port of Spain, most of which hung about an item listed as importation ilegal de carnes donadas, difficulties surmounted only by payment of a huge fee covering the fine, duties, excises, imposts, tributes, and archiepiscopal dispensation, since the cadaver was obviously heretical in origin. The cumbrous bundle was finally sealed in a box of mahogany, which he carted about the country seeking a place suitable to its interment. Eventually, on the rise behind the village of San Zwingli overlooking the rock-strewn plain of New Castile, Camilla Guyon was sheltered in a walled space occupied by other rent-paying tenants, with a ceremony which would have shocked her progenitors out of their Calvinist composure, and might have startled her own Protestant self, if there had been any breath left to protest. But nothing untoward happened. The box slid into its high cove in the buvda unrestrained by such churnings of the faithful as may have been going on around it, harassed by the introduction of this heretic guest in a land where even lepers had been burned or buried separately, for fear they communicate their disease to the dead around them. By evening her presence there was indigenous, unchallenged, among decayed floral tributes and wreaths made of beads, or of metal, among broken glass facades and rickety icons, names more ornate than her own, photographs under glass, among numerous children, and empty compartments waiting, for the moment receptacles of broken vases or a broken broom. Next to the photograph of a little cross-eyed girl in long white stockings, Camilla was left with Castile laid out at her feet, the harsh surface of its plain as indifferent to memory of what has passed upon it as the sea. The Reverend Guyon was then 44 years old. He was a man above the middle height with thin and graying hair, a full face and flushed complexion. His clothing, although of the prescribed moribund color, had a subtle bit of dash to it which had troubled his superiors from the start. His breath, as he grew older, was scented more and more freshly with caraway, those seeds often used in flavoring schnapps, and his eyes would glow one moment with intense interest in the matter at hand, and the next be staring far beyond temporal bounds. He had, by now, the look of a man who was waiting for something which had happened long before. As a youth in a New England college he had studied the Romance languages, mathematics, and majored in classical poetry and anthropology, a series of courses his family thought safely dismal since language was a student's proper concern, and nothing could offer a less carnal picture of the world than solid geometry. Anthropology they believed to be simply the inspection of old bones and measurement of heathen heads, and as for the classics, few suspected the liberties of Menander, perfumed and in flowing robe, with languid step and slow. Evenings Guyon spent closeted with Thomas Aquinas, or constructing, with Roger Bacon, formidable geometrical proofs of God. Months and then years passed, in divinity school, and the seminary. Then he traveled among primi-live cultures in America. He was doing missionary work. But from the outset he had little success in convincing his charges of their responsibility for a sin committed at the beginning of creation, one which, as they understood it, they were ready and capable, indeed, they carried charms to assure it, of duplicating themselves. He did no better convincing them that a man had died on a tree to save them all, an act which one old Indian, if Guyon had translated correctly, regarded as rank presumption. He recorded few conversions, and those were usually among women, the feeble, and heathen sick and in transit between this world and another, who accepted the paradise he offered like children enlisted on an outing to an unfamiliar amusement park. Though one battered old warrior said he would be converted only on the certainty that he would end up in the lively hell which Guyon described, it sounded more the place for a man, and on hearing the bloody qualifications of this zealous candidate, who offered to add his mentor's scalp to his collection as guarantee, the missionary assured him that he would. But the tall men around him would have none of his ephemeral, guilt-ridden prospects, and continued to beatify trees, tempests, and other natural prodigies. In solemn convocation, called in alarm, his superiors decided that Guyon was too young. He was certainly too interested in what he saw about him. He was called back to the seminary for a refresher course, and it was at that time that he developed a taste for schnapps, and started the course of Mithridatism which was to serve him so well in his later years. As a youth in college he had also got interested in the worldly indulgence of the theater, though it was not true, as some had it years later when he was locked up, defenseless, that he had made pocket money while in divinity school playing the anonymous end of a horse in a bawdy Scala Square playhouse. As he observed, no theater can prosper without popular subscription, which may well have been why the sincere theatricals of religions more histrionic than his own appealed to him. It was why he donated a resplendent chasuble, black with gold-embroidered skulls and bones rampant down the back, to the priest at San Zwingli in Spain, whom he would have costumed like an archbishop had the poor fellow dared let him. It was why he had given money for a new plaster representation of the canonized wraith, though, as the priest said, what they dearly needed was a legitimate locally spawned patron saint, who watched over the interests of the multitude. To them he gave Camilla's clothes, and an assortment of tambourines. And that was why, in Christian turn, they reciprocated with the festival which committed the body he had shared to rest on earth, and cajoled the only soul he had ever sought toward heaven. In the next few months, various reports were received at home concerning the pastor's sabbatical, rococo tales, adorned with every element but truth. It was not true that, to exercise the humility struck through him by this act of God, in later years he was heard to refer to the unswerving punctuality of chance. He had dressed himself in rags, rented 3 pitiful children, and was to be encountered daily by footloose tourists in a state of mendicant collapse before the Ritz Hotel in Madrid. It was not true that he had stood the entire population of Malaga to drinks for 3 days and then conducted them on an experimental hike across the sea toward Africa, intending that the one he sought should manage it dry shod. It was not true that he had married a hoary crone with bangles in her ears, proclaimed himself rightful heir to the throne of Abder Rahman, and led an insurrection of the Moors on Córdoba. It was not even true that he had entered a Carthusian monastery as a novice. He had entered a Franciscan monastery as a guest, in a cathartic measure which almost purged him of his life. The real Monasterio de Nuestra Señora de la Otraves had been finished in the 14th century by an order since extinguished. Its sense of guilt was so great, and measures of atonement so stringent, that those who came through alive were a source of embarrassment to lax groups of religious who coddled themselves with occasional food and sleep. When the great monastery was finished, with turreted walls, parapets, crenellations, machicolations, bartizans, a harrowing variety of domes and spires in staggering Romanesque, Byzantine effulgence, and Gothic run riot in mullioned windows, window tracings, and an immense rose window whose foliations were so elaborate that it was never furnished with glass, the brothers were brought forth and tried for heresy. Homoousian, or Homoousian, that was the question. It had been settled 1,000 years before when, at Nicaea, the fate of the Christian church hung on a diphthong, Homoousian, meaning of one substance. The brothers in faraway Estremadura had missed the Nicene Creed, busy out of doors as they were, or up to their eyes in cold water, and they had never heard of Arius. They chose Homoousian, of like substance, as a happier word than its tubular alternative. No one gave them a chance at Heteroousian, and were forthwith put into quiet dungeons which proved such havens of self-indulgence, unfurnished with any means of vexing the natural processes, that they died of very shame, unable even to summon such pornographic phantasms as had kept Saint Anthony rattling in the desert, for to tell the truth none of these excellent fellows knew for certain what a woman looked like, and each could, without divinely inspired effort, banish that image enhanced by centuries of currency among them, in which she watched all with inflamed eyes fixed in the substantial antennae on her chest. Their citadel passed from one group to another, until accommodating Franciscans accepted it to store their humble accumulation of generations of Shanta. These moved in, encumbered by pearl-encrusted robes, crowns too heavy for the human brow with the weight of precious stones, and white linen for the table service. They had used the place well. Here, Brother Ambrosio had been put under an iron pot. He was still there, for refusing to go out and beg for his brethren. There was the spot where Abbot Chiquina, a convert, had set up his remarkable still. There was the cell where Father Eulalia, a thriving lunatic of 86 who was castigating himself for unchristian pride at having all the vowels in his name, and greatly revered for his continuous weeping, went blind in an ecstasy of such howling proportions that his canonization was assured. He was surnamed Epiclantus, weeping so much, and the quicklime he had been rubbing into his eyes was put back into the garden where it belonged. And there, in the granary, was the place where an abbot, a bishop, and a bumblebee. But there are miracles of such wondrous proportions that they must be kept, guarded from ears so wanting in grace that disbelief blooms into ridicule. They got on well enough, even with the Holy See, the slight difficulties which arose in the 17th century being quite understandable, for who could foresee what homely practice would next be denounced as a vice by the triple-tiered Italian in the Vatican. The brothers were severely censured for encouraging geophagous inclinations among the local nobility, whose ladies they had inspirited with a craving for the taste of the local earth as seasoning or a dish in itself. It was, after all, Spanish earth. But the commotion died. The ladies were seduced by salt. It was Spanish salt from Cadiz, and peace settled for 2 more centuries, broken only by occasional dousings of the church altar with flying milk by peasants who chose this fashion of delivering their tithes, or monks knocked senseless by flying stones when they were noticed beyond the walls. No one had ever got round to installing central heating, or any other kind. In summer, no one thought of it. In winter the good brothers were immobilized, stagnating round heavily clothed tables with braziers underneath which toasted their sandaled feet, warmed them as far as the privities, and left them, a good part of the time, little better than paraplegics. The winter Reverend Guyon appeared was a particularly harsh one in Estremadura. He was admitted as a curiosity, for few had ever seen a living Protestant, let alone one of their caudilos. But for Father Manomuerta, the organist, their guest might have been invited elsewhere, had not the confessor to the young king recently declared that to eat with a Protestant was to nominate oneself for excommunication? Not vitando, perhaps, but at the least implying the consequence of working for a living. Curiosity prevailed. And at Christmas, Father Manomuerta reported to his fraternity that he had witnessed, through the large keyhole, their heretic guest administer the Eucharist to himself in his room, a ceremony crude and lonely compared to their own. He is a good man, Father Manomuerta told the others, there is some of Christ in him. But a few of those others wanted Guyon castigated for defiling their rite, and even those who did not credit him with an actual black mass felt there was no telling how much damage might have been done simply by his tampering. Father Manomuerta understood some of the English language and assured them no such thing had happened, but for those whose suspicions were not allayed, reward seemed imminent some days later. Guyon had impressed his hosts with his capacity for their red wine, inclined to sit drinking it down long after they had finished eating, wiped their silver on their linen napkins and hidden it, and padded away. But he finally succumbed to a bronchial condition which threatened to become pneumonia and give him opportunity to pay the highest of Protestant tributes to Holy Church by dying on the good brother's hands. In a small room whose window lay in the countenance of the church facade overlooking the town's muddy central plaza, he developed a delirium which recalled the legends of the venerated Eulalio Epiclantus to some, to others, better read, the demoniacal persecution of Saint Jean Vianney, the Cure d'Ars, whose presbytery was in a continual state of siege, demons throwing platters and smashing water jugs, drumming on tables, laughing fiendishly and even, one night, setting fire to the curtains. Round the cure's bed. Guyon himself was a big man. It was considered wise to leave him alone during these visitations. So he lay alone one evening, perspiring in spite of the cold, almost asleep to be wakened suddenly by the hand of his wife, on his shoulder as she used to wake him. He struggled up from the alcoved bed, across the room to the window where a cold light silently echoed passage. There was the moon, reaching a still arm behind him, to the bed where he had lain. He stood there unsteady in the cold, mumbling syllables which almost resolved into her name, as though he could recall, and summon back, a time before death entered the world, before accident, before magic, and before magic despaired, to become religion. Clouds blew low over the town, shreds of dirty gray, threatening, like evil assembled in a hurry, disdained by the moon they could not obliterate. Next day the brothers, in apprehensive charity, loaded Gwion onto a mule, and after conducting him as far as the floor of the valley, Father Manomuerta God-sped him with benediction and the exhortation to return. Following a horrendous journey, Gwion was delivered to the best hotel in the country, where he was left to recover. At night, his was the only opened window in Madrid. Around him less than 1 million people closed outside shutters, sashes, inside shutters and curtains, hid behind locked and bolted doors, themselves incongruent shapes of unconsciousness from the laden night as it passed. Through that open window he was wakened by lightning, and not to the lightning itself but the sudden absence of it, when the flash had wakened him to an eternal instant of half-consciousness and left him fully awake, chilled, alone and astonished at the sudden darkness where all had been light a moment before, chilled so thoroughly that the consciousness of it seemed to extend to every faintly seen object in the room, chilled with dread as the rain pounding against the sill pounded into his consciousness as though to engulf and drown it. Did I close the study window? The door to the carriage barn? Anything? Did I leave anything out in the rain? Polly. A doll he had had 40 years before, mistress of a house under the birch trees in the afternoon sun, and those trees now, supple in the gale of wind, charged inexhaustibly with water and darkness, the rest mud, the sense of something lost. On the hill in San Zwingli the rain beat against the figure crucified in stone over the gate, arms flung out like a dancer. It beat against the buvda, vault upon vault, bead flowers and metal wreaths, broken stems and glass broken like the glass in a picture frame over a name and a pitiful span of years where the cross-eyed girl in white stockings waited beside Camilla, and the water streamed into the empty vaults. Outside another wall enclosed a plot of grass long grown and ragged over mounds which had sunk from prominence, to be located only by wooden triangles and crosses, unattended and askew in that fierce grass, unprotected like the bodies beneath whom poverty denied a free-standing house in death as it had in life, and faith alone availed them this disheveled refuge of consecrated ground, wet now. Gwion bounded out of bed in sudden alarm, his feet on the cold tile woke him to himself in Madrid, and he stood shivering with life, and the sense of being engulfed in Spain's time, that, like her, he would never leave. He dressed with his usual care but more quickly, drank down a glass of cognac, and went out. The rain was over. When the huge gates were opened he walked into the formal winter wastes of the Retire Park, waiting for the late sunrise, menaced on every hand by the motionless figures of monarchs. In that undawned light the solid granite benches were commensurably sized and raw to appear as the unburied caskets of children. Behind them the trees stood leafless, waiting for life but as yet coldly exposed in their differences, waiting formally arranged, like the moment of silence when one enters a party of people abruptly turned, holding their glasses at attention, a party of people all the wrong size. There, balanced upon pedestals, thrusting their own weight against the weight of time never yielded to nor beaten off but absorbed in the chipped vacancies, the weathering, the negligent unbending of white stone, waited figures of the unlaid past. Gwion fingered the stick under his arm, extended it, struck at a leaf which he missed. He looked again. Like his family they waited, and he stood in every moment of his blood's expenditure a stranger among them, and guilty at the life in him, for like these figures of stone, each block furrowed away from the other so that the legs were an entity, the cuirassed torso another, the head another, his family had surrounded him in a cold disjointed disapproval of life. As the statues bore the currents of the seasons his family had lived with rock-like negligence for time's passage, lives conceived in guilt and perpetuated in refusal. They had expected the same of him. Each generation was a rehearsal of the one before, so that family gradually formed the repetitive pattern of a Greek fret, interrupted only once in 2 centuries by a 9-year-old boy who had taken a look at his prospects, tied a string round his neck with a brick to the other end, and jumped from a footbridge into 2 feet of water. Courage aside, he had that family's tenacity of purpose, and drowned, a break in the pattern quickly obliterated by the calcimine of silence. Lost, 1 golden hour, set with 60 diamond minutes. Quoted in an oft-quoted sermon of his father's. Anything pleasurable could be counted upon to be, if not categorically evil, then worse, a waste of time. Sentimental virtues had long been rooted out of their systems. They did not regard the poor as necessarily God's friends. Poor in spirit was quite another thing. Hard work was the expression of gratitude he wanted, and, as things are arranged, money might be expected to accrue as incidental testimonial. So came the money in Gwien's family, since he disapproved of table delicacies. An earlier Gwien had set up an oatmeal factory and done quite well. Since his descendants disapproved of almost everything else except compound interest, the torchon had grown near immodest proportions, only now being whittled down to size. Gwien had married Camilla the year after his father's death. Everything was in order at the wedding except for an abrupt end to the wedding march on a triumphal high note. Miss Arthieth, who had attacked the organ regularly since a defrauding of her maidenhood at the turn of the century, had dropped stone dead at the keyboard with her sharp chin on a high D. Then there was also Aunt May's disapproval of Camilla's father, the town carpenter, who was said to have Indian blood, and had a riotous time at the wedding. Aunt May preferred to exclude him from her scheme, since he had been baptized in Christian reason and his salvation was his own affair, unlike a harried group of Laplanders who were even then being pursued by representatives of one of the societies through which she extended her good works. Those heathen were a safe distance away, not likely to be found rolling down Summer Street at unseemly hours, singing unchristian songs. Camilla had borne Gwien a son and gone, virginal, to earth, virginal in the sight of man, at any rate. The white funeral carriage of Sans Wingley was ordained for infants and maidens. For the tainted and corrupt there was a ponderous black vehicle which Gwien had turned his back on the moment he saw it. She would never ride in that, he murmured in English, speaking not to Sans Wingley's priest who stood beside him, but as though to someone inside himself. And before they closed that casket for the last time, Gwien had stopped them, to reach in and remove Camilla's earrings, heavy Byzantine hoops of gold which had contrasted the fine bones of her face all these last years of her life. In the first week of his marriage, a friend, an archaeologist whom he had not seen since, had shown them to Camilla, and noting the delicate pricks in her ears, done with needle and cork years before, said laughing, "You may have them if you can wear them." Not knowing Camilla, not knowing she would run from the room clutching the gold hoops, and surprised, though Gwien was not, when she burst in again with wild luster in her eyes, wearing the gold earrings, blood all over them. Now, with a few delicate lies and promise of a carboy of holy water from a notorious northern font, he secured the white carriage to bear her up the hill, renovated like that remontant goddess who annually clambered forth from the pool with her virginity renewed. In that perennial innocence, if there had only been time. He could hear her voice in this wistful complaint all of her life. If only there were time. She would have asked him for instructions. What shall I do, in a purgatory? Where they all speak Spanish. I've never been in any kind of purgatory before, and no one. I'm not afraid, you know I'm not afraid, but if you'll only tell me what I should do. Gwien struck vaguely at the woman's profile on the stone shield of Don Felipe V, who stood above him casting back from the concave surface of a noseless face the motionless cold fallen from the white peaks of the Sierra de Guadarrama to the north, down upon the city. El aire de Madrid es tan ciudad, que mata a un hombre y no apaga un candil, he had read somewhere, and that deadly cold seemed to come not from outside but to diffuse itself through his body from the marrow in his bones. False dawn passed, the sun prepared the sky for its appearance, and there, a shred of perfection abandoned unsuspecting at the earth's rim, lay the curve of the old moon, before the blaze which would rise behind it to extinguish the cold quiet of its reign. A feeling of liberation came over Reverend Gwien. Whether it was release from something, or into something, he could not tell. He felt that a decision had been made somewhere beyond his own consciousness, that he must follow its bent now, and discover its import later. There would be time. There would be time, just as the sun sped up over the margin of the earth in the miracle of its appearance and then, assured in its accomplishment, climbed slowly into day. Reverend Guyan packed his things and moved slowly about the peninsula. He saw people and relics, motion and collapse, the AC accumulation of time in walls, the toppled gateways, mosaics in monochrome exposure brought to colors of Roman life when a pail of water was dashed over them, the broken faces of cathedrals where time had not gone by but been amassed, and they stood not as witnesses to its destruction but held it preserved. Walking in cities, he was pursued by the cries of peddlers, men buying bottles, selling brooms, their cries the sounds of men in agony. He was pursued down streets by the desperate hope of happiness in the broken tunes of barrel organs, and he stopped to watch children's games on the pavements, seeking there, as he sought in the cast of roofs, the delineations of stairs, passages, bedrooms, and kitchens left on walls still erect where the attached building had fallen, or the shadow of a chair back on the repetitious tiling of a floor, indications of persistent pattern, and significant form. He visited cathedrals, the disemboweled mosque at Córdoba, the mighty pile at Granada, and that frantic Gothic demonstration at Burgos where Christ shone firmly nailed was once said to be fashioned from a stuffed human skin, but since had been passed as buffalo hide, a scarcer commodity, reminiscent, in his humor, of the mermaid composed from a monkey and a codfish. He collected things, each of a holy intention in isolation, but pagan in the variety of his choice. He even got to a bullfight when the season opened. In all this, he encountered few people who knew San Zwingli. Those who had heard of it recalled the only event which had distinguished that town in a century's current of events. 12 years before, an 11-year-old girl had been brutally assaulted on her way home from her first communion. She died a few days later. The man who had done it was found to be infected with a disease which he believed such intercourse with a virgin could cure, and since everything about her appearance confirmed her probable virginity, he stalked the little cross-eyed bride to this simple curative end. He was in prison. San Zwingli appeared suddenly, at a curve in the railway, a town built of rocks against rock, streets pouring down between houses like beds of unused rivers, with the houses littered like boulders carelessly against each other along a mountain stream. Swallows dove and swept with appalling certainty at the tower of the church, and the air was filled with their morning cries, with the sound of water running and the braying of burros, and the distant voices of people. Guyan had climbed to the pines behind the town, pausing to breathe and smell the delicious freshness of manure, to realize how his senses had fallen into disuse under the abuses of cities. The day deepened weightlessly, a feast day, crowds wandering through the streets, groups singing and playing, in one a boy with half an arm supporting a broken anise bottle played scratching accompaniment on that corrugated glass surface. He rarely smoked, but he sat with a cigar after dinner, charging its exhaled smoke with the quickening breath of cognac, as he spoke with Señor Hermoso about Spain and the giant Antæus, whose strength was invincible as long as he stayed on earth, and Hercules, discovering this, lifted him up and crushed him in the air. Spain. Guyan said, the self-continence, and still I have a sense of ownership here, but even now, to outsiders, it seems to return their love at the moment, but once outside they find themselves shut out forever, their emptiness facing a void, a ragged surface that refuses to admit. There, Spain is still on the earth and we, in our country, we are being crushed in the air. What we are most in need of here, said Señor Hermoso, who had been listening politely, is of course a patron saint of our own. Perhaps you note the lack during your visit? Perhaps our kind priest drew it to your attention. Señor Hermoso taught foreign languages, or would have, if anyone had found such preposterous instruments necessary, and he ran an approximation to a drugstore. His face was round, its limp flabby quality belied by an exquisite mustache and penetrating eyes. The part in his hair cut clean separation from the back of his neck through his widow's peak. But such a thing costs money, so much money you know, he went on, raising his voice above the strident chords of a barrel organ which had stopped before their cafe. Such sums of money that perhaps only someone of your position could understand? Too much, perhaps, it is to say, for these poor and ignorant people who need the blessed care of a patron saint so much. He paused, sniffed his coffee with forlorn expectation, but Gwion did not interrupt. Then I feel certain, like these people who are so good, perhaps our little girl, here he referred to that unfortunate child done in 12 years since, was sent us for this purpose. The Lord does not err, true. Verily, as your Bible says, true. Verily, she was a saint, a little saint among us. Asking nothing for herself, living on the simplest fare, beans and rice, she. Señor Hermoso stopped, as though he might have lost his place in a speech carefully prepared and memorized beforehand. Though, perhaps that was because she was so poor. He went on, reasoning helplessly, trying to recover his lines. Gwion tossed his cigar out to the street, where it was caught before it touched the ground. He mumbled something about Antaeus and straightened up, but Señor Hermoso took hold of his sleeve. I remember so well, Señor Hermoso persisted, you know, she would not use an unclean word. My tongue will be the first part of me to touch the host. Que fervorosa luna de mil para esta pequeña esposa de Jesus. When she is so cruelly struck down by all that is base in man. Gwion got out to the steps which led down to the plaza. The streets were thronged, sparsely and dimly lit. But there are ways, true. He left Señor Hermoso saying. Our Lord points to us the right one? Many thousands of pesetas, millions of lire, he whispered, clasping his plump hands, forsaken, as Gwion went down the steps. There are ways. In the streets below, Gwion was hailed by sundry extremes of his wife's wardrobe, worn with sportive and occasionally necessitous disregard for original design. Her favorite long-flowered evening skirt passed on 3 distinctly different little girls. Then one woman appeared wearing 3 of her dresses, each a pattern of holes, what remained of one supplying the lack in the others. Her green cloche hat, her Fifth Avenue hat looking as though it had been slept in and eaten out of, was jammed at a warlike angle on the head of the local match seller. After the feast celebrated that morning, most of the paraphernalia had been put away, since the holy oils, holy water, and fly-specked holy wafers were kept under lock and key for fear they be stolen and used in sorcery. But other holy appliances were kept handy, for a rousing ceremony to speed the foreign visitor who rested up on the hill. Reliquaries were opened, censers swung in dangerous arcs, beads fingered and psalters thumbed, water scattered, bells clattered, tapers lit, candles burned and gutted, Latin jumbled and coughed in monoi. In this perfectly ordered chaos, over the black waves rising and falling in genuflection, the tide of sound ebbing and flooding, Gwion was told that it was, really, a pity, lastima, that there was no patron saint to defend their rights and advance their cause by direct intervention. The new tambourines, though slightly out of place, were used to brilliant effect, their clamor enhanced the spirit of impatience in which, presumably, the wistful laboring shade of Camilla Gwion waited to be sprung to the gate of paradise. They never forgave him for not bringing the body home. And Gwion thought it wiser, or at least less complicating, never to brief the families on the extravagant disposition that had been made of the soul. It certainly would have weighed a lot less, said Aunt May, speaking of the body, than all this rubbish he brought back. The rubbish included a number of un-Protestant relics soon to darken the parsonage, among them a tailless monkey, it was a Barbary ape from Gibraltar, being held in quarantine, which the distracted woman had not yet seen. Wyatt was 4 years old when his father returned alone from Spain, a small disgruntled person with sand-colored hair, hazel eyes which burned into green on angry occasion, and hands constantly busy, clutching and opening on nothing, breaking something, or picking his nose. He was in celebrant spirits that spring day, and observed the solemn homecoming by emptying the pot on which he meditated for an hour or so each morning into a floor register. Aunt May was there a moment later. She gave him a hard slap on the bottom, realized her mistake, and pondered with some bitterness the end of this Christian family while she washed her hands. She had just come from the father, who had told her about the impatient piece of luggage waiting in quarantine. Leaving his room brusquely, to take this revelation away and try to fit it into the hectic tangram of recent events, she had hardly reached the newel at the Stariad when she heard a crash. She returned to find the Reverend swaying unsteadily among the breakage of a Bennington ware pitcher, a peculiarly ugly thing of which she'd been very fond. The Reverend, who'd been about to change, now trying to pull his trousers back up, said something about the roll of a ship, and losing his balance when the chiffonier failed to move over and support him. If her sniff was meant simply to express disdain, a sharp attentive look came to her face as she repeated it, and she was about to speak when, from below decks, rose the hilarious sound of metal being banged against metal. Down the wide golden oak front staircase vaulted Aunt May, traveling at a great rate but retaining the glasses clamped to her nose, thus her dignity. "It certainly reached the furnace by this time," she said when the child's father appeared, drying her hands on an old dishcloth. "You can smell it all over the house," she added in unnecessary comment to heighten the effect, and turned on Wyatt with, "Why did you do such a nasty thing?" He stood looking behind her, at the picture of his mother on the mantel, a photograph made before Camilla was married. Aunt May gripped his small boned shoulder in her hand and shook him. She was his Christian mentor. It was she who had washed his mouth out with laundry soap after the rabbit episode. "Do you enjoy the smell?" she went on, drawing the word out so that it seemed laden with odor itself. "You'd better go to your room," said his father, in a voice stern only with effort, for this sudden demand for discipline was confusing. "To his room," said the woman, as though she would lop off a hand as a lesson. "Why that boy? Go to your room, Wyatt." Reverend Guyon was stern now, but for her, not the child, and Aunt May swept out of the room to write a hurried note rescinding a tea invitation to the ladies of the Use Me Society. The father and son faced one another across the stark declivity of their different heights, the man staring wordless at this incarnation of something he had imagined long before, in a different life, the child staring beyond at his virgin mother. Guyon recovered himself, but before he could speak the sound which was not yet a word in his throat Wyatt had turned away and walked slowly up the stairs to his room, to a chair beside a closed window where he sat looking out upon the unfulfilled landscape of the spring, picking his nose, and seeming not to breathe. Beyond the roof of the carriage barn, clouds conspired over Mount Lamentation. He looked there with open unblinking eyes as though in that direction lay the hopeless future which already existed, of which he was already fully aware, to which he was conclusively committed. His shoulders were drawn in, as though confirmed in the habit of being cold. For one dedicate in the Lord's service, as Aunt May assured him. That he was, Wyatt seemed already to have piled up a tidy store of sin. He could move in few directions without adding to it. His most remarkable accomplishment had occurred right after Halloween. He was in his mother's sewing room going through the button drawer, in the afternoon when he should have been taking his nap, when she came in. She was dressed in white, and although she appeared to be looking for something, she did not seem to see him. He ran toward her, crying out with pleasure, but before he could reach her she turned and went out. At the instant Aunt May came through the door. She was here. Where did she go? Mother was here. He started to Aunt May, with barely another word when that flesh and bloodless woman picked him up and took him to his bed, to force him down there with little more than a turn of her wrist, and leave him to beseech the Lord to help him stop lying. It was days later when Aunt May called him to her, shaking, with an opened letter in her hand, and had him repeat that lie in detail. Quivering like the letter he stared at in her hand, he spoke with frightened reluctance, as though this were a device, logical for Aunt May, to promote more punishment. But when he was done Aunt May had him kneel beside his bed and pray to the Lord to help him forget it, pray to the Lord to forgive him. She even knelt with him. The Lord had not helped him, he remembered it very well. There was some confusion in his mind when his father returned, for somehow his father and the Lord were the same person, and he almost asked his father to help him forget it. That would not do, because Aunt May had told him never to tell his father. Didn't his father know? And if the Lord was everywhere, hadn't he seen Camilla come in, dressed in a white sheet, looking for something? Aunt May never mentioned that again. But she lost no time telling his father about the rabbit. "I scarcely know how to tell you," she commenced, and when Guyan looked satisfactorily alarmed she went on, "Your son has learned, somewhere, to swear. It's scarcely surprising, with a grandfather who talks to him just the way he talks to his cronies in the saloon, and fills him full of all kinds of drivel." She went on to explain that she had taken a toy away from Wyatt every time this happened, being lenient, until he was left with only one, a cloth rabbit. For the truth of that, the words which cost him those treasures were darn and heck. She seemed to know their euphemistic derivation well enough. And then, the last straw, I can scarcely repeat his words, though heaven knows how they are engraved on my memory. He knew I was in the room, he was sitting on the floor with his last toy, this rabbit, and he said, "Your son said, as clearly as I'm speaking now, he said, 'You're the bigottest rabbit I ever damn saw.'" At which, hearing herself speak this, Aunt May almost sobbed, crying out, "What kind of a Christian Mish minister do you think he will make?" Wyatt was, in fact, finding the Christian system suspect. Memory of his 4th birthday party still weighed heavily in his mind. It had been planned cautiously by Aunt May, to the exact number of hats and favors and portions of cake. One guest, no friend to Wyatt, from a family less fortunate than we are, showed up with a staunchly party-bent brother. Not only no friend, a week before he had challenged Wyatt through the fence behind the carriage barn with "Nyanya, suckin' yermas ti." Wyatt was taken to a dark corner, where he later reckoned all good works were conceived, and told that it was the Christian thing to surrender his portion. So he entered his 5th year hatless among crepe paper festoons, silent amid snapping crackers, empty of Christian love for the uninvited who asked him why he wasn't having any cake. On Sunday mornings he would sit tugging buttons or strands of horsehair from the pew's upholstery, trying to work out a way to circumvent surrender of the coin in the wet palm of his hand. But the untoward moment always arrived, heralded by a voice singing, he believed, from heaven, "All things come of thee, O Lord, and of thine own give we back to thee." He later learned that it was no heavenly voice at all, but Mrs. Dorman, a dumpy deep-chested boarding housekeeper, strategically placed somewhere up in the vicinity of the bell tower. The rest of the congregation was being victimized by this ruse, and he might have enlightened them but for the prospect of the yellow bar of laundry soap. And aside from the actual buying power of 5 cents, it was the notion that it had once belonged to the Lord he resented. What use that covetous heavenly host could have for a nickel? "Praise God from whom all blessings flow," burst the choir, and the money was carried away in a wicker basket never to be seen on earth again. Now, even before the day was out, Wyatt was back staring through his window. After the near-silent midday meal, Aunt May sent him to his room for singing an indecent song. "Singing?" Guyan demanded. He was humming it. But humming? How? He knows the words well enough. It's a saloon song, he learned it from that dirty old man. The town carpenter had left his daughter's upbringing to an aunt and a silent cousin named Mary. He was a floridly untidy fellow, lopsided from pushing a plane, so he said, and could usually be found in the depot tavern when his working day was done, around 11 in the morning. Some years before, his own mother's death had robbed him of his main occupation, retrieving her from the foot of the granite Civil War monument in the center of town where she went when the house oppressed her, and squatted there in any weather cross-legged under a blanket. The town carpenter's one accomplishment to date had been fathering Camilla. As for the course of recent events, this man having taken her on as a spiritual and economic responsibility and then left her inoperative in a land surrounded by foreigners, mountains, and the sea, he was somewhat muddled. What he could make out with little difficulty was the disapproval of his dead wife's sister and the silent cousin, both of whom wanted the body back. From convenient habit he disagreed with them. This gave him good excuse for staying away from home. It was in the Depot Tavern that he received condolences, accepted funerary offers of drink, and, when these recognitions were exhausted, he sank into the habit of talking familiarly about persons and places unknown to his cronies, so that several of them suspected him of reading. Vague as it had been, his period of mourning did not last long, for his temper was not suited to it, and he was never known to mention his daughter's name, in the Depot Tavern at any rate, again. In the immediate family, blood proved thicker than 3,000 miles of sea water, and prospect of scandal precluded any schismatic activities the Guayan blood might not have taken care of. They faded in thin-lipped silence, though there were a few, wavering souls haunted by Darwinian shadows of doubt, who, when the mocking companion from Gibraltar was discovered, made it known to one another that they had no intention of forgiving him, in this world or the next. In the late spring Reverend Guayan returned to the pulpit of the First Congregational Church. The people inherently respected him, for their fathers had held his father in almost as high regard as they held their own. The name had the weight of generations behind it since, 2 centuries before, Reverend John H. Guayan had been butchered by disaffectionate Indians whose myth he had tried to replace with his own. Most of that congregation pointed out pillars of Puritan society among their forebears, who had never permitted maudlin attachment to other human beings to interfere with duty. To suffer a witch to live was as offensive to the God of Calvin, Luther, and Wesley, as it was to that of the Pope of Rome, and as though bent on surpassing the record of the Holy Inquisition in the neighborhood of Toulouse, where 400 were burned in half a century, these stern hands kept the air of the New World clean the same way, and might well have been locked up had they appeared among this present posterity, but were wisely exiled in death. They had done their work, passed on the heritage of guilt. The rest was not their business. This congregation admired the Reverend's bearing up, as they called it, under his suffering, though there were an evilly human few who envied him his providence, and they had never had the full details of the Spanish affair. Enough to know that their minister was of familiar lineage, had suffered sore trials, and was now returned from temporal disasters to lead them unfaltering, by word and example, in the ways of Christian fortitude. His sermons took up a lively course. In his loneliness, Guayan found himself studying again. With the loss of Camilla he returned to the times before he had known her, among the Zuni and Mojave, the Plains Indians and the Quakiadl. He strayed far from his continent, and spent late hours of the night participating in dark practices from Borneo to Assam. On the desk before him, piled and spread broadcast about his study, lay Euripides and Saint Teresa of Avila, Denis the Carthusian, Plutarch, Clement of Rome, and the apocryphal New Testament, copies of Osservatore Romano and a tract from the Society for the Prevention of Premature Burial. De Contemptu Mundi, Historia de tutte I Heresy, Christ and the Powers of Darkness, de Locis Infestis, Libellus de Terrificationibus Nocturnisque Tumultibus. Malay Magic, Religions de Pupples Nonsa Oriisis, Le Culte de Dionysus en Attica, Philosophomena, Lexicon der Mythology. On a volume of Sir James Fraser, open to the heading, Sacrifice of the King's Son, lay open the glories of Mary, and there underlined, there is no mysticism without Mary. Behind the yew trees, whose thickly conspired branches and poison berries guarded the windows, night after night passed over him, over the Acts of Pilate, Coptic narratives, the Pistis Sophia, Thomas's account of the child Jesus turning his playmates into goats, but the book most often taken from its place was Obras Completas de S. Juan de la Cruz, a volume large enough to hold a bottle of schnapps in the cavity cut ruthlessly out of the dark night of the soul. In church his congregation attended his sermons out of stern habit, and occasionally with something uncomfortably like active interest they were swayed. They even permitted him to regale them in Latin, and later, with growing incidence as years passed, he dashed their Petros visages with waves from distinctly pagan tongues, voluptuous Italian, which flowed over their northern souls like sunlit water over rocks. They had not much use for that slovenly race. He exhorted them to breathe out when they prayed, or was it breathe in? No one, alone with God afterward, was certain. And when unrest showed on those grey shoals, he put them at dismal ease once more by reminding them that they were, even at that moment, being regarded from on high as a stiff-necked and uncircumcised generation of vipers. They found such reassurances comforting. He even managed to reinstitute wine for the grape juice prescribed by temperate elders in the celebration of the Eucharist, rousing his flock one sunny morning with the words, "Drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thine often infirmities." That upset Aunt May, and though she could not presume to argue with St. Paul the Apostle, it was at moments like this that she suspected him of never having really got over being Saul the Jew of Tarsus, with a nose like St. Edmund, and those dirty intemperate habits Jews are famous for. Unlike her charity and that of her societies, which never ventured south of the 60th parallel except for forays into darkest Africa, Quien's troubled everyone by reaching no further than the sound of his own voice for objects worthy of mercy. Janet, a girl with a tic which drew her head to one side in bright affirmative inclinations of idiocy, exemplar of a lapse from Puritan morality on the part of her mother, done in by a surgical belt salesman from New York, was found sharing a slap and tickle with the church janitor behind the organ one night after choir practice. Janet had been born a number of minutes after her mother's death, which some including Aunt May regarded as a bad sign from the start. The incident behind the organ proved it, and Aunt May said something about the stocks and the pillory, a shame they'd gone out of fashion. A shame to deprive us all of that satisfaction, Quien agreed. She was wary. What do you mean? The great satisfaction of seeing someone else punished for a deed of which we know ourselves capable. But what is more gratifying than this externalizing of our own evils? Another suffering in atonement for the vileness of our own imaginings. Stop it! Cried Aunt May, I'm sure I have never had such thoughts. Then how can you judge her crime, if you have never been so tempted? He asked quietly. You are speaking like a heretic, Aunt May brought out, a heretic from your church and from your family. And she left the room. The text for the following Sunday's sermon was taken from the Sermon on the Mount, Matt 7:1, and Janet became kitchen girl in Reverend Quien's household. There were a few, of an intuitive nature seldom bred in such a community, who suspected his charity to be a mask behind which he dissembled a sense of humor to mock them all. The town carpenter was one of these. He commenced to appear regularly on Sunday mornings in the dimmer sections of the church, dressed in policeman suspenders and shirts so respectfully modest that they even concealed the usually prominent top button of his underwear. The parsonage was a clapboard house whose interiors were done in dark paper and wainscoting. Most of the downstairs windows were darkened by outside trees. As the master unpacked, its character changed, realizing itself for the first time in sympathy with the obscurity. Watts's painting of Sir Galahad, in the hall leading to the study, was replaced by a small cross bearing a mirror in each extremity. A robin, a thrush, and a blue jay, mounted by a distant cousin who had found taxidermy the way out and was last seen in the Natural History Museum in Cape Town, South Africa, drinking himself to death in a room full of rigid hummingbirds he had stuffed himself, gave up their niche to the defaced stone figure of a Spanish saint, Olalla. A picture of an unassuming elk skulking among empty trees was replaced by a copy of a painting by the elder Bruppel, and St. Anthony's Insanity Manifest in the Desert was hung over the unfaded square caused and covered by a painting of trees, done by a maiden relative long since gone to earth, and rescued now by Aunt May. A large low table appeared under the window in the dining room. It was the prize of this incipient collection, priceless, although a price had been settled which Quien paid without question to the old Italian grandee who offered it sadly and in secret. This tabletop was the original, though some feinagling had been necessary at Italian customs, confirming it a fake to get it out of the country, a painting by Hieronymus Bosch portraying the 7 deadly sins in medieval, the Reverend pronounced it, an unholy light in his eyes, indulgence. Under the glass which covered it, Christ stood with one maimed hand upraised, beneath him in rubrics, cave, dividet. Catholic, said Aunt May, sounding anathema in her voice. She added something about Catholic, or Spanish, vanity anent the mirrors in the arms of the cross. Reverend Guyon thought it best not to explain their purpose. As for the distinctly heathen monkey, it was forced to live in the carriage barn. It is the bliss of childhood that we are being warped most when we know it the least. In the medievally construed parsonage, Wyatt graduated from the potty to more exalting porcelain eminence, and learned to pick his nose with his forefinger instead of his thumb. He spent more time indoors than out, and there was a chill in those dim corridors which no change of season dispelled, passages where he was often found wandering aimlessly, or simply standing still, gazing at the grooves in the wainscoting or up at the concave molding, to listen to the creaks that came from the sharp angles of woodwork, to talk to himself repeating words and phrases over and over, and then to move as though he were being watched. He could stand until interrupted by the opening of the study door behind him, and his father's garbled exclamation of surprise at finding him there staring up at the cross mounting the 4 small mirrors, though he never asked about it, and there was only one hall he avoided, or hurried when he had to pass through it to the dining room, even then with a quick look over his shoulder at Olalla watching, noseless, from her niche, the hand upraised, which he fully expected to strike him from behind. As he passed, Al-Shira al-Jamanija, he whispered. What is it you're saying? Aunt May demanded, rounding a corner. Al-Shira al-Jamanija, the bright star of Yemen. Where do you hear things like that? She scolded. Yemen indeed. And she turned him toward the stairs, and sent him up to read in Fox's Book of Martyrs, one of the books provided to prepare him for the Lord's work. From the first time he was asked, "Do you love the Lord Jesus?" he was uncomfortably embarrassed, and since hate is an easier concept to embody than love, the Pope trod in far more substantial reality through the frightened corridors of his mind than did the Lord. At such an age, the blood of the Lamb provoked no pleasant prospect for bathing, and resurrection a dispensable preoccupation for one who had not yet lived. If it was, as she said, in the way of God that he walked with Aunt May, he might only have protested that her horny feet prepared her where his did not. Only the exclusive atmosphere of this thorny expedition proved for a time unwholesomely attractive, and promised that his mother had already arrived in that intermediate Elysium where he would join her, whither, even then, Aunt May led by a dead reckoning of Orphic proportion. To say nothing of fear, and less of terror, for the jealous God wielded by Aunt May made the sinner's landscape of after-death more terrible even than his happy life on earth. The devil finds work for idle hands, she taught him, and in Adam's fall we sinned all, with the grim penitence of one who had never had opportunity. The two of them, father and son, grew away from her in opposite directions. Wyatt grew forward, escaping for the most part in casual innocence any who would hold him back with the selfish nostalgia of love. And his father seemed to find the adventure of daily life more and more trying. Reverend Guyon retreated from it, by centuries, whenever he could escape to his study, where he sank, inhumed until her voice struck with the sharpness of a grave-digger's pick. As men whose sons are born to them late in life do often, he regarded Wyatt from a wondering distance, saw in his behavior a fantasy of perfect logic demonstrating those parts of himself which had had to grow in secret. It is true they shared confidences, but even these usually centered about oddments from the forepart of Guyon's mind, topics he might have left a minute before in his study, from Ossian or Theophrastus, to the dog star, a sun whose rising ushered in the inundation of the Nile, Al-Shira al-Jamanija, the star of heat and pestilence, which Guyon spoke of familiarly when he found himself forced to conversation by the abrupt and even more shy presence of this fragment of himself he kept encountering. He even spoke his son's name unfamiliarly. But there was reason for that. Months before the boy's birth, he and Camilla had agreed, if it were a son, to name him Stephen, and not until months after their son was born, and Aunt May had peremptorily supplied the name Wyatt from somewhere in the Gwion genealogy. Did they remember? Or rather, Camilla remembered, and though it might have been a safe choice, for the namesake of the first Christian martyr, even to Aunt May, neither of them mentioned it to her, for baptism had already taken place. When questions of discipline arose, Gwion's face took the look of a man who has been asked a question to which everyone else in the room knows the answer. Or when his son sat whining in disobedience, Gwion stood over him clutching his hands as though restraining the impulse to kill the child, then took him up foreignly by a hand and a foot and swung him back and forth in labored arcs until Wyatt shouted with pleasure. It was Aunt May who kept the stern measure of the present, unredeemed though it might be, alive to practical purposes, binding the two of them together like an old piece of baling wire. "Go and ask your father," she said often enough, when questions came up in the reading she thrust upon him. "Ask your father what homoousion means." But a good half-hour later she found him, standing still in the hall outside the study door, whispering, "Homoousion? Homoousion? What's the matter? Why haven't you? What is the matter?" And a few minutes later Wyatt was sent to bed for saying he could not move, as though the mirrors in the arms of the cross on the wall had gripped him from behind. Gwion came out looking confused, and she explained petulantly. "He comes up with all sorts of fabrications," she went on, seeing her chance, "things he invents and pretends they are so, things he picks up heaven knows where. He's told me about 7 heavens, made out of different kinds of metal, indeed. Last night he said the stars were people's souls, and sorcerers could tell the good from the bad. Sorcerers! He must pick up this drivel from that dirty old man, that grandfather, indeed. Telling him all sorts of things, which is drawing the moon down from the heavens. Yes," Gwion muttered, his hand on his chin, looking down thoughtfully. "In Thessalonica." "What? Eh? Yes, the Thessalonian witches, of course, they. Do you mean to say you're telling him this? Filling him full of this nonsense? Well, it's Virgil himself says somewhere in the bucolics. And I suppose that you told him that pearls are the precipitate of sunlight, striking through the water. The 8th bucolic, isn't it, Carmen of El Saello? And he has you to thank," she went on, raising her voice in the dim hall, "for that idiotic story about the Milky Way being the place where light shows through because the solid dome of heaven is badly put together? Theophrastus, yes, And that tale about the sky being a sea, the celestial sea, and a man coming down a rope to undo an anchor that's gotten caught on a tombstone?" Gwion had been attending her with the expression of a man who's come on a bone in a mouthful of fish meat. Now he looked up as though understanding the tenor of her conversation for the first time. He began in a defensive mutter, "Gervas of Tilbury. His own father? And a Christian minister, telling him. And I blamed that foolish old man. Why? Yes, why shouldn't he be foolish? Falling down a well, and coming up to say he'd seen the stars in broad daylight. Indeed. Of course I thought I had him to thank for that story about evil spirits who keep the path to paradise dirty, and the path to hell clean to fool good people." Gwion, backing into his study, commenced, "Among the Wathi. Wathi. She cried out. "Is that a thing for a Christian? Is it any worse?" Gwion broke out suddenly, his back to the door, his figure filling the doorway. Then he lowered his head and spoke more evenly, "Any worse than some of the things you give him to read, the man who jumps into the bramble bush and scratches out both his eyes. Children. The man of double deed, who sows his field without a seed." But she'd turned away, her heels already in piercing conflict with the sharp creaks of the wood around her, so her trenchant mumbling almost soothed the chill it rode on, summoning not this but fragments of an earlier conversation she'd luckily interrupted, the town carpenter with the boy cornered on the porch, confiding, "Your father thinks the dog star is a sun, but I've seen it, of course. I've seen it in daylight. I've seen it in broad daylight, I've seen all the stars in broad daylight, that day I fell into the well. There's too much light during the day, the air's full of it, but get to the bottom of a well, why, I go there still, to look at them. One day I'll take you down with me and you can see them too, the stars in broad daylight. She got up the stairs, past a closet jammed with the empty square tin boxes made and stamped with the labels of better days, when the family oatmeal factory had flourished. There she sniffed, settling the glasses on her nose, but did not pause, to enter her room, steady herself in her chair with the first book to hand, and she called Janet, for supper to be brought her there. The book unfortunately proved to be Buffon's Natural History, but she sat bound to it, sprung open upon the mago, generally known by the name of the Barbary ape. Of all the apes which have no tail, this animal can best endure the temperature of our climate. We have kept one for many years. In the summer it remained in the open air with pleasure, and in the winter, might be kept in the room without any fire. It was filthy, and of a sullen disposition. It equally made use of a grimace to show its anger, or express its sense of hunger. Its motions were violent, its manners awkward, and its physiognomy rather ugly than ridiculous. Whenever it was offended, it grinned, and showed its teeth. That evening Reverend Guyon ate alone, staring out vacantly over the large dining room table toward the low table under the window, where his son had finished a little while before. Unlike children who are encouraged to down their food by the familiar spoon-scraped prize of happy animals cartooned on the bottom of the dish, Wyatt hurried through every drab meal to meet a deadly sin. Or occasionally he forgot his food, troubled by the presence of the underclothed figure in the table's center, which he would stare at with the loveless eyes of childhood until interrupted. After he had been told the meaning of the rubric, he could be heard muttering in those dark hallways, "Cave, cave, Dominus videt." Even Aunt May, despite her closely embraced anti-papal inheritance, did not dispute this litany, for she still, like all the women before her, planned another respectable minister in the family. Recent revelations had only prompted her to renew her efforts. Wyatt overheard her one day discussing his future with Janet. The question was whether he would grow up sturdy enough to weather the winters of Lapland, where he would be carrying the gospel. After that, he never asked the Lord to make him strong and healthy again. There were several sides she found herself obliged to shield for him, and possible influences to anticipate and combat, in addition to Rome, which he was taught was the greatest agent of evil, poison, and depravity on earth. Aunt May seemed to know the full history of the papal court at Avignon, the only time she was ever known to use the word brothel. She rehearsed him in the exquisite careers from the Book of Martyrs, read aloud to him from Dr. Young's The Last Day, and had him read aloud The Grave of Blair. Together, they read aloud Bishop Bilby Porteus' Death, while she discouraged him from spending time with Janet, from visiting the tenant in the carriage barn, and from going for walks with his grandfather. The parsonage was not a door or two from the church, as is usual, but exposed on a rise almost 2 blocks away, at the opposite end of town from the direction of the Depot Tavern, an approach guarded by a curve in the highway whose warning arrow pointed the wrong way. It was almost a mile from there to the parsonage, through the short decorous nave of the main street, a mile which the town carpenter accomplished quite often and, when he was able and permitted, took his grandson on walks to a recently abandoned bridge works, managing, on these brief excursions, to contribute heavily to the store of nonsense which Aunt May battled so valiantly. Between the two men, she could never be quite sure where Wyatt picked up his prattle about griffin's eggs, alchemy, and that shocking, disgusting story about the woman and the bull, but when his curiosity turned upon great voyages, and figures like Kublai Khan, Tamerlane, and Prester John, she knew she had the town carpenter to thank. Now, in the middle hours of a late fall afternoon, she stood on the west porch, pursing her lips, her elbows drawn up in her palms, watching the sky darken above Mount Lamentation. A piercing tinkle from down the hill caused her to draw her elbows in, and close her lips even more tightly. She did not move when she saw Wyatt come round from the entrance to the carriage barn and start up the hill toward her. It was neither known, nor did anyone, except perhaps the town carpenter, trouble to wonder why the Reverend had named the Barbary ape Heracles. Most, in fact, took the easy way of ignorance, and believed the name of the tenant in the carriage barn to be Hercules, easy enough to explain, for he was a sturdy fellow over 3 feet high, light yellowish brown with a darker line along his cheeks, and parts of his hands and feet naked of hair. He was active, good-tempered, and took up a whole end of the barn with his cavorting and singing. He slept in an old sleigh. When he thought it was mealtime, when he wanted company, or sometimes it seemed had simply the effervescence of some message to communicate, he rang the sleigh bells furiously. A white rabbit given him for company proved his gentle nature mawkish. He sat with it cradled in his arms, singing. But his best friend was still the child who came down to give him cod liver oil from the same bottle and spoon he used himself, a tie Aunt May did not know of, and spent hours devoting confidences to him. Heracles scratched his chin thoughtfully when asked questions, bowing his head in much the same manner, if anyone had noticed it, as Reverend Gwion did. For at other hours Gwion came too, always alone, always smelling better than anyone else, the faint freshness of caraway. He asked questions too. But as he grew older, Heracles sang less often. He took to sitting sullenly in the sleigh looking far beyond the walls of the barn, as though dreaming of days under the Moroccan sun, in another generation, stealing from the gardens of the Arabs. He had never met Aunt May. He knew her thin shape, appearing to hang clothes on the line, where she inclined to hang male and female garments separately, or directed Janet to do so, or coming out alone with a trowel and scissors to tend the hawthorn tree on the edge of the upper lawn. He knew her singing voice too, and he hated it. She had never seen Heracles, and never mentioned him, but drew her lips tightly together and looked in another direction when his name came into conversation. So disquieting to her Christian scheme that she had never mentioned it, nor admitted it even to herself, was the sense that this monkey had replaced Camilla. "Now where have you been?" she demanded as Wyatt came up the steps, but her voice was almost gentle. "And what is the matter, have you been crying?" He rubbed his eyes, and then drew his hand down over his face, but did not answer a word. "You look feverish," she said as he took her skirts in the sudden self-effacing embrace of childhood, and thus hobbled, she led him into the house. "Today is your mother's birthday," she said, once inside, and then, "you have dirt all over your hands. What is a hero?" he asked abruptly, separating himself and looking up at her. "A hero?" she repeated. "A hero is someone who serves something higher than himself with undying devotion." "But how does he know what it is?" he asked, standing there, grinding one grimy hand in the other before her. "The real hero does not need to question," she said. "The Lord tells him his duty." "How does he tell him?" "As he told John Huss," she answered readily, seating herself, reaching back with assurance to summon that pale thin man in mean attire, and she started to detail the career of the great Bohemian reformer, from his teachings and triumphs under the good King Wenceslas to his betrayal by the Emperor Sigismund. "And what happened to him then?" "He was burned at the stake," she said with bitter satisfaction, as footsteps were heard in a hall from the direction of the study, with the Kyrie eleison on his lips. "Here, where are you going? What have you been up to?" He had turned away, but Gwion stood filling the doorway, and between them the child started to cry. Gwion raised a hand nervously, uncertain whether to punish or defend, and Aunt May took up, "What have you done? I know that guilty look on your face, what is it?" "Go to your room," Gwion brought out, trying to rescue him. Aunt May started from her chair with, "To his room." But Gwion's upraised hand seemed to halt her, and she turned on the small retreating figure with, "To your room, go to your room then," and read. "Read what we've been reading, and I'll be up before supper to see if you know it." "What have you been reading?" Gwion asked her, a strain in his voice. "He's learning about the Synod of Dort." "Dort?" Gwion mumbled, dropping his hand. Dort. The final perseverance of the saints. Good heavens, you. But. The child. Did you see the guilty look on his face? His sinful. Sinned. Where has he sinned? Already. That you, as a Christian minister, can ask that? You. Suddenly she came closer to Gwion, who stepped back into the hall away from the assault of her voice. Not his sin then, but the prospect, she came on in a hoarse breathless voice, near a whisper, as though she were going to cry out or weep herself. The prospect draws him on, the prospect of sin. She stood there quivering, until the sound of Gwion's footsteps had disappeared back down the hall. Then she sniffed, biting her lower lip, and stepped into the hall herself. Later that evening Reverend Gwion stood over the littered desk in his study, staring through the glass at the darkness beyond. The final perseverance of the saints. He muttered. Then he turned to the door, as though he had heard a sound there. He waited, a hand out to the doorknob, for the faint knock to be repeated, but there was nothing. He had just turned away when he heard a creaking in the corridor, but whether it was someone moving slowly and carefully away, or only renewed betrayal of the constant conflict among those sharp angles of woodwork, he never knew. The house was large and, perhaps it was the unchanging, ungratified yearning in the face of Camilla on the living room mantel, eyed from the wall across by the doer John H., it held a sense of bereavement about it, though no one had come or gone for a long time. While even Aunt May's medieval posture could not credit her stomach as a cauldron where food was cooked by heat from the adjacent liver, she sought evidences of the Lord's displeasure in foreign catastrophes and other people's difficulties, and usually found good reason for it. Among provinces where he retained sway was that of creativity, and mortal creative work was definitely one of his damnedest things. She herself had never gone beyond a sampler, atoning there in word and deed for any presumption she might have made, at the age of 10, in assuming creative powers. Jesus, permit thy gracious name to stand as the first efforts of an infant's hand. And while her fingers o'er this canvas move, engage her tender heart to seek thy love. With thy dear children let her share a part, and write thy name thyself upon her heart. That absent R was not, like the flaw in oriental carpets, an intentional measure of humility introduced to appease the creator of perfection. She had been upset about it now for half a century, and would have torn out her mistake with her teeth as a child, had not a weary parental hand stopped her. So she worked no cross no crown in needlepoint, still hung unfaded in her room. But it was Wyatt's first drawing, a picture, he said, of a robin, which looked like the letter E tipped to one side, brought for her approval, met with "Don't you love our Lord Jesus, after all?" He said he did. Then why do you try to take his place? Our Lord is the only true creator, and only sinful people try to emulate him, she went on, her voice sinking to that patient tone it assumed when it promised most danger. Do you remember Lucifer? Who Lucifer is? Lucifer is the morning star, he began hopefully. Father says. Father says. Her voice cut him through. Lucifer was the archangel who refused to serve our Lord. To sin is to falsify something in the divine order, and that is what Lucifer did. His name means bringer of light, but he was not satisfied to bring the light of our Lord to man. He tried to steal the power of our Lord and to bring his own light to man. He tried to become original, she pronounced malignantly, shaping that word round the whole structure of damnation, repeating it, crumpling the drawing of the robin in her hand. Original, to steal our Lord's authority, to command his own destiny, to bear his own light. That is why Satan is the fallen angel, for he rebelled when he tried to emulate our Lord Jesus. And he won his own domain, didn't he? Didn't he? And his own light is the light of the fires of hell. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? There may have been, by now, many things that Wyatt wanted to do to Jesus, emulate was not one of them. Nonetheless it went on. He made drawings in secret, and kept them hidden, terrified with guilty amazement as forms took shape under his pencil. He wrapped some in a newspaper and buried them behind the carriage barn, more convinced, as those years passed, and his talent blossomed and flourished with the luxuriance of the green bay tree, that he was damned. Once, digging back there, he came upon the rotted remains of the bird he had killed that day. He had burst into tears at Aunt May's conjectural challenge and punishment, the vivid details of the Synod of Dort. Even that evening he had gone to his father's study to try to confess it, for it had, after all, been an accident. He had thrown a stone at the wren, and could not believe it when he hit it square, and picked it up dead. But when there was no answer to his first faint tapping on the study door, he retreated. Just as now, he almost went to his father to confess, in a last hope of being saved, but he had since learned from Aunt May that there was no more hope for the damned than there was fear for the elect. And his father, withdrawing into his study with a deftness for absenting himself at crucial moments akin to that talent of the Lord, had become about as unattainable. The earth behind the carriage barn was broken often enough that Wyatt, burying there still another package of drawings, would turn up the mouldering guilt of years before. Even as he grew older, and might have burned them, he found himself unable to do so. He continued to bury them, around near the kitchen midden, as though they might one day be required of him. Eventually Aunt May permitted him to copy illustrations from some of the leather-bound marathons of suffering and disaster on her shelf, but even she had no notion of the extent of his work. It was hardly original, but derived from the horror of the Bruppel copy in his father's study, and the pitilessness of the Boche, promoting an articulate imagination which any Flemish primitive might have plumbed to advantage. Unlike the healthy child who devises ingenious tortures for small animals, Wyatt elaborated a domain where the agony of man took remarkable directions, and the underclothed figure from the center of the Boche table suffered a variety of undignified afflictions. Transportation and communication advanced, bringing to Aunt May's door the woes of the world, a world which she saw a worse thing daily. She put aside the Bible only for excursions among the lives, sufferings, and triumphant deaths of the primitive Protestant martyrs from the introduction of Christianity to the latest periods of pagan, popish, and infidel persecutions, embellished with engravings, and such recent prophets as stood her instead of newspapers. She read interpretations of the 11th century Malachi prophecy, on the popes, of which only 7 remain to come, and with the 7th the destruction of Rome, with the avidity of someone reading the morning's news, the same enthusiasm she brought to the penetralia of Andrew Jackson Davis, who could see the interior of objects, the same hunger that she brought to William Miller, satisfied as he was a century before that the end of the world was at hand, as evidence continued to flow in from every quarter. The earth is reeling to and fro like a drunkard. At this dread moment look. The clouds have burst asunder, the heavens appear, the great white throne is in sight. Amazement fills the universe with awe. He comes. He comes. Behold, the Savior comes. She waited, thumbing the revelation of St. John the Divine, which she read as a literal transcription of the March of Science, a parade led off by Darwin which had trod on simian feet throughout her life. She spent more time with Janet, or rather, she had Janet spend more time with her. After her original disapproval of the kitchen girl had been firmly established, Aunt May worked her toward salvation / with every discouragement she could supply. Janet was willing. She was, indeed, far on the way to that simple-mindedness which many despairingly intelligent people believe requisite for entering the kingdom of heaven. This quality might prevent her from grasping some of the more complicated arcana which Aunt May tendered, still there was room for the residence of terror in the collapsing tenement of her mind. Darwin soon became as real to her as the Pope, the one resembling Heracles, the other triple-headed. From the carriage barn, the jingle of sleigh bells reached them both. Aunt May, believing that she shut them out, hid them from herself in that part of her mind which turned upon her in dreams. Janet seemed to rush out to meet the hellish tinkling, and it was only on waking that her dreams began. But of all the distress that Janet endured, most persistent was her body's revenge on her attempt to disdain it. At first, Hardly knowing how man and woman differed, she accepted the changes which grew upon her with no more regret than life itself produced. It was Aunt May who called her attention to the darkening of her chin, and asked questions of such profound delicacy that, when confirmed, the consternation which descended upon the questioner was only equaled in that household by her reception of the news of the Scopes trial in distant Tennessee. Of that she could hardly speak, but sat shaking her head over Buffon's Natural History, reading again and again the article there on the animals called pygmies, and waiting, as though what she was waiting for was a secret from everyone but herself and her Creator. Aunt May gradually withdrew from the affairs of the household, reading the Bible aloud to herself in her room, her voice only a sound barely broken by articulation. In this monotone it became so familiar a part of the house, that one paused when it was deflected, hearing it rise in pleading argument to the challenge of absolutes, I am the resurrection and the life. So plaintive that it seemed querulous, fearful not of doubting but of even admitting for an instant such existential possibility. Then the glimpse of humility was done, and the voice recovered the somnambulance of certitude. She waited, her hair bobbed, not worn so for fashion from the outside world, where flappers were ushering it into smart society from the bawdy houses, where all fashions originate, but, in the clean shingles of a state hospital, always in the same trim arrangement, raising a clinically unsympathetic mirror to snip hairs from her nostrils. This would be your grandfather's birthday, she told Wyatt, on May Day. He would be 86 today, if he were alive, she added. She had been talking about John Huss a minute before, and looking the lean pale boy up and down, when he, for whom King Wenceslas in that story bore striking resemblance to the town carpenter, broke out. But grandfather, I saw him yesterday. Your father's father, she corrected him sharply, but her voice broke, almost bitter as she looked away, not for the death of her brother but to insinuate that he had abandoned her in this bondage of mortality. She talked to Wyatt familiarly of death, as though to take him with her would be the kindest expression of her love for him possible. Still, she never spoke directly of death, never named it so, but continued to treat it with the euphemistic care reserved elsewhere for obscenity. And this? She appeared one morning in the study door poised rigid, dangling forth a pamphlet between forefinger and opposable thumb. Tell me how this got among my things. As though there might have been movement in the air, the pamphlet fluttered open, quaking its suspended title, Breve Guida della Basilica di San Clemente. In his chair, Guyon startled, to reach for it, but stayed held at bay by her unpliant arm, and unyielding eyes which had fixed the distance between them. With a single shudder he freed his own eyes from hers and fixed them on the pamphlet, to realize that it was indeed not being offered in return but rather in evidence. Not an instant of her stringent apparition suggested surrender. Another souvenir from Spain. She accused, a page headed in bold-face La Basilica Sotterranea dedicata alla memoria di Esclemente Papa e Martiri fled under her thumb. Pictures of Spanish idols. Fragments of Byzantine fresco captioned Nostra Signora Col Gesù Bambino almost caught her attention, Catholic images. Another page fell over from the hand quivering at her arm's length, and bringing her foot a step past the sill she held it out that space closer to him. Nothing moved. But the sill's sharp creak underfoot penetrated, a signal for her to hurl it at him, or down, for him to leap and snatch it. But nothing moved until she retired recovering her advance, and spoke with bitter calm, looking square at the thing, a nice place of worship. The illustration penny-won by her gaze was captioned Il Tempio di Mitra. Look at it. A dirty little underground cave, no place to kneel or even sit down, unless you could call this broken stone bench a pew. She got her breath when he interposed, but... And the altar? Look at it, look at the picture on it, a man. God. And it looks like a bull. Yes, a pagan temple. They've excavated and found the Basilica of Saint Clement was built right over a temple where worshippers of pagan indeed. And I suppose you couldn't resist setting foot inside yourself? Did you? Again she paused, Getting breath, she appeared to prepare requital for his answer, admission, or denial, and when he withdrew mumbling only set foot inside myself. She snapped immediately, at least I have finally had the satisfaction of hearing you call the Roman Catholic Church pagan. She filled her grievous gaze a moment longer with the picture, and finishing with now that we all know what the inside of a Catholic church looks like. She was gone, holding the abhorrent memento at arm's length, her eyes alert upon it, as though it might take life and strike. Guyan came slowly forward in his chair, hands clenched on nothing, listening to her sharp footsteps receding toward the kitchen. He waited until he heard them on the stairs, then hurried to the kitchen himself. Janet came in a few minutes later to find him sifting through the kitchen trashbin, but he went out without a word, and empty-handed. And when at lunch he once or twice faltered toward questioning her, she looked up and beyond him and the room, as though listening to a confidence, or a summons, from far away. For the most part, conversation seemed to pass over her, when she would stop it in its tracks to rescue something which struck her. Few things seemed to stir her pleasantly but news of unhappy occurrences in Italy, whether storms or strikes or railway accidents. She saw imminent in them the fall of Rome. She waited, contemplating wholesale damnation for the whole non-Christian world with an eye as level as that of Saint Bonaventura, no more mother than he. The prospect of eternal roasting for millions of unbaptized children did not bring the flutter of an eyelash. The sight of the pains of the damned heaps up the measure of the accidental joys of the righteous, and with his words on her own lips, she firmly expected to see Saint Bonaventura heaping her own measure in the life ahead. But even that torrid landscape, chilled and shattered, pierced by the sleigh bells, more pointed for their infrequency, to stop her breath if she were speaking, or raise her voice to the defense when she read. It's all right indeed, all right for a man who goes to bullfights. She brought out next day at table, summoning this distant detail to interrupt the conversation between father and son. Bringing a creature like that back from Africa, there should be a law against it. Creature? Guyan repeated. That creature you brought back, that's what you're talking about, isn't it? Isn't it? I was talking about that painting, there, the table under the window. There ought to be a law against it, bringing back creatures like that. Oh, Heracles, yes, you mean, it's forbidden, yes, taking them from Gibraltar, he commenced, confused, answering. Breaking the law, proud of yourself. Her glasses went blank with light as she returned her attention to her plate, and Wyatt, after the pause of her absenting herself, asked. How were you certain it was the original? Suppose. That took some conniving, getting it through customs. It's prohibited, you know, taking works of art out of Italy. Italy. Aunt May cut in across the table. You never told me you had been in Italy. Never. You never told me that. Strange, I never mentioned it, Guyan said. Mentioned. You never told me, she said, getting up from the table. What earthly difference? Earthly? No earthly difference, as you say. No earthly difference, at all. For someone who tells stories about evil spirits who deceive good people by keeping the path to paradise littered with filth, no earthly difference at all, she went on, nearing the door. At least you spared Camilla that. She finished, and was gone. Guyan left the table a moment later, with a mutter of apology to his son, though he did not look up at him, and went out to the porch, where he stood looking straight up at the sun. On pleasant days, such as this was, Aunt May still went out to tend her hawthorn tree. This afternoon, when she came in from it, she was impressively silent. Guyan might have thought it was the Italian incident, but she said quietly, I saw a moorhen this afternoon. The moorcock was their family crest. And no male anywhere in sight. I have not seen a male moorhen for years. Though slow, she still moved with energy. Her world had finally shrunk to her books and her hawthorn tree. When questions of foreign suddenness were asked, she looked up startled and afraid, as though some worldly circumstance might intrude upon her preparations for departure. As the days passed, she sang in a weak voice which she believed maintained a tune, a hymn which, as she remembered, came to her from John Wesley, expressing her divine longing, ready sometimes, it seemed, like Saint Teresa, to die of not being able to die. O beautiful aspect of death! What sight on earth is so fair? What pageant, what aspect of life can with a dead body compare? Came her wail on the vivid spring air to the ears of living things. She put an old smock over her house dress and tied a shielding bonnet to her head. Over the morning grass alive with creatures smaller than its own blades her old garden shoes trod. A robin took to the air before her as she approached the hawthorn tree, torn from the ground and lying flat, pink blossoms among the weeds. Her voice in its singing stopped in disbelief. Frantically she raised the tree and pushed it back into the open earth at a dead angle. Then she came back to the house, and before she reached it the tree had fallen again. Heracles had got loose the night before. The town carpenter, who met him outside the depot tavern, brought him back, and tried to replant the tree. But it was no good. The tree was dead before the week was out, and so was Aunt May. She was 63. It was not, in her case, a ripe age, but quite the other way, a systematic reduction of unfertile years and thoughts, disapprobation, generally a life bounded by terms of negation, satisfied with its resistance to any temptation which might have borne fruit. Better to marry than to burn, but she had not been forced to that pusillanimous choice. Gnarled, she stepped from one virginity to another without hesitation. Here, 3 centuries after Dort, her face wore a firm look of election, as though she knew where she was going, had visited there many times before. She seemed in a hurry to be gone from that body, as any vain soul well might have been. The still fingers faded under the framed flush of no cross no crown. Surrounded by closed books, with Buffon's Natural History on the floor, they found that body in her chair where she had left it when she fled, unequivocally abandoned, as though not even the last trumpet could summon her to take it up again. Her last words were, "I believe I put it in the top bureau drawer." They looked there afterward, but found only the white round shell box with a hole in its top, into which she had used to put dead hair when she combed it out. Wyatt was 12, and deeply impressed by the funeral sermon his father spoke over that anonymous box where Aunt May, in a lavender gown she had never before worn, lay with the lid closed, a stipulation as importunate as that of the blessed Umiliana, another devotee of quicklime, having her socks put on, with her last breath, so that the crowd could not venerate her nude feet. O man, consider thyself. Here thou standest in the earnest perpetual strife of good and evil. Reverend Guyon thundered the lines of William Law down upon the grey faces, whose owners, years later when he was locked up, defenseless, recalled it as the last truly Christian sermon he had ever read. All nature is continually at work to bring forth the great redemption. The whole creation is travailing in pain and laborious working to be delivered from the vanity of time. And wilt thou be asleep? Everything thou hearest or seest says nothing, shows nothing to thee but what either eternal light or eternal darkness has brought forth. For as day and night divide the whole of our time, so heaven and hell divide all our thoughts, words, and actions. Stir which way thou wilt, do or design what thou wilt, thou must be an agent with the one or the other. Thou canst not stand still, because thou livest in the perpetual workings of temporal and eternal nature. If thou workest not with the good, the evil that is in nature carries thee along with it. Thou hast the height and depth of eternity in thee, and therefore, be doing what thou wilt, either in the closet, the field, the shop, or the church, thou art sowing that which grows and must be reaped in eternity. 3 years later, that partisan deity whose most recent attention to the family had been Aunt May's rescue from mortality, acted in Wyatt's direction, though, as the boy and his father independently suspected, perhaps it was a different god altogether. Wyatt was taken with a fever which burned him down to 79 pounds. In this refined state he was exhibited to medical students in the amphitheater of a highly endowed hospital. They found it a very interesting case, and said so. In fact, they said very little else. Physicians, technicians, and interns x-rayed the boy from every possible angle, injected his arms with a new disease they believed they could cure, took blood by the bottleful from one arm to investigate, and poured the blood of 6 other people into the other. They collected about his bed and pounded him, tapped his chest, thrust with furious hands for his liver, pumped his stomach with a lead-weighted tube, kneaded his groin, palped his spleen, and recorded the defiant beats of his heart with electric machinery. He was embarrassed by the flocks of fingers exploring for cancer, or something as satisfactory, and mortified when photographed in despoiled nudity by a handsome nurse. The hands of these young women were the first ever to reach him with the succor of indifferent love, and two he would never forget, though he never saw her to whom they belonged. He lay in an operating room staring at the lamp above him, reading the circle of words in its center, Carl Zeiss, Jenna, Carl Zeiss, Jenna, Carl Zeiss. While a surgeon's insistently clumsy fingers dug in an incision under his arm for a node which slipped from their grasp. The hands of the nurse at his head wiped his face with a damp cloth, and when he fainted were there with aromatic spirits to revive him, so the woman's hands kept him, and the man's eventually caught the node, took it out, sewed up that hole and descended to make another in the leg where they paused on the surface to slice off a piece of mottled skin, then entered to probe and remove a fragment of muscle. A zealous young intern, Dr. Fell, ran a needle into his backbone and tapped that precious fluid. Week after week, he continued to provide an outlet for this conspiracy of unconscionable talents and insatiable curiosity. Reverend Guyan took all this in a dim view. As his son lay dying of a disease about which the doctors obviously knew nothing, injecting him with another plague simply because they had it on familiar terms could only be the achievement of a highly calculated level of insanity. Wyatt's arms swelled at each point of injection. The doctors nodded, in conclave, indicating that science had foreseen, even planned, this distraction. From among them came Dr. Fell with a scalpel in his hand and a gleam in his eye seldom permitted at large in civilized society, a gleam which the Reverend recalled having seen in the eye of a Plains Indian medicine man, whose patient regarded it respectfully as part of the professional equipment assembled to kill him. With the bravura of a young buck in an initiation ceremony, he slashed the arms open at each point of infection. Dr. Fell did a good job. They drained for 2 months. Winter thawed into sodden spring, cruel April and depraved May reared and fell behind, and the doctors realized that the subject was nearing exhaustion, might, in fact, betray them by escaping to the dissection table. A few among them bravely submitted, in the interests of science, new experiments and removals, but during Wyatt's prolonged residence many comparatively healthy people had been admitted to the hospital, and were waiting in understandable impatience to make their own vital contributions to the march of science. With serious regret, the doctors drew their sport to a close, by agreeing on a name for it, Erythema Grave. After this crowning accomplishment they completed the ritual by shaking hands, exchanging words of professional magic, mutual congratulation and reciprocal respect, and sent the boy home to die. In the parsonage, Wyatt lay perspiring freely in his sheets. At one moment his muscles and the joints of his body were so filled with pain that he would deliberate for minutes before moving a limb, or turning over. At other times he was feverishly awake, and the books stacked round him could not hold his exhausted attention. Their titles ran from Doughty's Travels in Arabia Deserta to a Coptic treatise contained in the Codex Brucianus, the Rosarium Philosophorum, 2 books of Dante's Divine Comedy, Wires de Proestigiif Domonum, Llorente's Inquisition Diaspigni, the pages of these and all the rest littered in the margins with notations in Reverend Guyan's hand. Guyan had brought them up, one by one, meaning them to serve for conversation, which he found difficult, but once arrived in the sick room he would stand passing the book nervously from one hand to the other until asked about it. He would look down, as though surprised to find it in his hands, a moment later be talking about it with a fervor which gradually became agitation, until he left off altogether and handed it over, as shy at the idea of trying to press on his son things which so interested him, as he was excited at the possibility of sharing them with him. Then he might simply stand, trying to keep one hand still in the other behind him, while he stared at the floor, in the acute embarrassment of this intimacy which the sickness had created between them. On the other hand, Wyatt read as much as he could, to prepare for these conversations which gave his father such pleasure, to break the silences whose strain showed so readily in that flushed face, and the short exhalations tainted with the sweet freshness of caraway. Sometimes Gwion simply turned and rushed out of the room, with as much restraint as he could manage until he reached the door, as he did one day when he espied a stained familiar pamphlet among his son's papers on the floor. "Where did this come from?" he demanded, snatching it up open on a picture of a wreathed papal monogram tied at the foot with an anchor. "I found it, in the rubbish, on the rubbish heap," Wyatt faltered, "the kitchen midden years ago, behind the carriage barn." He stared at the covetous look on his father's face. "I didn't know. And you've kept it, yes, all this time, kept it for me?" Gwion brought out without looking up from it, turning the spotted pages. "Did you read it?" "Just, the Italian was difficult, I didn't know all the words, but the pictures." That monogram, with the anchor?" "Yes," Gwion murmured, catching it under his thumb, "Clement's monogram, he was martyred, yes, here, Gettato American un Ancora. They tied an anchor to his neck and threw him into the Black Sea." "Yes, into the sea with an anchor? Like the man you told me about?" "The anchor caught on a tombstone, and the man coming down the rope in the celestial sea to free it, and he drowned." "Listen." But Gwion, fearing the insistent monotone that crept into the boy's voice for the delirium it might forebode, hurried out of the room, studying the picture of the subterranean sanctuary discovered beneath the Basilica of Saint Clement of Rome, a sudden light in his eyes as though his senses were afloat with vapors from 2,000 years before. Gwion's entrances were often as precipitous as this escape, and there were times Wyatt pretended to be asleep when he heard his father's approach upon the stairs. When he could not read, he painted, with an extraordinary deftness which consumed his whole consciousness, and often left him so tense that he passed into delirium. "Listen, what was it? Listen." It was the deliria that Gwion feared, which left him doubly helpless, trying to conceal his anxiety behind his back, in one hand twisting the other, and he hastened to call Janet, who was, a good part of the time now, the only moving thing in the house. She remained, giving testimony to Aunt May's inquisition. So far as anyone knew, she never left the house. Her voice had gained the timbre of that of a grown man when she raised it in the full volume of speech. But this was infrequent. She usually spoke in a hoarse whisper, lubricated by a salivary flow which she had difficulty controlling, and caused, though she did not know it, by a medicine compounded of mercury which she'd found in Aunt May's cabinet, renewed and taken reverently in uniform overdose since Aunt May's death. Her shoulders were broad, thighs narrowed, and with squarely muscular hands she plied an emery cloth to remove the fine filaments which darkened her chin. In any other native household, her regular absences from her work, or those occasions which found her insensibly rigid before an empty window, or prostrate on the kitchen floor, might have been taken for organic disorders, and, like the venerable Orsola Benincasa, whose 16th-century childhood was visited by innumerable misinterpreted ecstasies, she might have been bruised black and blue, pricked with needles, and burned with exposed flames to rouse her. But Reverend Gwion remarked to himself that her derelictions from duty had occurred most notably during Easter week of that year, that about 8 o'clock on Thursday evening, in the midst of serving his dinner, she was numbly entranced before the kitchen stove, and the following afternoon at 3 he almost upset her in the dark passage outside his study door, where she stood limbs immobilely extended before the Cruz con Espejos. When modern devices fail, it is our nature to reach back among the cures of our fathers. If those fail, there were fathers before them. We can reach back for centuries. Gwion appreciated the extended hands of his people less and less as the months passed. The doctors refused him information of any direct nature, guarding the frail secrets of their failing magic as carefully as Zuni priests planting prayer sticks. And then there was that hallowed tribal agreement among them never to admit one another's mistakes, which they called ethics. On the other, the spiritual, hand, the congregation breathed out stale prayers for the boy's recovery. But in the end they always gave their God full leave to do as he wished, to remove the lad if such were his sacred whim, loading the fever-stricken boy with the guilt it had taken them generations to accumulate. They called this humility. The sermons thundered at them from the pulpit of their peaceful church increased in violence, and embraced expiatory petitions to the Lord their God less and less frequently. Still the grey faces continued to appear, drawn by duty and, though none but the town carpenter might have admitted it, a sort of perilous curiosity. The tension mounted, until the sermon on the evils of vivisection, on the morning of June 24, after which the Reverend retired for the rest of the summer. That Sunday morning, St. John's, or, as the Reverend reminded them in a deceptively peaceful voice, Midsummer Day, the simple altar was decorated with flowered sprigs of oak trees. The warm light of the sun stretched in long empty patterns from the diamond-shaped panes across the congregation. Someone's liver and white hound appeared and tussled briefly with the bell rope, came part way down the aisle, and then sensing something turned and fled. The sermon, meanwhile, had progressed from vivisection to the Mojave Indians, among whom it is humbly understood, and I quote from foremost authority, to be the nature of doctors to kill people in this way just as it is in the nature of hawks to kill little birds for a living. Among the Mojaves, it is believed that everyone dead under the doctor's hand falls under his power in the next life. Superstition. It is what we, gathered here today in the sight of God, call superstition. We call such people as those benighted savages, and send missionaries among them, to enlighten them with the word of truth we are gathered together to worship here today. For centuries, missionaries have brought back stories to make us blanch with horror, stories of human sacrifice practiced in the interests of religion on the blood-stained altars of the Aztecs. Yet we support in our very midst a highly respected class of men who are Aztecs in their own right. Like ourselves, they may throw up their hands at the thought of murdering a maiden on a stone altar. But it is only that this was done to serve a god different from their own, that shocks them. We may find them wringing their hands in reproach against those who roasted St. Lawrence on a gridiron. Is it the roasting they regret? Is it the suffering of St. Catherine on the wheel? The choking cries of Tyndall being strangled? The muffled words of forgiveness on the lips of John Huss at the stake? Those of our Lord on the cross? O Sancta Simplicitas! No. They regret simply that none of these experiments was carried out under the scientific conditions of a medical pathological laboratory. He had already gone 10 minutes beyond the time usually allotted to the sermon, but the grey faces were bound in wonder. Tell me, how did Asclepius end? He demanded, reaching his turning point. Asclepius, the Greek god of medicine. Why, Zeus slew him with a thunderbolt. But we mortals, what are we allowed? Not even as little as John of Bohemia, who threw his surgeon into the river when he failed to cure the king's blindness. No terms, like the Hungarian king 5 centuries ago, who could promise full reward to the surgeon who cured his arrow wound, with death if he failed. No, we turn them loose, with money in their pockets, and expressions of deep respect for their failures. The same trust, and confidence, perhaps, that Saint Cyril had for the physician who cut out his liver and ate it, that Pope Innocent VIII had in the physician who prescribed the blood of 3 small children for his holiness nerves, of Cardinal Richelieu, on his deathbed, given horse dung in white wine. Have you noticed, he went on, lowering his voice, leaning toward them over the high pulpit, the charm that doctors wear? A cross? No. In the very name of heaven, no. It is a device called the caduceus. Look closely. 2 serpents coupling round a wand, the scepter of a pagan god, the scepter of Hermes. Hermes, the patron of eloquence and cunning, of trickery and theft, the very wand he carried when he conducted souls to hell. The organist, an alert young man, fingered the pages of the next hymn and made sure there was air in the bellows. And when Reverend Guyan hit the pulpit with the flat of his hand and raised his voice from the crisp confidence he had just given to commence a new inventory of the achievements of the medical profession, beginning with who was it that suggested the use of the guillotine in the French Revolution, but a doctor who died under its own blade. There was a cheer from the far end of the nave, a moment of unholy silence, and the organ lusted into Rock of Ages as the town carpenter left hurriedly from one end of the church, in the direction of the Depot Tavern, and Reverend Guyan, shaking but steadily, left from the other. A stirring sermon, everyone agreed, as they agreed that their minister was tired, and might do well to rest for the summer. He was undergoing a severe trial, and they gave him credit for that, as practicing Christians magnanimously sharing their sins approve the suffering of another. Janet's jaw dropped with concentration. Listen. When the seed began to blow, 'twas like a garden full of snow. I didn't mean, Father, a safe conduct from the Emperor Sigismund, but you see how they betrayed him? Keeping the road to paradise littered with filth, to deceive good people. Limited atonement, total depravity. Wait. Unconditional election, limited atonement, total depravity, irresistibility of grace. I didn't mean, Father. What was it? Listen. The power of God to guide me, Janet whispered, the might of God. If you want proof, listen, Father. That. And that Ren, I didn't mean, Father. Father. The wisdom of God to teach me, the eye of God to watch over me, Janet went on, leaving the bedside to run down the stairs and pound on the study door, a thing she had never done, but this time she brought Reverend Guyan bounding back up after her, to listen to his son's broken disjointed confession of killing the wren that day, a confession which broke off and left the boy sitting bolt upright in the bed, his teeth chattering, blazing green eyes fixed on his father. Guyan started to put a hand out, but withdrew it, saying, a wren though, a wren? My boy, that. Why, a wren, you know, the missionaries themselves, the early Christian missionaries used to have it hunted down, and killed, they. The wren was looked on as a king, and that. They couldn't have that. Around Christmas. They couldn't have that, he finished, withdrawing slowly, his voice trailing off as his son sank back on the bed, and Guyan turned abruptly and hurried back downstairs to his study, where he bolted the door and reached to a bookshelf for the works of St. John of the Cross. The ear of God to hear me, the word of God to speak for me. Janet paused, at the bedside, to listen to the church bell ringing the hour. But like those on the pillow before her, her lips kept moving. Hidden from people and the declining sun by the heavy green of the yew trees, Guyan kept to his study. He was reaching back. The longest day of the year was past, and long past the annual midsummer day magic of bonfires to impel the sun on its suddenly flagging course, a measure despaired of, when religion took the reins, faith the ritual, and the day was turned over to St. John Baptist who, in return for these same bonfires, rid cattle of sickness and banished the witches who caused it, raised splendid harvests, and even brought rain in Russia to the families of women who bathed on his day there, though faith had not quite won the day there. If drought continued, rain could certainly be brought by tossing into the nearest lake the corpse of a villager who had drunk himself to death. But in New England rain fell according to the caprice of a divine who was to be propitiated only by making good use of it, and feast days, such as this Sunday, were best spent in the reverent complacency of sitting still. The outdoors was still light after supper time, though Guyan had refused supper from behind his study door, and Wyatt ate scarcely a bite before he lay back, whispering at the ceiling, leaving Janet contorted in prayer beside him. All day she had moved through the halls, on the stairs, to the kitchen in near silence, the only sounds to betray her to man the slavering lisps of her higher devotion which she exercised now, the hand of God to protect me, the way of God to lie before me, the shield of God to shelter me, the host of God to defend me, Christ with me, Christ before me, Christ behind me, Christ within me. Birds ran on the empty lawns of the parsonage pecking at fallen irregular shapes of unripe crab apples. Swallows cut silent erratic courses above the carriage barn. The only clear sound was the sound of the sleigh bells. Christ beneath me, Christ above me, Christ at my right, Christ at my left, Christ in breadth, Christ in length, Christ in height. Wyatt lay full length on his back, listening without hearing, staring without seeing at the familiar lines on the ceiling, a network of cracks which had formed an Arabian camel in childhood, since become bactrian and grown a long tail. The windows were opened, and the whole house so silent that the warmth of day seemed even to have penetrated the dim corridors and set at rest the creaking contention among those dark angles of woodwork. Thus the sound from the carriage barn came inside, interrupted only by its own impatient pauses. It was these clinking splinters of sound which suddenly seemed to penetrate Janet, raise her from her bedside attitude and lift her away to her own room, where no one but she had entered bodily since she first entered it herself. Her door closed, closeting the stifled sound which escaped her as she sank to the floor. It was almost an hour from dark. Gwion stared at the branches arm's length through the study window. From beyond those lacings of yew came the sound of the sleigh bells, seeming more insistent with the approaching darkness. His arm rested as though lifeless on the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and he tapped the hard-closed cover of the Malleus Maleficarum with his fingertip. Hardly moving in his chair, he took the flask from its cavity in the dark night of the soul, and drank down half a tumblerful of schnapps. He placed the empty glass on the level surface of a volume of the Index, and said aloud, after a few minutes had passed, "So, make full proof of thy ministry." But the book open before him was not the Bible, nor the word St. Paul's. Close to the outskirts of every big village a number of stones may be noticed stuck into the ground, apparently without order or method. These are known by the name of a song, and on them is offered the sacrifice which the Asongtata demands. The sacrifice of a goat takes place, and a month later that of a langur, Entellus monkey, or a bamboo rat is considered necessary. The animal chosen has a rope fastened round its neck and is led by 2 men, one on each side of it, to every house in the village. It is taken inside each house in turn, the assembled villagers, meanwhile, beating the walls from the outside, to frighten and drive out any evil spirits which may have taken up their residence within. The round of the village having been made in this manner, the monkey or rat is led to the outskirts of the village, killed by a blow of a deo, which disembowels it, and then crucified on bamboos set up in the ground. Round the crucified animal long, sharp bamboo stakes are placed, which form chevaux de frise round about it. These commemorate the days when such defenses surrounded the villages on all sides to keep off human enemies, and they are now a symbol to ward off sickness and dangers to life from the wild animals of the forest. The langur required for the purpose is hunted down some days before, but should it be found impossible to catch one, a brown monkey may take its place, a hullock may not be used. He walked up the stairs slowly. Wyatt slept, the sheet covering him rose to points on the bony protrusions of his body. Only faintly aware of the trouble in his mind over the apparent extreme shortness of the boy's legs, Gwion suddenly brought this terrible impression straight up into his consciousness and, doing so, realized that the points of the sheet were not Wyatt's feet but his knees, so thin they stood up like feet. He moved quickly. He turned down the stairs, and walked from one room to another in the darkened parsonage, past the small butler's pantry where Aunt May had stood weeping silently and alone that day her hawthorn tree had been found torn from the ground. He passed Olalla, her nose broken off a century before by a suppliant whose prayers had gone unheeded, her arm raised in her niche as though to stay him. For an instant fragments of his passing were reflected in the powerful clear mirrors of that cruz con espejos said to have been used by Sor Patrocinio, the bleeding nun, whose pullulating stigmata upset Spanish politics and the throne to such extent that she inclined to wear mittens. Gwion glanced in at the low table in the dining room, Mesa de los Pecados Mortals, cave, Dominus Videt. Abscondum faciam mima biset considerabo novissima eorum, not reading those words but repeating under his breath, as though to give himself strength, words of that 14th century translator of the Bible who died in bed, only to be dug up and burned, already rewarded for his labor of divine love with the revelation, in this world God must serve the devil. In the living room, he turned away from Camilla's picture, where he had stopped, and took John H. down from the wall across. That portrait he put in a broom closet, muttering that the ancestor had probably got just what he deserved. All this time it seemed that Quian was putting off a decision which had already been made. He even stopped to cover a large mirror with a tablecloth. Finally he walked out to the back veranda of the house, and down onto the lawn. Perhaps it was prospect of the white moon's rising which had upset Heracles. The sleigh bells sounded furiously, and then stopped, leaving an urgent silence. Quian was perspiring freely as he paced toward the arbor and back, in spite of the cool night air mounting around him. Then he stopped for a full minute to look toward the shadowed hulk of Mount Lamentation. When he went in at the carriage barn doors, Heracles stood still, quivering his long arms slightly, and then came up to his full height, waving a piece of bread. Quian took the leash from the wall, fastened it to the animal's neck, and together they walked up the lawn toward the house. Afterwards Wyatt could not distinguish reality in these days, and the nights of the weeks just past. Deliria embraced in his memory, and refused to discriminate themselves from one another, from what had happened, and what might have happened. Memories of pain were lost between waking and sleep, and but for the merciless stabbing in his feet that night, no longer identified themselves with definite parts of his body. Prolonged hours of wakefulness, when all he sought was sleep, might turn out to have been sleep when he waked, but most insupportable was the sensational affair which went something like this. Consciousness, it seemed, was a succession of separate particles, being carried along on the surface of the deep and steady unconscious flow of life, of time itself, and in fainting, the particles of consciousness simply stopped, and the rest flowed on, until they were restored, but this was the stoppage. The entire disappearance of that deeper flow which left the particles of consciousness suspended, piling up, ready any instant to shatter with nothing to support them. Still, at such times everything was in order, of shape and color to mass and distance, of minutes accomplishing hours by accumulation, just as the clock itself stayed on the table where it was, if only because it had been accumulating there for so long. That was the reassurance of weight. But had a voice, even his own, quoted, with regard to Saint Joseph of Cupertino, rapture was accompanied by levitation? The grating cry of Janet rang in his ears still. Had he chased her down the brick wall of someone's garden, where she turned on him transformed into a black man, and escaped? Had his father come in with Heracles, shaken him in his bed and pounded the wall saying words he could not understand, and turned to drive the animal out before him and down the stairs? And then a faint cry from the carriage barn below. Had he leapt from his bed toward the pale casement of the window, forgetting that he had been so long off his feet that they were useless, their function totally forgotten, so that he fell screaming at the pain in them? For he woke on the floor with his father beside him, holding him up by the shoulders, his father whom he did not recognize, wild-eyed in that dim light. Then he broke open sobbing at the memory of the pain which had just torn up through his body. "In my feet," he cried, "it was like nails being driven up through my feet," as he was laid back on the bed, blood-spotted at the shoulders, by this shaking man who could hardly walk from the room. A few days later, Wyatt began to recover. He regained the weight of his body by meticulous ounces. That fever had passed, but for the rest of his life it never left his eyes. The town carpenter came to call, and stood looking round the room at the wallpaper. The convalescent's bed had been moved to the sewing room, since its windows faced east and south and those of his own smaller room to north and west, away from the sun. Her sewing cabinet, with its long drawer still full of 1,000 buttons, stood to one side of a window, and over it a shelf with a few books she had never opened since leaving school. There was nothing else of Camilla in the room, though here it was she had come at the moment of death, seeking something. What was it? He whispered sometimes, looking up and around as though he expected her again, though her presence had always been one silent and expectant. Often even while she was in the room it had seemed empty. Camilla had chosen the wallpaper. It was pink, with beaded bands of light blue running to the ceiling and rows of roses between them. Her father had papered the room, and behaved very professionally about it, though his pleasure showed through at the privilege of doing it for them, showed through so well that he had got the paper on upside down. And only now, as he lay on his back and followed its lines up the wall, did Wyatt realize that the roses were roses, not the pink dogs' faces with green hats he had taken them for as a child, and never questioned since. When she stepped into the room that first time, Camilla could not see what had gone wrong. Then she did, but there stood her father with a smile of pride beside her, and she threw her arms over his crooked shoulders and thanked him, and never told him. It was the way things had of working out for her from the start. "It looks fine, it still looks fine," the town carpenter said now, backing into a chair stacked with paintings and sketches and knocking the whole thing over, which immediately put him at his ease by giving him something to do. He admired each piece separately as he picked them up. "The detail. The detail," he said over and over, of these souvenirs of Wyatt's illness by now become permanent fixtures in his life. Of these fragments of intricate work most were copies. Only those which were copies were finished. The original works left off at that moment where the pattern is conceived but not executed, the forms known to the author but their place daunted, still unfound in the dignity of the design. "Look," said the town carpenter, waving a book from the floor. "Balloons." Then he added, "Damn them, the French. Someone's written it in the French language." He stood turning the pages, muttering, "They do that to confuse people, of course. The French covet a truth when they come upon it, you know." He stayed an hour or so, talking himself most of the time, a proclivity he'd developed since he started to become hard of hearing and people tired of the effort of talking to him. Now, he gave a rough précis of the Odyssey. Quine had sent him off one day with Chapman's translation, and as though the voyage had suddenly grown too short, had just introduced Odysseus to Prester John at Ogygia, when Janet came in with Wyatt's supper. The town carpenter behaved with all the courtly grumbling of a shy hero, retiring before her, waving from the door to the boy on the bed and calling out, as though across a chasm, "And they've made me the sexton at the church, you know. The Reverend your father made me the sexton, over their dead bodies if you follow me." And he escaped with both volumes of Tissandier's Histoire de Balance. Thus the bells ringing in the morning hours were usually right on time, but after 11 in the morning they commenced to fall off a bit, for it was a good 15-minute walk from the Depot Tavern to the church. Waking in this room of roses upside down was a new experience. The Don read from the Roses of Eden, as one of those books at his bedside had it from the Talmud, after the day's ends in his own room read from the fires of hell. Here, after the throbbing flow of the night was broken by the first particles of light in the sky, he often pulled a blanket from the bed and crept to the window, to sit there unmoving for the full time it took until the sun itself rose, the unmeasured hours of darkness slowly shattered, rendered into a succession of particles passing separately, even as the landscape separated into tangible identities, each appraising itself in a static withdrawal until everything stood out separate from the silent appraisals around it. He passed the months of convalescence painting, and with increasing frequency broke his gaze at the window to get to work. He was most clear-headed, least feverish, in these early hours when, as unsympathetically as the daylight, his own hand could delineate the reasonable crowded conceits of separation. Only once, going to the window before it was light, he was stopped in his tracks by the horned hulk of the old moon hung alone in the sky, and this seemed to upset him a good deal, for he shivered and tried to leave it but could not, tried to see the time on the clock but could not, listened, and heard nothing. Finally there was nothing for it but to sit bound in this intimacy which refused him, waiting, until the light came at last and obliterated it. Then, mornings just before sunrise, he could hear his father's steps on the east porch below. And though he heard the voice speaking sometimes, he never made out a word. Wyatt missed the sound of sleigh bells. On his first attempt at a long walk outside, he went down to the carriage barn and found it locked and silent. Yes, his time came, Quian said, clearing his throat and pulling at one hand with the other behind him. But no one told me. Well, you were sick. While you were sick I didn't want to upset you. But, then what did you do? Yes, I buried him, down there, down behind the barn there. How did it happen? Did he just? It's funny, some of the things sometimes I think I remember things that couldn't. Like. He looked up earnestly, pausing now as though he expected to be prompted, to see his father watching him with eyes which, had he known it, blazed with the same wild intensity as his own in fever. Sometimes it's bewildering. He faltered, looking down as Quian looked away, turned his back and showed his twisting hands behind him. But only for a moment. Quian swung round, looking very different, reassured, and tried to smile with. You're well? You're well now, almost well? Yes, it's bewildering. He changed the subject clumsily. Like the bulls. Yes, people say they're kept in a dark cell before they're let into the arena, into the bright sun, to confuse them, but that. You should see their confidence, their grandeur when they come in, a great moment, that, when they come in, their heads up, tossing their heads when they come in. He paused to look up and see if he'd relaxed Wyatt's attention, then went on enthusiastically, it's after that, after they stick the bandrillas in the shoulders, you can hear them rattling in the bull's shoulders, a regular dance of fury, it's after that their legs start to cave outward, after that they just stand, bewildered, looking around. Before the sword, they say you don't kill with the sword but with the cape, the art of the cape. He relaxed himself as he spoke, moving about the room until he got near the door, talking as though in a hurry to be gone, but he paused there to finish with, the sword, when the sword is in and the bull won't drop, why, they use the cape then, to spin him around in a tight circle so the sword will cut him to pieces inside and drop him. His legs stiffen right out when they stab him in the brain. Do you want anything? But you're up now. Do you want anything? I'll send Janet up, Quian finished and got out to the stairs. When Janet arrived, Wyatt had her help him out and down the stairs, but he left her in the house when he went down the lawn with his cane. A large stone had been pushed into place against the hole in the hillside, among thorn bushes now bearing early blackberries. The place had been the kitchen midden for as long as he could remember. In his weakness he could not move the stone from its place, for it was very great, and when he started back for the house he tripped against a row of small stakes, driven into the ground there without evident purpose. He climbed unsteadily to his feet from the blemished earth and stones and walked as quickly as he could manage back up the open lawn. There was something defiled about that place which frightened him. From her window above, Janet watched him stagger back into the open, and was down to help him climb to the porch and in, without a word between them. He went upstairs and got to work without a pause. Every week or so he would begin something original. It would last for a few days, but before any lines of completion had been drawn he abandoned it. Still the copies continued to perfection, that perfection to which only counterfeit can attain, reproducing every aspect of inadequacy, every blemish on perfection in the original. He found a panel of very old wood, nearly paper-thin in places but almost of exact size, and on this he started the 7 deadly sins, superbia, ira, luxuria, avaritia, invidia. One by one they reached completion unbroken by any blemish of originality. Secrecy was not difficult in that house, and he made his copy in secret. His father seemed less than ever interested in what passed around him, once assured Wyatt's illness was done. Except for the Sunday sermon, public activities in the town concerned him less than ever. Like Pliny, retiring to his Laurentine villa when Saturnalia approached, the Reverend Quian avoided the bleak festivities of his congregation whenever they occurred, by retiring to his study. But his disinterest was no longer a dark mantle of preoccupation. A sort of hazardous assurance had taken its place. He approached his Sunday sermons with complacent audacity, introducing, for instance, Druidical reverence for the oak tree as divinely favored because so often singled out to be struck by lightning. Through all of this, even to the sermon on the Aurora Borealis, the dark day of May in 1790 whose night moon turned to blood, and the great falling of stars in November 1833, as signs of the Second Advent, Aunt May might well have noted the persistent non-appearance of what she, from that same pulpit, had been shown as the body of Christ. Certainly the present members of the USME Society found many of his references unnecessary. It did not seem quite necessary, for instance, to note that Moses had been accused of witchcraft in the Quran, that the 100,000 converts to Christianity in the first 2 or 3 centuries in Rome were slaves and disreputable people, that in a town on the Nile there were 10,000 shaggy monks and twice that number of God-dedicated virgins, that Charlemagne mass-baptized Saxons by driving them through a river being blessed upstream by his bishops, while Saint Olaf made his subjects choose between baptism and death. No soberly tolerated feast day came round, but that Reverend Quyen managed to herald its grim observation by allusion to some pagan ceremony which sounded uncomfortably like having a good time. Still the grey faces kept peace, precarious though it might be. They had never been treated this way from the pulpit. True, many stirred with indignant discomfort after listening to the familiar story of virgin birth on December 25, mutilation and resurrection, to find they had been attending, not Christ, but Bacchus, Osiris, Krishna, Buddha, Adonis, Marduk, Balder, Attis, Amphion, or Quetzalcoatl. They recalled the sad day the sun was darkened, but they did not remember the occasion as being the death of Julius Caesar. And many hurried home to closet themselves with their Bibles after the sermon on the Trinity, which proved to be Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, as they did after the recital of the Immaculate Conception, where the seed entered in spiritual form, bringing forth, in virginal modesty, Romulus and Remus. If the mild dissuasive tones of the Reverend offended anywhere, it was the proprietary sense of his congregation, and with true Puritan fortitude they resisted any suggestion that their bloody sacraments might have known other voices and other rooms. They could hardly know that the Reverend's powers of resistance were being taxed more heavily than their own, where he withstood the temptation to tell them details of the Last Supper at the Eleusinian Mysteries, the snake in the Garden of Eden, what early translators of the Bible chose to let the word "thy" stand for, where ancient Hebrews placed their hands when under oath, the symbolism of the triune triangle and, in generative counterpart so distressing to early fathers of the Church, the origin of the cross. Janet did not go to church. There was no disaffection, but she seemed to have attained some unity of her own. And she was no longer found benumbed on the kitchen floor, but might interrupt any household drudgery to hurry to her room where rapturous gasps could have been heard from behind the closed door, if anyone had listened. For the most part she went about her work happily, detached, padding through the dim passages in soft slippers, and ordering the kitchen with dark-gloved hands. Occasionally she kept to her bed. Quyen's interest in his son's painting was perfunctory when it did occur, slightly distracted and puzzled as he became now for anything intruding upon him from worlds that were not his own. He only broke through this withdrawal once, when he sustained a shock at seeing an unfinished approximation to the picture of Camilla on the living room mantel. It was done in black on a smooth gesso ground, on strong linen, a stark likeness which left its lines of completion to the eye of the beholder. It was this quality which appeared to upset Quyen. Once he'd seen it he was constantly curious, and would stand looking away from it, and back, completing it in his own mind and then looking again as though, in the momentary absence of his stare and the force of his own plastic imagination, it might have completed itself. Still each time he returned to it, it was slightly different than he remembered, intractably thwarting the completion he had managed himself. "Why won't you finish it?" he burst out finally. "There's something about an unfinished piece of work, a thing like this where, do you see? Where perfection is still possible. Because it's there all the time, all the time you work trying to uncover it. Wyatt caught a hand before him and gripped it as his father's were gripped behind the back turned to him. Because it's there, he repeated. Gwion turned back to the unfinished panel muttering, yes, yes. Praxiteles. And his voice tailed off as he returned and stood following the line of the nose, bringing it back round the broken circle of a Byzantine hoop of gold, while behind him his hands opened and closed on nothing. The table of the 7 deadly sins was unfinished. It remained unfinished for some years, when Wyatt went away to study. It was still hidden and untouched when he came home from divinity school, where he had completed a year's work. Something was wrong then. His father knew it, but Reverend Gwion by this time lived immersed in himself. He shied from talking with Wyatt about his studies. From his flushed face and his agitated manner, it seemed that one word could summon in him histories and arguments of such complexity that they might now take hours, where they had in truth taken centuries, to unravel, but he seemed at pains to dismiss them as quickly as he could, commenting directly, then obliquely, and then changing the subject entirely. Mitras? Of course, he answered to some question of Wyatt's. It didn't fail because it was bad. Mitraism almost triumphed over Christianity. It failed because it was so near good. He mumbled something, and then added, that's the trouble today. No mystery. Everything secularized. No mystery, no weight to anything at all. And he got up and left the room, as he did often in the middle of conversation. Especially these questionings grown from Wyatt's studies. Pelagianism. He repeated over a plate of disintegrated white lima beans, for Wyatt seldom saw him but at meals. If it hadn't been Pelagius it would have been someone else. But by now we, too many of us may embrace original sin ourselves to explain our own guilt, and behave. Treat everyone else as though they were full-fledged. Pelagians doing just as they please. He did not elaborate, but sat drumming his fingers on the mahogany dining room tabletop. Free will. Wyatt commenced, but his father was not listening. In all these discussions there seemed to be decisions he had made privately, and in the effort of suppressing them could at last say nothing at all. But as the weeks passed, Wyatt pressed him more and more for encouragement in his own study for the church. Sometimes Gwion rose to this as though it were his duty to do so. He might manage, for instance, to discourse on the intricacies of transubstantiation without dissent, or even departure from orthodoxy, but as his references mounted, and his enthusiasm grew, reaching the doctrine, which he called Aristotelian, of God retaining the accidents of the bread and wine, in order not to shock his worshippers, he added, and embarked upon a discussion of the accidents of reality, and the redemption of matter, he left the table abruptly to get a reference, a paper, or a book from his study, and did not come back. It was all as though he had no wish to push Wyatt into the ministry, like a man whose forebears have served all their lives on wooden ships, and he the last of them to do so, who will not force his son to serve on one knowing that the last of them will go down with him. Full proof of his ministry had begun. It was beyond his hand to stop it now. Something was wrong. The summer fell away to fall, and Wyatt packed to leave. In the increasing amount of time he had spent painting, a plan formed of its own accord, so spontaneous of generation that he went on unaware of it, and it might seem only by chance that he did not stray from the confines of its design. He had called less and less frequently upon his father for encouragement toward the ministry, and Gwion appeared to appreciate that, to become more relaxed, leading their conversations off in the direction of the past, the monastery in Estremadura, and Father Manomuerta to whom he still wrote, and sent packages of food, or the town of San Zwingli, the barrel organs in the streets, and the still uncanonized patron saint, the only bullfight he had ever seen, and you don't kill with the sword, but with the cape, the art of the cape. He said following his son up the stairs, to the sewing room where Wyatt was packing. The room was littered with sketches, studies, diagrams and unfinished canvases. A large panel stood face to the wall, and Wyatt, who'd entered first, suddenly backed up against it and stood there staring at the floor as though overcome by an idea, something he had known all along, but only now dared bring to consciousness. "What is it? What did you bring me up to show me?" Gwion asked, looking over the litter. "Some painting, is it, you've done?" "Finished." At that he took a step toward the large panel, and Wyatt threw out his arms as though to protect it. "Eh?" Gwion stopped. "What is it? What's the matter? Didn't you have something to show me?" Yes, but I did, but... Here." Wyatt's eyes had been darting about the floor, then he stooped abruptly and snatched up a paper. "Yes, here," he said, holding it out. "You see, this is what I've been doing." He held the paper out, his face in a blank expression which fused into desperate appeal as he looked up at his father. "This? All these lines?" Gwion said, taking it. "Yes, it's studies in perspective. I see, all these lines, coming together here at one point." "Yes," Wyatt mumbled, backing away toward the panel again. "The vanishing point. That's called the vanishing point." He was staring wide-eyed at his father, but he withdrew his eyes quickly when Gwion looked up, and waited there, shaking throughout his frame, until his father left the room. Even then he did not move, but waited until the heavy footfalls sounded to the bottom of the stairs. Then he swung round to the panel, pulled it out from the wall, and looked at this finished copy of the Bosch painting with a new expression on his face. At supper that evening, each of them tended his plate with more than the usual shy pretense to interest, nervously alert to one another, but silent until Gwion called Janet in to open a bottle of wine. He seemed prepared to sit over that dark Oloroso sherry all evening, starting sentences and leaving them unfinished, looking up at his son with the evasiveness of a conspirator, one, that is, involved in a conspiracy to which no one has confessed. For an instant their unblinking eyes locked with one another, then Gwion turned away, and started to recount the brave deceit of the old Italian grandee, the Conte di Brescia, looking, as he spoke, at the table-top of the 7 deadly sins under the far window, without a shadow on his features to suggest that he knew he was looking at an imposture, or hint at the memory of the meticulous and molding pictures he had found buried wrapped in newspapers behind the carriage barn, that evening of Midsummer Day years before. When the bells struck noon next day, at about 1/4 the hour, Janet followed Wyatt's departure as far as the front door, where her blessings engulfed him in a farewell bath of blood, the precious blood which seemed forever now upon her lips. "O blood ineffable, burning blood which I have shed and bathed in with my beloved." And that door closed. The luggage had gone to the station, where Wyatt and his father arrived and stood in the dust without speaking. The sky was a deep grey blue, banded with the colors of rust seen under water. Gwion looked nervously about to speak several times, towering over his son, fingers twitching in the pocket of his black waistcoat. Finally he blurted out, "Do you have that painting?" Wyatt looked overcome, guilt reddened his face until his father interrupted his choking attempt to speak. Her picture, the picture of your mother that you won't finish." Yes, I have it, in that crate, that flat crate there," Wyatt brought out breathless, trying to indicate the crate with casual innocence. "It's there, with, a lot of other pictures. You must finish it, you must try to finish it," Gwion told him. "Finish it, or she will be with you." He paused, looking at his son's face where so few traces betrayed his own, come under self-dominance so long before. "Or she will be with you always," Gwion said, suddenly withdrawing his fingers from the waistcoat pocket, drawing out those 2 large studded Byzantine hoops of gold. Here, he held them out. These were hers, these were hers. Wyatt accepted them, hidden, large as they were, in his hand. He started to speak, but his father, looking away from him toward the east, made a sound, and they were both caught, as a swimmer on the surface is caught by that cold current whose suddenness snares him in cramps and sends him in dumb surprise to the bottom. The sun showed their motionless shadows on the rough wood platform. Then the sun was obscured by a cloud, and the shadows disappeared. When the sun came out in the shadows were gone. Days passed, then weeks, and Guyan, restlessly leaving his study to pace those dim passages, the mirrors in the crew's espejos clenching at him as he emerged, to pause beyond and confront Olalla silently, or listen for the creaking from the sharp angles of woodwork around him, muttering, "And he took my razor. He took my razor." And then, when he'd received the letter, the final perseverance of, yes, perspective, the vanishing point. Before he'd even opened it, he gazed at the unfamiliar postage stamps, made out the postmark, Munchen, and finally took it out with him, to read on a walk in the clear air of that season. He walked out, toward the abandoned bridge works, seen by no one, this man born on the yellow day in Boston when the volcano Krakatoa had erupted on the other side of the earth and night came everywhere with the red sunset, only now in age approaching maturity, waiting, like Manto, while time circled him, to make full proof of his ministry. The New England evening had taken on the chill of finished day, the chill of reality which follows sunset. All Saints approached, and All Souls, when in France there would be picnics in the cemeteries, and in Spain they would be out to place chrysanthemums on the graves, against beaded wreaths and the ornate names of the dead, where Camilla's name stood out in cold vigilance, waiting. Guilt. He murmured, walking with the letter unfolded in his hand. Because of guilt, my son cannot study for the ministry. Guilt. Good God. Are you hiding somewhere under this welter of fear, this chaos of blood and mutilation, these terrors of weak minds? A feeling of guilt, dear heaven, what other kind of Christian ministers do you send us? Or have there ever been? The fool. And I thought I could spare him. Perhaps, if he knew the truth. An abrupt shudder broke through his whole frame, and he stood as though he had been pierced, the shock of the past in that woman's voice perhaps, pagan indeed. And his faltering withdrawal, set foot inside myself. He sniffed, as though to clear his head of vaporous memories risen from some chill sanctuary deep in the basilica of the past, and squared his shoulders as he had coming forth from that subterranean Mithraeum under the church of Saint Clement of Rome. And suddenly he sought the empty sky for the sun. But the sudden cooling of the air, and this letter, had startled the old man into the present, from which he turned and trudged back in a lucidity of memory against which he was defenseless. The memories became facts, including him unsparingly in their traffic, but shut him unmercifully out from intrusion, left him walking slowly and impotent among their hard thrusts. The shrill cry of Heracles echoed down from the house on two voices, and the dark-stained faces of the mirrors mounted in the cross. His discovery upon her corpse's head that Aunt May had worn a transformation, hidden from him those last years of her life with the care of blessed Clara. That plain casket gone deep in earth, while the other stood a man's height above the earth, anticipating dehiscence, ready to shell in falling, Camilla, and her death of which he never spoke, the white carriage mounting the rock-studded road, its course marked by the stations of the cross and droppings of animals still too fresh to be picked up for fuel, toward the cypress trees. That desolate Eucharist on Christmas Day at Nuestra Señora de la Otra Vez, the accidents of reality, Christ made of buffalo hide, or was it human skin? In the cathedral at Burgos. The bewilderment of the bulls, the port, and Columbus surrounded by lions. Then the trees of Tuscany in speared erection, the apologetic decay of the Conti di Brescia, the marble porch at Lucca so beautiful that no one ever stopped to look at it, and the image, and the words of William Rufus, to Bishop Gundulph of Rochester, by the holy face of Lucca, God shall never have me good for all the evil that he hath wrought upon me. Tearing his eyes from the empty place in the sky where the sun had set, he stopped stumbling back by years and ran, vaulted through centuries. The letter he had torn in pieces lay on the moving air for an instant, was caught, spread up over the ground and blew away from him like a handful of white birds startled into the sky. 2. Tres curios, vos matres anciens. Suelmont les plus beaux, ce sunt les faux. Paul Udall, Trus et Truckers. On the terrace of the dome sat a person who looked like the young George Washington without his wig, at about the time he dared the Ohio country. She read, with silently moving lips, from a book before her. She was drinking a bilious-colored liquid from a globular goblet, and every 20 or so pages would call to the waiter, in perfect French, "Un Ricard," and add one to the pile of 1 franc saucers before her. "Voilà ma propre Sainte-Chapelle," she would have said of that rising tower, the sentence prepared in her mind, if anyone had encouraged conversation by sitting down at her table. No one did. She read on. Anyone could have seen it was transition she was reading, if any had looked. None did. Finally an unshaven youth bowed slightly, as with pain, murmured something in American, and paused with a dirty hand on the back of a chair at her table. "Je vous en prie," she said, lucid, lowering transition, waiting for him to sit down before she went on. "Merci," he muttered, and dragged the chair to another table. Paris lay by like a promise accomplished. Age had not withered her, nor custom staled her infinite vulgarity. Nearby, a man exhibited 2 fingers, one dressed as a man, one as a woman, performing on a tabletop. 3 drunken young Englishmen were singing the Teddy Bears Picnic. 3 dirty children from Morocco were selling peanuts from the top of the basket and hashish from the bottom. Someone said that there was going to be a balloon ascension that very afternoon, in the Bois. Someone else said that Karl Marx's bones were buried at Highgate. Someone said, "I'm actually going to be analyzed. Psychoanalyzed." A boy with a beard, in a state of black corduroy, roi, unkemptness which had taken as long as the beard to evolve, said, "I've got to show these pictures, I've got to sell some of them, but how can I have people coming up there with him there? He's dying. I can't put him out on the street, dying like that." Even in Paris. A girl said that she had just taken a villa right outside Paris, a place called Saint Forget. "Of course it's a hideous place, and I had to pay a fioul sum to get the tiresome French family that was there out of it, but it's such a sweet little old address to get mail at." Another girl said, "My concierge has been returning all my mail marked Inconnu just because I only gave her 10 francs pourboire." People who would soon be seen in New York reading French books were seen here reading Italian. Someone said, in slurred, blasé, French, "Un café au lait." Over this grandstand disposal of promise the waiters stared with a distance of glazed indulgence which all collected under it admired, as they admired the rudeness, which they called self-respect, the contempt, which they called innate dignity, the avarice, which they called self-reliance, the tasteless ill-made clothes on the men, lauded as indifference, and the far-spaced posturings of haute couture across the Seine, called inimitable or chic according to one's stay. Marvelous to wide eyes, pricked ears, and minds of that erectile quality betraying naive qualms of transatlantic origin, alert here under hair imitative long grown, uncombed, on the male, curtly shorn on the girls, was this spectacle of culture fully realized. They regarded as the height of excellence that nothing remained to be done, no tree to be planted nor building torn down. They had not visited Le Bourget, found the wreckage up behind the Hotel de Ville picturesque, no tree too low nor building too high, those telescoping lamp-posts on the Pont du Carrousel, no bud of possibility which had not opened in the permanent bloom of artificial flowers, no room for that growth which is the abiding flower of humility. Amon trace aim frère Lazarus, que vous me mandez de Petrus l'apôtre de notre du Jesus. Wrote Mary Magdalene. Notre fils Césarien va bien. Wrote Cleopatra to Julius Caesar. There was a letter from Alexander the Great to Aristotle, mon ami. From Lazarus to Saint Peter, concerning Druids, from Pontius Pilate to Tiberius, Judas's confession, to Mary Magdalene, a passport signed by Vercingetorix, notes from Alcibiades, Pericles, and a letter to Pascal, on gravitation, from Newton, who was 19 when Pascal died. But M. Chasles, eminent mathematician of the late 19th century, paid 140,000 francs for this collection of autographs, for he believed them genuine. They were, after all, written in French. So the Virgin appeared to Maximin and M. Laney at La Salette, identified herself by speaking to them in French which they did not understand, broke into their local patois for long enough to put across her confidences, and then returned to her native language for farewell. Any wonder that transatlantic visitors approached it with qualms? Murmured in tones spawned in forests, on the plains in unrestricted liberty, from the immensity of mountains, the cramped measure of their respect, approached in reverence the bier where every shade of the corpse was protected from living profanation by the pallbearers of the Académie Française. Before their displacement from nature, baffled by the grandeur of their own culture which they could not define, and so believed did not exist, these transatlantic visitors had learned to admire in this neatly parceled definition of civilization the tyrannous pretension of many founded upon the rebellious efforts of a few, the ostentation of thousands presumed upon the strength of a dozen who had from time to time risen against this vain complacence with the past to which they were soon to contribute, giving, with their harried deaths, grounds for vanity of language, which they had perfected, supercilious posturing of intellect, which they had suffered to understand and deliver, in defiance, insolent arbitration of taste, grown from the efforts of those condemned as having none, contempt for others flourishing from seedlings which they had planted in the reign of contempt for themselves, dogmata of excellence founded upon insulting challenges wrought in impossible hope, and then grasped, for granted. From their hands fallen clenching it as dogma. From the intractable perfection of the crepusculous lie de la Cite, seen from the Pont des Arts, to the static depravity of the Grands Boulevards, it was unimpeachable, insuperficiating. This perfection, it absorbed the beholder and shut out the creator. No more could it have imitation than a mermaid, though echoes were heard of the siren of Djibouti. Voici votre Perrier Mcr. Mais jai dit café au lait, pas d'eau Perrier. A small man in a sharkskin suit said, "Son putus, why not a moss?" Putus, putus, putus. Someone said, Picasso. Someone else said, Kafka. A girl said, "You deliberately try to misunderstand me. Of course I like art. Ask anybody." Nearby, a young man with a beard received compliments on his recent show. It was a group of landscapes in magenta and madder lake. Trace amusant, guy, trace original, he was French. It was quite a rage. He said he had walked 4 kilometers out of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, found he'd forgotten all of his colors but magenta and madder lake, so he went ahead and painted anyhow. He said, Quelquefois j'ai passé la nuit entière à finir un tableau. Someone said that there was a town in Switzerland called Gland. Someone told the joke about Carruthers and his horse. On the right bank, a lady said, "You'll like Venice. It's so like Fort Lauderdale." At the same table, a man said, "I'm going to look her up. She's lived here for years, right outside Paris, a place called Banlieue." At another table someone said, "By God, you know, they're almost as rude to us as they are to each other." On Montmartre, someone looked up at the Sacré-Cœur and said, "What the hell do you think they call that?" The woman with him said, "Why bother to go all the way to the top, I haven't got my camera." A girl said, "Voulez-vous voir le ciné cochon? Du femme." Above, the thing itself towered exotic and uninvited, affording the consolation of the grotesque, that dead white Byzantine Romanesque surprise which was heaped in bulbiferous pyramids atop the Hill of the Martyrs in the late 19th century, soon after the city had finished installing a comprehensive new sewage system. It was a monument, the church, not, as many had it, to the French victory over Prussia, but to the Jesuit victory over France. The birth of Ignatius of Loyola was early understood to have erred only in its location. Spain was origin, but none has ever excelled France in vocational guidance for the ideas of others, and it was obvious, in France, that his Society of Jesus could be best advanced through the medium of the French mind. In the mid-17th century, the Society was having difficulty with the Jansenists, and the contributions of Pascal upset them almost as much as did the miracle of the Holy Thorn, a relic which cured little Marguerite Perrier of fistula lachrymalis. It was a Jansenist miracle. The Society recouped, found its own Marguerite and, with the kindly instruction and encouragement of Père La Colombière, her confessor, she revealed to the world a parade of the marvelous which shocked even those who were compelled to believe, an account which made a cure of fistula lachrymalis, never a pretty thought, pale into organic commonplace. The searing narrative of Marguerite Marie Alacoque passed from hand to hand for some 2 centuries until at last, in 1864, Pope Pius IX was assailed with a petition asking highest recognition for the Sacred Heart, the afflicted organ. In fact, the petition itself participated in the miraculous, bearing as it did 12 million signatures forth from a country whose district records showed 3/4 of its brides and grooms unable to write their names. A bare decade after the beatification, papal decree consecrated the Universal Catholic Church to the Sacred Heart, and the Society has since defended its successful exploit against all comers with the same dexterous swashbuckling that was shown in its achievement, against the Virgin of La Salette, against promoters of the devotion of the Perpetual Rosary, even against the prodigal, 85 liters per minute, Virgin of Lourdes, whose bottled testimonials were soon flowing broadcast when proved not liable to the excise levies and export taxes of the Republic. Amid a crowd equaling the population of Afghanistan, the Sacre-Cœur launched its church on the crown of that hill Saint Denis had once approached carrying his head under his arm. The new public utility, so it was called, was dedicated by Cardinal Archbishop Guibert, disdaining insular mutterings which insinuated that the Society had plagiarized the Sacred Heart from England's leading philosopher, William Godwin, who thought of it first. And eventually, the devotions within the favored land made truce. After all, as Monseigneur Segur said, the Virgin shows very good taste in choosing France as the theatre for her apparitions. Near the Bourse, a lady said, "De tourists, oui, mais de sales anglais, la, regard as CE type la." She indicated a figure across the street, not a dirty Englishman, as she noted, but Wyatt, who lived nearby. With no idea of Paris when he arrived, he had been fortunate enough to find quarters in this neighborhood which maintained anonymity in the world of arts. Few people lived here. Activity centered around the stock exchange. On Sunday it was empty. He knew few people, and them he saw infrequently. In 3 years, he had not written his father, and after a year in Paris he had finished 7 pictures, working with a girl named Christiane, a blonde model with small figure and features. As she exposed the side of her face, or a fall of cloth from her shoulder, he found their suggestion of the lines he needed, forms which he knew but could not discover in the work without this allusion to completed reality before him. He had by now little money, and so in addition to his own work he did some restoring of old paintings for an antique dealer who paid him regularly and badly. He did not spend time at cafe tables talking about form, or line, color, composition, trends, materials. He worked on this painting, or did not think about it. He knew no more of surrealism than he did of the plethora of daubs turned out on Montmartre for tourists, those arbiters of illustration to whom painting was a personalized representation of scenes and creatures they held dear, might not know art but they knew what they liked, hand-painted pictures, originals, for which they paid in the only currency they understood, to painters whose visions had shrunk to the same proportions. He might walk up there occasionally and see them, the alleys infested with them painting the same picture from different angles, the same painting varying from easel to easel as different versions of a misunderstood truth, but the progeny of each single easel identical reproduction, following a precept of Henner who called this the only way of being original. Passing, he showed all the interest for them he might have for men whitewashing walls. Still, a dull day in the fall, a day which had lost track of the sun and the importunate rendition of minutes and hours the sun dictates, and that configuration on Montmartre stood out in preternatural whiteness, the ceremonial spectre of a peak, an abrupt alp in the wrong direction. Walking home alone, the cold bearing in a dread weight of anxiety, the sense of something lost, passing people closely he passed them with wonder as though he'd seen no one in years, looking into every face as though hoping to recognize something there. Could the cold differentiate? Aside from the change in clothing where the trees and the people reciprocate, the people suddenly came out muffled, and what trees there were stood forth in the mottled dishabille of discolored leaves? But even the streets, and the lights showing along the streets looked different, recalling nakedness in angular displeasure, summoning the fabled argument between the sun and the wind, dist ending the brief Rue Vivienne into the crowded desolation of Maximilianstrasse, the secure anonymity of childhood recalled by the fall of the year, and a Munich which had known spring and summer only in the irretrievable childhood of the Middle Ages, that hence, forward, there was no direction but down, no color but one darker, no sky but one more empty, no ground but that harder, no air but the cold. Bit. Propriety faded, the level decorum of French roofs might break into the fibrous fakery of Italian and French Rococo, an occasional tumor of 19th-century Renaissance sparked by the Byzantine eye behind the Allerheiligen Hofkirche's Romanesque facade. As lonely, or more lonely, so they say one is in a crowd, the buildings in Munich's modern town stood away from each other in their differences, made up to extremes like guests at a Venetian masquerade, self-conscious perpetrations of assertive adolescence, well-traveled, almost wealthy, deracines, they had gathered as transcripts of their seducers who were not known in this land, and stood now stricken in erect silence up and down the aisles of the avenues, surprised that those they had known in conglomerate childhood had also traveled, had also been seduced, and that, in this shocked instant, by lovers more beautiful than their own. Like paralyzed barbs of lightning, hooked crosses in the streets had portended Holocaust, while alone indigenous, hermaphrodite host and doubly barren, the Frauenka arch disembosomed impartial welcome from twin and towering domes at which the others railed but could not supplant. Empty pavilions colonnaded on a hill across the river witnessed the afternoon pleasure of a child who had been called away, and left this glittering plaything for the wind to tear. Now, he painted at night. In the afternoon he worked at restoring old pictures, or in sketching, a half-attended occupation which broke off with twilight, and Christiane went on her way uncurious, uninterested in the litter of papers bearing suggestion of the order of her bones and those arrangements of her features which she left behind, unmenaced by magic, unafraid, she walked toward the Gare Saint-Lazare, unhurried, seldom reached it, for it was no destination, before she was interrupted, and down again, spread. Again, indifferent to the resurrection which filled her and died, and the Gare Saint-Lazare, a railway station and so a beginning and an end, came forth on the evening vision, erect in testimony, and then, for what became of the man who was raised, stood witness to a future which, like the past, was liable to no destination, and collected dirt in its fenestrated sores. He painted at night, and often broke off in a fever at dawn, when the sun came like the light of recovery to the patient just past the crisis of fatal illness, and time the patient became lax, and stretched fingers of minutes and cold limbs of hours into the convalescent resurrection of the day. The streets, when he came out, were filled with people recently washed and dressed, people for whom time was not continuum of disease but relentless repetition of consciousness and unconsciousness, unrelated as day and night, or black and white, evil and good, in independent alternation, like the life and death of insects. This can happen, staying awake, the absolutes become confused, time the patient seen at full living length, in exhaustion. One afternoon he went to sleep, woke alone at twilight, believed he had slept the night through, lost it, here was dawn. He went out for coffee. The streets were full, but unevenly. There was a pall on every face, a gathering of remnants in suspicion of the end, a melancholia of things completed. Wyatt, haggard as he was, looked with such wild uncomprehending eyes on a day beginning so, that he attracted the attention of a policeman who stopped him. "Oh, you allez-vous don? Chez moi. Vos papiers s'il vous plaît." Mon passeport? Gene1ai sur moi, c'est chez moi. Où habitez-vous? 24 rue de la Bourse. Tu es que vous faites? Je suis painter. Où done? Chez moi. Où habitez-vous? Mais. Avez-vous de moyens? Oui. Wyatt reached into his pocket, took out what francs he had, showed the money. Alors, said the policeman, il faut toujours en avoir sur soi, de one argent, vous savez. After a glass of coffee he climbed the stairs to his room. Someone was waiting in the dim light of the hall. As Wyatt approached, the figure turned, put out a hand and murmured a greeting. My name is Creamer, he said. I met you last week, in the Muette Gallery. May I come in for a moment? He spoke precise English. Wyatt opened the door to his room, ordered and large, blank walls, a spacious north window. You will be showing some of your pictures next week, I believe. 7 pictures, Wyatt said, making no effort to expose them. I am interested in your work. Oh, you've seen it? No, hardly. But I see here, motioning toward the straight easel, where a canvas stood barely figured, that it is interesting. I am writing the art column in La Macule. Creamer's cigarette, which he had not taken from his lips since he appeared, had gone out at about the length of a thumbnail. He looked rested, assured, hardly a likely visitor at dawn. I shall probably review your pictures next week, he added after a pause which had left Wyatt smoothing the hair on the back of his head, his face confused. Oh, then, of course, you want to look at them now? Don't trouble yourself, Creamer said, walking off toward the window. You are studying in Paris? No. I did in Munich. In Germany. That is too bad. Your style is German, then. German Impressionism. No, not. Quite different. Not so. Modern? German Impressionism, modern. No, I mean, the style of the early Flemish. Van Eyck. But less. Less stern? Yes. Roger de la Pasture, perhaps. What? Van der Weyden, if you prefer. Creamer shrugged. He was standing with his back to the window. In Germany. I did one picture in the manner of Memling, very much the manner of Memling. The teacher, the man I studied with, Herr Koppel compared it to David, Gerard David's painting The Flaying of the Unjust Judge. Memling, alors. But I lost it there, but, do you want to look at the work I've done here? Don't trouble. But I should like to write a good review for you. I hope you do. It could help me a great deal. Yes. Exactly. They stood in silence for almost a minute. Will you sit down? Wyatt asked finally. Creamer showed no sign of hearing him but a slight shrug. He half turned to the window and looked out. You live in a very clandestine neighborhood, for a painter? He murmured agreeably. In the darkening room the cigarette gone out. Looked like a sore on his lip. The anonymous atmosphere. Wyatt commenced. But of course, Creamer interrupted. There was a book on the floor at his feet, and he moved it with the broad toe of one shoe. We recalled Degas, et. He went on in the same detached tone of pleasantry, his remark, that the artist must approach his work in the same frame of mind in which the criminal commits his deed. Et. Yes. He approached Wyatt slightly hunched, his hands down in his pockets. The reviews can make a great difference. He smiled. All the difference. Difference? To selling your pictures. Well then, Wyatt said, looking away from the blemished smile, down to the floor, bringing his arms together behind him, twisted until he'd got hold of both elbows, and his face, thin and exhausted, seemed to drain of life. Yes, that's up to the pictures. It's not, of course, Creamer said evenly. What do you mean? Wyatt looked up, startled, dropping his arms. I am in a position to help you greatly. Yes, yes, but art criticism pays very badly, you know. But, well, his face creased. If you should guarantee me, say, 1/10 of the sale price of whatever we sell. We? You. I could guarantee you excellent reviews. Nothing changed in Creamer's face. Wyatt's eyes burned as he looked, turning green. Are you surprised? Creamer asked, and his face changed now, expressing studied surprise, scorning to accept, while before him Wyatt looked about to fall from exhaustion. You. For my work. You want me to pay you, for. Yes, think about it, said Creamer, turning to the door. No, I don't need to. It's insane, this proposition. I don't want it. What do you want of me? He went on, his voice rising as Creamer opened the door. There was hardly light, not enough to cast a shadow, left in the room. As they had talked, each became more indistinct, until Creamer opened the door, and the light of the minutary threw his hat shadow across the sill. I regret that I disturbed you, he said. I think you need rest, perhaps. But think about it. Wyatt followed him to the door, crying out, Why did you come here? Now. Why do you come at dawn with these things? Creamer had already started down the stairs. At dawn? He called back, pausing. Why, my dear fellow, it's evening. It's dinner time. Then the sounds of his feet on the stairs, and the light of the minutary failed abruptly, leaving Wyatt in his doorway clutching at its frame, while the steps disappeared below unfaltering in the darkness. Two fauteuils en avoir sur soi, de one argent, vous savez. Like lions, out of the gates, into the circus arena, cars roared into the open behind the opera from the mouth of the Ruhmgatter. Around it this faked imperial Rome lay in pastiche on the banks of its Tiber, though Tiber's career, from the Apennine ravines of Tuscany, skirting the Sabina mountains to course through Rome and reach with two arms into the sea, finds unambitious counterpart in the Seine, diked and dammed across the decorous French countryside, proper as wallpaper. Nevertheless, they had done their best with what they had. The Napoleons tried very hard. The first one combed his hair, and that of his wife and brothers, like Julius Caesar and his family combed theirs. L. David, having painted pictures of Brutus and Andromache and the Horatii, painted his picture looking, as best he could manage, like Julius Caesar, and Josephine doing her very best, the coronation, to look above suspicion herself. Everyone rallied round, erecting arches, domes, pediments, and copied what the Romans had copied from the Greeks. Empire furniture, candlesticks, coiffures. Somewhere beyond them hung the vision of Constantine's Rome, its 11 forums, 10 basilicas, 18 aqueducts, 37 city gates, 2 arenas, 2 circuses, 37 triumphal arches, 5 obelisks, 423 temples with their statues of the gods in ivory and gold. But all that was gone. There was no competition now. Not since Pope Urban VIII had declared the Colosseum a public quarry. As the spirit of collecting art began in Rome, eventually it began in Paris, reached the proportions of the astounding collection of that wily Sicilian blood the Cardinal Mazarin, murmuring to his art as he left in decline and exile, Kjai tant aime, French enough to add, et qui mont tant could. If the Roman connoisseur could distinguish among 5 kinds of patina on bronze by the smell, French sensitivities soon became as cultivated. If, to please the Roman connoisseur, sapphires were faked from obsidian, sardonyx from cheap-colored jasper, French talents were as versatile, un client désir de Corot. L'article manque sur le marche. Fabriquons en. And one day, of Corot's 2,500 paintings, 7,800 were to be found in America. Even then they knew the value of art. or of knowing the value of art. As Calangis said to Madame de Seven, pictures are bullion. Paris, fortunate city. By now a swollen third of the way into the 20th century, still to be importuned by those who continued to take her at her own evaluation. Perhaps a kindred homage which rang across the sea was well earned, from a land whose length was still ringing with the greeting "Hello succor." Perhaps 50 million Frenchmen couldn't be wrong. 4 million of them, at any rate, were nursing venereal diseases, and among the ladies syphilis brought about some 40,000 miscarriages that year. Paris, a sobriquet to conjure with, her real name Laetitia, it bore magic in the realm of art, as synonymous with the word itself as that of Nisseret, Phryne, had once been with love. Long since, of course, in the spirit of that noblesse oblige which she personified, Paris had withdrawn from any legitimate connection with works of art, and directly increased her entourage of those living for art's sake. One of these, finding himself on trial just 2 or 3 years ago, had made the reasonable point that a typical study of a Barbizon peasant signed with his own name brought but a few hundred francs, but signed Millet, $10,000, and the excellent defense that this subterfuge had not been practiced on Frenchmen, but on English and Americans to whom you can sell anything. Here, in France, where everything was for sale. Under the eyes of Napoleon I, atop a column in the Place Vendôme, and Caesar, the Third Republic bickered on. Having established their own squalid bohemias, there was no objection to handing the original over to their hungry neighbor across the Maginot Line, who was busy scrapping the Versailles Treaty, fragment by fragment, until the day when a German envoy would be shot in Paris, and, weeks later, a peace pact signed to prepare for a reenactment of the bloodshed which had provoked this expression of faith from one killed in it, "Tu y tant de saints, ils ferment un le rempart autre de Paris. Que les Zeppelins n'y passeront jamais." And Paris waited, as ever ready as Phryne beset by slanders and threats, to rend her robe and bare her breasts to the mercy of her judges. In an alley, a dog hunting in a garbage can displayed infinite grace in the unconscious hang of his right foreleg. Little else happened that Saturday night in August. St. Bartholomew's Day was warm. It was the dead heat of Paris summer, when Paris cats go to sleep on Paris window sills, and ledges high up, and fall off, and plunge through the glass roof of the lavabo. The center of the city was empty. A sightseeing bus set off from the Place de l'Opéra. A truck and a Citroën smashed before the Galeries Lafayette. At the Pont d'Auteuil, a man's body was dragged out of the Seine with a bicycle tied to it. Among the fixtures, tiled and marbled shapes remindful of a large outdoor bathroom, in the cemetery at Montrouge a widower argued with his dead wife's lover over who had the right to place flowers on her grave. In front of the Bourse, a deaf-mute soccer team carried on conversation in obstreperous silence. On the Quai du Pont Neuf, a Frenchman sat picking his nose. Then he put his arm around his girl and kissed her. Then he picked his nose. It was Sunday in Paris, and very quiet. On the terrace of La Rue, under the soiled stature of the Madeleine's peripteral imposture, Wyatt considered a German newspaper. Taxis limped past, bellicose as wounded animals, collapsing further on at Maxim's, late lunch. Unrepresentatively handsome people passed on foot. Some of them stopped and sat at tables. In Istanbul in the summer, a lady said, "It was Istanbul, wasn't it? We used to take long rides in the cistern, in the summer." Wyatt read slowly and with difficulty in Die Fleischflot, an art publication. His show was over. No pictures had been sold. He had thrown away La Macule quickly, after reading their Creamer's comments, "Archaic, der comme la pierre, derive sans cœur, sans sympathy, sans vie, enfin, un esprit de la mort sans un espoir de la résurrection." But at this moment the details of that failure were forgotten, and the thing itself intensified, as he made out in Die Fleischflot that there had just been discovered in Germany an original painting by Hans Memling. Crude overpainting had transformed the whole scene into an interior, with the same purpose that Holofernes' head had once been transformed into a tray of fruit on Judith's tray, Making it less offensive as a picture, this one proved to be a figure being flayed alive on a rack, since overpainted with a bed, and those engaged in skinning him were made to minister to the now bedridden figure. A fragment of landscape seen through an open window, said Die Flachflot, had excited the attention of an expert, and once it was taken to the old Pinakothek in Munich and cleaned, the figure stretched in taut agony was identified as Valerian, 3rd-century persecutor of Christians, made captive by the Persian sapper whose red cloak was thrown down in the foreground before the racked body, thin in unelastic strength, anguish and indifference in the broken tyrant's face, its small eyes empty with blindness. Possibly, the experts allowed, it might be the work of Gerard David, but more likely that of Memling, from which David had probably drawn his flaying of the unjust judge. There followed a eulogy on German painters, and Memling in particular, who had brought the weak beginnings of Flemish art to the peak of their perfection, and crystallized the minor talents of the Van Eycks, Bouts, van der Weyden, in the masterpieces of his own German genius. Saint Bartholomew's Day in Notre Dame, reflecting commemoration of the medal which Gregory XIII had struck honoring Catherine de' Medici's massacre of 50,000 heretics, the music surged and ebbed in the cathedral, and in the Parisian tradition of preconcerted effects the light suddenly poured down in fullness, then faded, together they swelled and died. At the end of the service, as the organ filled that place with its sound, the body of the congregation turned its many-faced surface to look back and up at the organ loft, and from the organ loft they formed a great cross. So then the cross disintegrated, its fragments scattered over their city, safe again in the sty of contentment. Paris simmered stickily under the shadowed erection of the Eiffel Tower. Like the bed of an emperor's mistress, the basin she lay in hadn't a blade or stitch out of place, and like the Empress Theodora, fair of face and charming as well, but short and inclined to pallor, not indeed completely without color but slightly sallow. Paris articulated her charm within the lower registers of the spectrum. So Theodora, her father a feeder of bears, went on the stage with no accomplishment but a gift for mockery, no genius but for whoring and intrigue. An empress, she triumphed, no senator, no priest, no soldier protested, and the vulgar clamored to be called her slaves, bed to bath, breakfast to rest, she preened her royalty. May I never put off this purple or outlive the day when men cease to call me queen. She died of cancer. Toward evening the shadow of the Eiffel Tower inclined to the Latin Quarter across her body. She prepared, made herself up from 1,000 pots and tubes, was young, desperately young, she knew herself and the mirror forgotten, the voice brittle, she lolled uncontested in the mawkish memories of men married elsewhere to sodden reality, stupefied with the maturity they had traded against this mistress bargained in youth. Revisiting, they could summon youth to her now, mark it in the neon blush uncowed by the unquerulous facades maintained by middle age, and the excruciating ironwork and chrome, the cancerous interiors. At a bar in Rue Caumartin a girl said to an American, "Vous aimez moi, je suis coquon, la plus coquon de Paris. Vous voulez le toucher? Ici. Donnez-moi un billet. Oui, un billet, pour le toucher, ici, discretement." A girl lying in a bed said, "We only know about 1% of what's happening to us. We don't know how little heaven is paying for how much hell." Someone said, "But you've been over here so long," to an American in a hotel room who was showing his continental savoir-faire by urinating in the sink. He said, "I wanted to marry her, but you know, she's tied to her environment." Someone said, "I never knew him very well, he's of the Negro persuasion." On the left bank, someone had just left his wife and taken up the guitar. It was at home in bed. "I dress it in her bathrobe every night," he said. Someone else suggested using a duck, putting its head in a drawer and jamming the drawer shut at the critical moment. A young gentleman was treating his friends to shoeshines for the 7th time that hour. He was drunk. The dirty Arab children sold peanuts from the top of the basket and hashish from the bottom. They spoke a masterful unintimidated French in guttural gasps, coming from a land where it was regarded neither as the most beautiful language, as in America, nor the only one, as in France. At that table someone said, "This stuff doesn't affect me at all. But don't you notice that the sky is getting closer?" "Of course I love art, that's why I'm in Paris," a girl said. The boy with her said, "Je m'en fous, that's French for putas, putas, putas," muttered the man in the sharkskin suit. Someone said, "My hands are full, would you mind getting some matches out of my pocket?" "Here, my trouser pocket." Someone said, "Do you like it here?" Someone else said, "In the morning she didn't want to, so I put it under her arm while she was grinding the coffee." A man in an opaque brown monocle said, "Gzhzhzhzhzt, who," and fell off his chair. Someone told the joke about Carruthers and his horse. On the quay, the man kissed his girl and returned to his more delicate preoccupation. Along the Rue de Montmartre stubby hands lifted glasses of red wine. These were the people, slipping, sliding, perishing. They had triumphed once in revolution, and celebrated the mass in public parody, installing the goddess of reason with great celebration. She proved, when unveiled, to be a dancing girl with whom many had extensive acquaintance. The people, of whom one of their officers, Captain de Mon, said, "Galilean, thou hast conquered." Ah, for them no mercy, they are not the people, they are hell itself. But they knew what they wanted: liberté, égalité, fraternité. Evaded the decorous facades decreed by their elders, or betters, and gathered in public interiors of carnivorous Art Nouveau. In Père Lachaise an American woman bought a plot so that she might be buried near. Who was it? Byron. Baudelaire. In the Place Vendôme another transatlantic visitor overturned a stolen taxicab at Napoleon's feet, was jailed, fined, and made much of by his friends. In Notre Dame du Flottement a millionairess from Maine married her colored chauffeur and was made much of by his friends. On the terrace of the Dome, beset behind the clattering bastion of her own Sainte-Chapelle, the young George Washington read with silently moving lips, broke wind pensively and looked around to see if she had attracted notice. On the Boulevard de la Madeleine a girl walking alone, swinging her purse, paused to glance in at the feet showing below the shield of the pissoir, and waited to accost their owner. Someone, looking above, cried out, "What's that?" "What is it?" "The balloons. The balloons have gone up." In the washroom of the Café de la Régence, someone scrawled "Vive l'Eroi" over the sink. To one side, a man read the Tribune. To the other, Al Misri. "Votre journal, Monsieur," the waiter called, waving Die Fleisch Flot, "Votre journal." And the shadow he cast behind him as he turned away fell back 7 centuries, to embrace the dissolute youth of Raymond Lully, and infatuation with the beautiful Ambrosia de Castello, which she discouraged, and if she seemed to succumb at last, offering to bare her breasts in return for a poem he had written to their glory, it was to show him, as he approached in that rapture of which only flesh is capable, a bosom eaten away by cancer, he turned away to his conversion, to his death years. Later stoned in North Africa, and to his celebration as a scholar, a poet, a missionary, a mystic, and one of the foremost figures in the history of alchemy. 3. First of all, then, he is evil, in the judgment of God, who will not inquire what is advantageous to himself. For how can anyone love another, if he does not love himself? In order, therefore, that there might be a distinction between those who choose good and those who choose evil, God has concealed that which is profitable to men. Peter, in the Clementine Recognitions. Wyatt. Let's get married before we know too much about each other. That was unlike Esther. She liked to get things out in the open, find why they happened. Still, like other women in love, salvation was her original purpose, redemption her eventual privilege, and, like most women, she could not wait to see him thoroughly damned first, before she stepped in, believing, perhaps as they do, that if he were saved now he would never need to be redeemed. There was a historical genuineness about Esther, which somehow persisted in spite of her conscious use of it. In her large bones there was implicit the temporal history of a past, and a future very much like it. There was size to her. She had the power of making her own mistakes appear as the work of some supramundane agency, possibly one of those often vulgarly confused with fate, which had here elected her capable of bringing forth some example which the world awaited. Principal among these, and no less a mistake, somewhere, which she must live out as though it were her own, was being a woman. She worked very hard to understand all this, and having come to be severely intellectual, probing the past with masculine ruthlessness, she became an accomplice of those very circumstances which reason later accused of being unnecessary, and in the name of free will, by which she meant conscious desire, managed to prolong a past built upon them, refurbished, renewed, and repeated. With great diligence, and that talent of single purpose with which her sex pursue something unattainable in the same fashion they pursue something which is, her search for reason was always interrupted by reasons. Things happened for reasons, and so, in her proposal it may have been simply her feminine logic ensuring a succession of happenings which reasonably might never have happened at all. Or being a woman, and the woman she was, her proposal may have been an infinite moment of that femininity which is one of humanity's few approximations to beauty, asking no justification and needing none to act in a moment of certainty with nothing to fear, one day to be recalled in a fearful moment threatened by certainty. Left hand, right hand, they moved over her with equal assurance. Undistinguished here they raised her flesh, and Esther rose to reconcile them, to provide common ground where each might know what the other was doing. A year later, they had been married for almost a year, which was unlike Wyatt. He had become increasingly reluctant wherever decisions were concerned, and the more he knew, the less inclined to commit himself. Not that this was an exceptional state, whole systems of philosophy have been erected upon it. On the other hand, the more he refused to commit himself, the more submerged, and the more insistent from those depths, became the necessity to do so, a plight which has formed the cornerstone for whole schools of psychology. So it may be that his decision to marry simply made one decision the less that he must eventually face, or it is equally possible that his decision to marry was indecision crystallized, insofar as he was not deciding against it. Knowing that extraordinary capacity for jealous hatred which men so often have for a woman's past, Esther was in a way grateful that he never asked her about hers. Still, she did not disown it, though much as she wanted to go everywhere she had never been, she as fervently never wanted to revisit any scene in that past, a frantic concatenation whose victim she remained, projecting her future upon it in all the defiant resentment of free will, in a world where she had been victimized by every turn of the die since her father had first cast it. Where Esther's mind had gone since, her thighs had followed with errant and back-breaking sincerity, in civilized correspondence to that primordial cannibal rite performed by sober comrades who eat their victims in order to impart to themselves the powers with which those victims had, as enemies, threatened to overcome them. It is not simply hunger, those driven by hunger alone have been heard to remark afterward, "I should have preferred pork." Not hunger? One of the more fastidious comments risen in her past had sported the phrase vagina dentata. Still it was not hunger, but an insatiability which took this hunger as its course, seeking, in its clear demand, to absorb the properties which had been withheld from her, and finding, in its temporary satisfaction, and the subsequent pain of withdrawal, insatiability. Year after year the emancipated animus of free will labored its spinneret, spun out this viscous fluid of causality which had rapidly hardened into strands fatal as those of the tarantula's silk-lined burrow here in the sandy soil of native hope. She did not question it, no more than the trapdoor which the tarantula leaves open at the top, or the victims who tumble in, affirming her woman's part in deep despair over their common lot, expressed in a resentment of men for the success of their casual fortunes where her devourings continued, but not for love. At no time was Esther unprepared for those attempts which the lives around her made to rise to tragedy, though by the time they managed it, they had escaped it, and through their ascendance she had come rather to see herself as the conglomerate tragic figure, since it was she who was always left. It confirmed something. Esther had spent little time with women. She seemed to find in their problems only weak and distorted plagiarisms of the monstrous image of her own. Thus it seemed very odd to many who knew her that she should choose a woman analyst. It became a very deep attachment, so long before any completion of her analysis that it was evident to both of them who had the upper hand. When Esther met Wyatt, she asked if she should marry, and was forbidden. She demanded, and was pled with. She married, and her analyst was a suicide. It was a way things had of working out for Esther. It confirmed something. Call him louder. Call him louder. Trumpets sounded, and the roll of drums. And why you like Handel, Esther said quietly after their argument, or to continue it. She had a cold, which broke her voice low with apparent emotion. Handel? Is not his voice like a hammer? Mozart? She coughed. Like a hammer that braked the stone. She swallowed. There was a magazine open in her hands, as there was a book in his, but she was watching him, to see if the intense strain in his face were for his reading, or tense suspension waiting, borne upon the chords of music, for the next sound of constriction and release in her throat. He did not move. Her throat drew tighter, its strictures embraced, and she swallowed with difficulty. At that, as though it were a signal of release from restraint, a hand rose to hide the intent corner of his profile. And Tosca, she murmured, as her throat bound up again, and she swallowed quickly. He did not move. The book was a large one, but she could not make out its title. It might have been anything, just as his tension must be for her presence, since he appeared to read everything with the same casual concentration. When she interrupted, there was no way of knowing whether he was looking up from Diogenes Laertius or No Orchids for Miss Blandish. She might be breaking a thread in Berkeley's new theory of vision, joining a rain of falling objects from the supercelestial geography of Charles Fort, or only echoing a voice in some cheap paper novel like Les Dames de la Terre. Mendelssohn's Elijah continued from the radio. She swallowed. Immediately, he cleared his throat, a vicarious measure which left her unrelieved. If she asked, he might look up with, Fort says, by the damned, I mean the excluded. But she would have to ask, excluded from what? By prostitution, I seem to mean usefulness. She studied him now as though he might not be reading at all, but peeping at her through fingers of the hand shielding his eye. She cleared her throat. There was no way, as Elijah came to a close, to reopen their discussion, unless the next composition should be something by Beethoven or Mozart. If the radio voice should announce, Mozart's Symphony No. 37, Köchel listing 444. He turned a page. Since their discussions seldom lasted long, she often carried them on in her own mind, reconsidering now, and certain she saw the glint of his eye between his fingers, her thraldom to the perfection of Mozart, work of genius without an instant of hesitation or struggle, genius to which argument opposed the heroic struggle constantly rending the music of Beethoven, struggle never resolved and triumphed until the end. Genius in itself is essentially uninteresting. But the work of genius. It's difficult to share in perfection. To share? She'd commenced, but that was all. He was reading. She swallowed, and caught the glitter of an eye. Elijah was finished. Still in her mind, by prostitution, I seem to mean usefulness, Esther said. What are you reading? His surprise was a look, she would think of it one day, remembering, or trying to remember, indigenous to his face, either that immediate anticipatory surprise, reflecting sudden foretaste of something past, as when she asked him when he'd been in Spain. I've never been in Spain, or it was this look he had now, the surprise of one intruded upon. And year after year as their marriage went on, the first came less and the other more often, until one day, remembering him, or trying to remember, it would be this one which would come to her, this face of confusion, of one intruded upon, an anxious look. He said, "Nothing." "Nothing? You can't read nothing. It's a book on mummies." "Mummies? Egyptian mummies. Why are you reading a book on Egyptian mummies?" He cleared his throat, but said nothing. "But what I gave you of mine, the story I'm writing, you haven't read that yet." "Yes, I did read it." "And? Well? What did you think?" "It was. You seemed quite partial to the word atavistic." "Well, is that all?" "Well, Esther, the urn and double adjectives, cruel, red anger, hard, thin lips, dark, secret pain. But women's writing seems to get sort of sharp, eager faces, acid, unpleasant odor. Listen." He turned toward the radio, where a poet whose work they both enjoyed was about to read. She looked at him a moment longer, and the book which had gone closed in his hand the instant she'd spoken to him. It had happened as directly as when once she had said, "You have wonderful eyes," and he turned them from her. What was it? As though to protect whatever lay beyond them until he could solve it himself, betraying the fear that in one lax moment his eyes might serve her as entrances. Even taking up a book she had read, Esther admired Henry James, but she trusted D.H. Lawrence. He did so anxiously, as though he might find the pages blank, the words eaten away by that hunger. "Do you want to follow it?" she asked, coming toward him with the collected poems opened in her hand. He shook his head, but did not look up, listening, and she sat down nearer him. The poet read, in modulated tones given a hollow resonance by the radio. Esther's thumb was drawn down the page, following one line to the next, bent over the book, and her lips moved, forming around the poet's words as he spoke them, clear separate syllables which her lips, meeting and parting, moistened by her tongue, allowing exhalations in vowels, wet clicks from the roof of the mouth on D, brought into viscous consonance with her absorbedness, unrestrained by those lips clamped tight beside her until he cleared his throat and suddenly got to his feet. Before she could speak he had reached a door. "But what?" "I have some work," he said quickly, and left her there sitting, hunched over the pages, staring after him, while the poet read on in clear separate syllables. She blew her nose, and returned to the page before her, but her lips did not move, for she did not hear another word of the reading. Neither did her eyes, for she was gazing at the backs of her hands. The room Wyatt had entered was as large as the bedroom, but had only one window which would have opened on an air's haft if anyone had bothered opening it. During the first year or so, the room served various vague purposes. Though between them they hadn't a great number of books, not great enough, that is, to warrant a library, for a library, to Esther, was a roomful of books. It served as that for a while. However, this was not practical, for reasons of which each privately accused the other in refusing to admit his own. Esther liked books out where everyone could see them, a sort of graphic index to the intricate labyrinth of her mind arrayed to impress the most casual guest, a system of immediate introduction which she had found to obtain in a number of grimy intellectual households in Greenwich Village. Her husband, on the other hand, did not seem to care where his books were, so long as they were where he put them. That is to say, separate. No doubt Boyle's skeptical chemist, Jalen's The Church and the Papacy, Senino Senini's Liber dell'Arte, or La Chimie au Moyen Age would have dressed up Esther's shelves. No doubt the Grammarium Verum and the Turba Philosophorum would have been dusted down their spines regularly. No doubt these were among the reasons he kept them on his own, or strewn among the litter which had gradually filled the undetermined room until it belonged to him. Things were tacked on the walls there haphazard, an arm in dissection from a woodcut in the Fabrica of Ves Alius, and another 16th-century illustration from the surgery of Pear, a first-aid chart called The Wound Man, a photograph of an Italian cemetery flooded by the Po, a calendar good for every day from 1753 to 2059, a print of a drawing of the head of Christ by Milazzo da Forlì, a ground plan of the Roman city of Leptis Magna, a mirror, and rolls of paper and canvases on stretchers. leaning in the corners. When he started to work at restoring paintings, in addition to his regular job, the littered room changed only slightly. There had always been piles of drawing paper, and canvases on frames, prepared and clean or the composition begun in black unfinished lines, most prominent, or most familiar among these the initiated portrait of Camilla. The gesso surface had cracked here and there, and got unevenly soiled, but the composition was very clear in lines unaltered since he'd put them there some 15 years before. Occasionally this was hung on one of the walls, as though being studied with an eye to completion. Other times it remained stacked with the other empty and besmirched canvases against a wall. There was a wide flat drafting table, and a heavy easel stood erect in the middle of the room under the bare electric bulb. But the most noticeable change was not to be seen. It lay heavily on the air, the smell of varnish, oils, and turpentine, quickened by the pervasive delicacy of lavender, oil of lavender which he used sometimes as a medium. Esther had admired the drawing begun on that large soiled cracked surface, the fine-boned face, so unlike her own, whose fleshless quality of hollows was elevated by heavy earrings, archaic hoops of gold she had seen in a leather box where her husband kept odds and ends, admired the drawing not for what it was but, as she said, for what it could be. He stood looking at it, and they were silent, for he knew she was looking at him. The only work he had ever finished, those paintings shown in Paris years before, had ended up in a warehouse in New Jersey. Esther had never seen them. They seldom discussed painting, for like so many things upon which they might agree, they never managed to agree at the same moment, and as the conversations of the early months of their marriage went on, their ideas and opinions seemed to meet only in passing, each bound in an opposite direction, neither stopping to do more than honor the polite pause of recognition. The poet's clear tones had given way to the ingratiating pillage of the announcer, and she rose, the charm broken, with no word of the poet in her head but, for no apparent reason, by prostitution I seem to mean usefulness. She picked up the royal mummies and blew her nose as she crossed the room toward the half-open door, where she put her head in, and the book, saying, "Do you want this in there?" "What?" "Oh that, thank you." "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just this work." He motioned toward the plans pinned on the drafting table. "Don't they give you enough time down there, to do your work?" But he lowered his eyes from hers, shrugged and turned back to the table. "If it were something real, but this, going to this silly job every day, year after year." "It's not a silly job, Esther," he answered soberly, without turning. "Copying lines, copying plans, one bridge after another." "Oh, all right, it isn't silly but you could do better, you could do more. Honestly Wyatt, the way you go day after day with your job and your reading and your fooling around, and you could do more. It's not. You're not waiting to discover something, are you? Waiting to be discovered, aren't you? Oh, I hate to go on like this, sounding like this." She paused, watching his narrow black-suited figure bend as a vertical line came down the paper. "It's this. Seeing you like you are sometimes now," she went on slowly, "I see you with your head down and, I don't know, but it upsets me, it makes me unhappy to see you that way." "Why?" he asked in a voice near a whisper, his face close down to the paper. "Because you look so lonely and that's what I can't bear," she brought out at his back. Then her eyes lowered to the floor when he did not turn, and she brought the damp knot of the handkerchief to her nose. "Don't you want anything? Any of the things, that other people want?" "Other people?" he demanded, turning. "Oh." Her throat caught. "Never mind. There. I'll leave you with company." "That? The mirror? I love that, you having a mirror in here. But that, to correct bad drawing. Good night, I'm going to bed when I've done the dishes." "I'll do them, if you're tired," he offered. "You're cold." "Don't be silly. I'll do them." She left him there, knotting a piece of string in his hand. A few minutes later, when she'd turned out the lights in the living room, the light from the half-open door drew her eyes and she saw him standing, running the fingers of his right hand over his rough chin, up one cheek and then the other, as though to wake after the night needing a shave made sense, but finding his face rough with growth after a day's well-lighted consciousness a strange thing. Then he said aloud, "How safe from accident I am." She had once heard him mentioned, with little more than curiosity, by people whom neither of them knew now. Then, when she came to asking more pointedly about him, there were anecdotes enough. Someone she met at a party had heard he jumped off the Eiffel Tower, and with drunken persistence marveled at his survival. In and out dodged the vagrant spectre, careering through conversations witness to that disinterested kindness which other people extend to one who does not threaten them with competition on any level they know. Costumed in the regalia of their weary imaginations, he appeared and vanished in a series of images which, compacted, might have formed a remarkable fellow indeed, but in that diaspora of words which is the providential nature of conversation, the fugitive persisted, like those Jewish Christians who endured among the heathen, here in the figure of a man who, it appeared at last, had done many things to envy and nothing to admire. "Wyatt, what is it? What's the matter? A dream? Only a dream? But it's all right, darling, whatever it was it's all right now." It was. What was it? At home, in bed, that parsonage was a big empty house and I know every step in it. I woke up and I could hear footsteps. I woke up there hearing very heavy footsteps in an even tread and I knew where they were going. I heard them down the stairs and through the front hallway and into the living room, across the living room and through the back hall past the dining room toward the kitchen. But, was that all? But listen, what was terrible was that I know every step in that house. I know how many steps it takes to come down the stairs or to cross the living room. I can't tell you the number but I know, but these steps I heard in the darkness, they were regular and even, not in a hurry but what was terrible, they kept reaching places too soon. I know the sound, I know how the sounds change when you step from the front hall into the living room, or passing the dining room or off the last stair end. But these steps kept arriving too soon, not hesitating anywhere and not in a hurry, but if you take regular even steps, and there weren't enough of them. It is strange. And your voice, you sound like a child. It doesn't sound terrible, does it, now? We'll talk about it in the morning, she whispered, and her hand moved down his body to find him and gently raise him into life. There must be a reason. Reason? But, good God, haven't we had enough? Reason? Her hand twisted and her fingers, closed together, moved only enough to make themselves felt, to make their motion not an act but a sense, to arouse not simply the blood which rushed to meet them but, in a touch, something beyond it. Why do you fight it all so hard, Wyatt? Women, he commenced, and then, men rising to isolated challenges, he spends his life preparing to meet one single challenge. When he triumphs they call it heroic, but you, I know how hard you try for me. Women just go on, they just go on, and They have to, Esther said beside him, as he came over half upon her in the darkness. If we could get away from here, you've been everywhere, you've studied in Germany and in Paris and Wyatt, if we could travel. She felt his leg relax on hers. And you don't want to travel. To voyage? With me? Charles Fort says maybe we're fished for, by super-celestial beings. Yes, without me. Alone. My grandfather, he fell down a well once, did I tell you? He talks of voyages, he's oriented by the stars. Orientation sidereal, the man who experimented with ants in the desert in Morocco. Then he seemed to tighten and hold her off suddenly, and she asked. What is it? In that dream, I just remembered my hair was on fire. She felt him run his hand over his hair, and down his rough cheek in the darkness. We'll talk about it in the morning, she said, not now. Not flames, he said holding her again. You'd go to Morocco. But just burning, he whispered, almost wondrously, as she rose to engage the incredulous tension of his right hand, still murmuring. And be more Moroccan than the Moors. Next morning Esther woke alone, to realize that she had been alone most of the night. She swallowed, and found her cold better. She smelled coffee and went to the kitchen, where half a pot of it was boiling furiously on the stove. She started to call out, felt a wave of nausea, and sat down and decided to eat something. She got out bread and butter and looked for an egg, but could not find one. Then she poured some of the boiling coffee into a cold cup, and the cup cracked. Nonetheless she poured until it was full and took it into the living room. Light showed from the studio, and she heard sounds behind the half-closed door. Then, damn you, damn you, damn you. What? She brought out, at the door. What a smell. Nothing. He stood facing her under the bare brilliance of the bulb, as though stricken, in the midst of some criminal commission, as lightning freezes motion. What is it? Nothing, I'm talking to myself. Are you working? Still working? Yes, working, he answered. His empty hands opened and closed at his sides, as though seeking something to occupy them. Then he caught up a knife in one, and with the other pointed to the straight easel, on that. That? She looked at the familiar thing on the easel. It was a late 18th century American painting in need of a good deal of work, the portrait of a woman with large bones in her face but an unprominent nose, a picture which looked very much like Esther. She found it so, at any rate, and even when he'd said, as a painting, it isn't very good as a painting, is it? She standing behind him could see no further than the portrait, held by the likeness as happens so often but seldom so clearly, finding resemblances to herself everywhere as though she set out from the start seeking identity with misfortune, recognition in disaster. He had backed away from her, holding the knife, as though he were guarding something, or hiding it, and when she looked behind him on the wall she saw the black lines on the cracked soiled surface of the unfinished portrait. That, she said, that's what you were working on? That. He made a stab pointing behind her with the knife, and she moved to sink wearily against the doorframe. A way to start the day, she said, looking at him. I wish you'd stop waving that knife. Start the day? I feel like you've been in here all night, like you're always in here, and whoever it is that sleeps with me and talks to me in the dark is somebody else. I woke up, he said putting the knife down, I wanted to work. But this, if you wanted to work on that, you can tell me, you don't have to pretend. This secrecy. Aunt May, when she made things, even her baking, she kept the blinds closed in the butler's pantry when she frosted a cake, nobody ever saw anything of hers until it was done. Aunt May. I don't care about Aunt May, but you. I wish you would finish that thing, she went on, looking at the lines over his shoulder, and get rid of her. Rid of her? He repeated. From somewhere he'd picked up an egg. Finish it? Then there might be room for me. You. To paint you? Yes, if you. But you're here, he brought out, cracking the egg over a cup, and he caught the yolk in his palm. You're so much here. Esther. I'm sorry, he said with a step toward her, the egg yolk rolling from one palm to the other, threatening to escape. I'm sorry, he said seeing the expression he'd brought to her face. I'm tired. Even this, she said lowering her eyes, and bringing them round to the damaged likeness on the easel, if you'd finish this. There's no hurry, he said quickly, they've gone abroad, the people who own it, they may not be back for some time. If they were gone 10 years you'd take 10 years. You could do work like this in half the time you take, a tenth of the time, even if you won't paint yourself you could settle down to restoring work and make something of it. It's no wonder you don't sleep, that you're nervous and have bad dreams when you're not doing what you want to do. He stood bent over a cup, where he held the egg yolk suspended between the squared fingertips of one hand, and a pin in the other, about to puncture it, and he looked up at her. "But I am, Esther. If you could finish something original," she said. "You look like an old man. Why are you laughing?" Just then, he said, straightening up, and the egg yolk still hanging from his fingers, "I felt like him, just for that instant, as though I were old Herr Koppel, I've told you, the man I studied with in Munich. As though this were that studio he had over the slaughterhouse, where we worked, he'd stand with an egg yolk like this and talk, that romantic disease, originality, all around we see originality of incompetent idiots, they could draw nothing, paint nothing, just so the mess they make is original. Even 200 years ago, who wanted to be original was to admit that you could not do a thing the right way, so you could only do it your own way. When you paint, you do not try to be original, only you think about your work, how to make it better, so you copy masters, only masters, for with each copy of a copy the form degenerates. You do not invent shapes, you know them, it is wendig wissen sie, by heart." The egg yolk fell, most of it went into the cup. "Damn it," he said, looking at it, "but it doesn't matter, these stale eggs. Country eggs you must have, with stale city eggs you cannot make good tempura. I might have had it for breakfast. But, was it the last one? I didn't. I'm sorry, Esther, here." He poured the white from one stained cup into what yolk there was in the other. "Here, it just isn't. It's clean, there just isn't as much yolk. Aren't you going to your office? You'd better shave if you are," she said, and left him, offering the cup in the direction of the damaged likeness on the easel. Her coffee was cold. She poured it into the sink, and went down to get the mail. She read one letter on the stairs, and called out before she'd closed the door behind her, "Wyatt, something awful's happened. Where are you?" Then she almost screamed, seeing him standing in the door of the studio with blood all over one side of his face and his neck. "What happened? What is it?" he asked. "What awful thing? What's happened to you?" she cried, running up to him. "What?" He stood there with a straight razor opened in his hand. "What are you doing?" "Shaving." "Did you do that?" "Shaving." "What are you doing in there, shaving?" "Oh," he said, running his fingertips over his chin, and looking at the blood on them. "It's a mess, I'm sorry, Esther. The mirror, I was using this mirror in here, you have the one in the bathroom covered." "Covered?" she burst out impatiently, twisting the letter in her hand. "It has a cloth over it, I thought for some reason you might. It's a handkerchief drying, why didn't you just pull it off? And that," she went on, getting breath, "that terrible thing, it's dangerous to shave with, look at it, just because your father. You're like a child about it, this image of his." "What was the letter?" "The letter? This. Yes, that warehouse, the place in New Jersey where you had your things, it burned. And here, they send you a check for $130. Really? That's fine." "Fine? Aren't you upset? Things like those paintings, they can't be replaced." "No, they can't," he said quickly, a hand to his chin where the blood had already begun to dry. "Where are you going?" "To wash. I have to hurry, I have some plans to take in." She caught him again at the front door, where he paused with a roll of papers under his arm. "No coffee?" "Nothing. I had some earlier." He pulled at the knob, but she had a hand on his arm. "I wish you could rest," she said, and when he turned, looking at her as though he had suddenly been stopped in a crowded street, "Are you all right?" "Why yes, I'm all right, Esther, you mustn't." "Goodbye," he broke and hurried toward the stairs. A few minutes later, when she was standing pouring coffee into the cracked cup, the doorbell rang. It was a delivery boy with a dozen eggs. She put them on the kitchen table, and then took out a handkerchief and stood, steadying herself with a hand on the table, staring at the coffee, whose surface was broken with the regular beats of her heart. It was dark afternoon when Esther came in, bearing in the forefront of her mind fragments of a conversation she had left a little earlier, on Rilke, not Rilke's poetry but Rilke the man, who refused to be psychoanalyzed for fear of purging his genius, but over this, and through the rest of her mind, skated an image far more familiar, plunging and surfacing, escaping under the applied hand of her memory, reappearing when she turned elsewhere, echoing, among faces and lanterns and the prows of boats, maybe we're fished for. An image whose apparition she waited even now. Though it was dark in the studio, she opened the door and looked in there. Then she took off her coat, turned the radio on, and sat down, oblivious to the soprano singing Nel Massimo Dolor, Semper con fe sincero la linea preghiera. The door rattled, with muttering beyond it. She sat still. Finally he entered, in a state of some excitement. I had trouble with the key, he said, and gave her a broken self-conscious laugh. She wanted time to study him before she spoke, but could not let him escape to the studio before she asked. Was it you I saw this afternoon? A little while ago? Me? Why? Where? Were you there, where they're showing Picasso's new night fishing in Antibes? Yes, yes. Why didn't you speak to us? Speak to who? You. Were you there? I was there, with a friend. You could have spoken to us, Wyatt, you didn't have to pretend that. I was out with someone who? Who? I didn't see them, I didn't see you, I mean. You looked right at us. I'd already said, there's my husband, we were near the door and you were bobbing. Listen. You went right past us going out. Look, I didn't see you. Listen, that painting, I was looking at the painting. Do you see what this was like, Esther? Seeing it? I saw it. Yes, but, when I saw it, it was one of those moments of reality, of near recognition of reality. I'd been worn out in this piece of work, and when I finished it I was free all of a sudden out in the world. In the street everything was unfamiliar, everything and everyone I saw was unreal, I felt like I was going to lose my balance out there, this feeling was getting all knotted up inside me and I went in there just to stop for a minute. And then I saw this thing. When I saw it all of a sudden everything was freed, into one recognition, really freed into reality that we never see, you never see it. You don't see it in paintings because most of the time you can't see beyond a painting. Most paintings, the instant you see them they become familiar, and then it's too late. Listen, do you see what I mean? As Don said about Picasso. She commenced. That's why people can't keep looking at Picasso and expect to get anything out of his paintings, and people, no wonder so many people laugh at him. You can't see them anytime, just any time, because you can't see freely very often, hardly ever, maybe 7 times in a life. I wish, she said, I wish. How real is any of the past, being every moment revalued to make the present possible, to come up one day saying, you see. I was right all the time. Or, then I was wrong, all the time. The radio is still busy with Puccini, Tosca all the way through, from the jumble at the end of the second act, Wyatt rescues her words, repeats them, Questo è il bacio di Tosca. That's reality, then. Tosca's kiss, reality. I wish. She repeats, preferring Don Giovanni. Maybe 7 times in a life. Magic number. But she sits looking at him, waiting in the space populated by memory. One night when she was doing her nails, he came in. Wyatt, you've never had a manicure? Never. Let me give you a manicure. But he said something in a tone apologetic, alarmed, and took his hands away, one clutched in the other. But it can't really be that simple. A discussion: did the coming of the printing press corrupt, putting a price on authorship, originality? Look at it this way, look at it as liberation, the first time in history that a writer was independent of patrons, the first time he could put a price on his work, make it a thing of material value, a vested interest in himself for the first time in history. And painters, and artists? Lithography, and color reproductions. Yes, I don't know, if one corrupts the artist and the other corrupts. That damned Mona Lisa, no one sees it, you can't see it with 1,000 off-center reproductions between you and it. But how? I don't know, I've tried to understand it myself. Spinoza. Mozart. The air is full of him, you've only got to have a radio receiving set to formulize the silence, give it shape and put it in motion, sleigh ride hurdles from the grid and strikes her. She suffers the impact without surprise. I know you've never said you didn't want children, but whenever I've mentioned it you just look. You just get a look on your face. He puts his hand there, his right hand to his forehead and draws it down with feverish application, as though in this to pull away the features so long forming, revaluing for this moment, but above his hand, his face comes back into shape, the forehead quickly rises and recovers its lines, then the brows, and the eyes vividly devious permit nothing to enter. I wish we were in the dark, you can talk to me in the dark, in the light you tell me things like zero doesn't exist. But you ask me. Or bad money drives out good. Esther watched him now, standing in the middle of the room, drawing his hand down over his face as though, again, to wipe out some past, how long ago, or how recent, or all of it? She did not know, but sought one area among the German festivals, Handel at Breslau, Shakespeare at Stuttgart, Beethoven at Bonn, all in May, Egmont at Altenburg, Der Fliegende Holländer at Nuremberg in June, Die Ägyptische Helena at München. Munich, she said, when you were in Munich? What? You've never told me much about it? About Munich? And that boy you knew there that you spent so much time with? Han? I didn't spend a lot of time with him. You worked together, and drank together and traveled together. Traveled? That night you spent together at Interlaken, from what you've told me of that. We were there for almost a week, waiting for a look at the Jungfrau, it was hidden every day, I told you about that. And the day I left for Paris, early in the morning standing on the railway platform I looked up, and there it was as though it had come from nowhere, and at that instant IHE train came in right between us, good God I remember that well, that morning. But he had turned and gone into the studio, and she went to the kitchen, stopping only to change the station on the radio. They were silent through most of supper, as though in deference to a symphony of Sibelius which reached across the room to jar them into submission, for neither of them would have confessed, even privately, to liking it. Sensing the thought, if he does not love me, then he is incapable of love, I wish. She said. Moments like this, and they came more often, she had the sense that he did not exist, or, to re-examine him, sitting there looking in another direction, in terms of substance and accident, substance the imperceptible underlying reality, accident the properties inherent in the substance which are perceived by the senses, the substance is transformed by consecration, but the accidents remain what they were. The consecration has apparently taken place not, as she thought, through her, but somewhere beyond her, and here she sits attending the accidents. Her lips did not move, neither did the words laid out there on the stillness of the white page, the faculty of reading suspended in her dull stare, the syllables remained exposed, hopelessly coexistent. Then one caught her eye, drew her on through another, and so through 6, 7. When her wet tongue clicked T, she looked up and the poem died on the page. Did you know he was homosexual? She asked. I didn't know it until Don told me today. Who? Don Bildow, he edits this little magazine, He's homosexual? Oh no, He isn't, Don isn't, don't you listen? He told me that this. She held up that collected poems, shunning to speak the poet's name. Did you know it? What? Yes, I've heard something like that. Why didn't you tell me? He looked up for the first time. Tell you? You might have mentioned it, she said and put the book aside with its cover down. Might have. Why would I mention it? What's that to do with? When we were sitting here listening to him read, it didn't occur to me. It's funny, it never occurred to me about him, pictures I've seen of him, and his poems, the things he says in his poems. And I'd wanted to meet him. Esther's eyes had come to rest on the floor, and the shadow thrown there from the chair, meaningless until it moved. And you're surprised? Upset over this? I'd wanted to meet him, she commenced, following the shadow's length back to its roots. Meet him? And now a thing like this. I don't understand, you Esther, you're the one who always knows these things about people, these personal things about writers and painters and all the... Yes, but... Analyzing, dissecting, finding answers, and now... What did you want of him that you didn't get from his work? Esther's eyes rose slowly from the floor, the height of her husband's figure. Why are you so upset all of a sudden? She asked him calmly. Just because I'd mentioned Han. Han. He repeated, wresting the name from her. Good God, is this what it is? That's stupid. Han, why after all these years, a thing like this. And that painting you gave him, you've never given me. Gave him? It disappeared, that's what I told you. You give it to me to remember you, because we are dear friends, this memlin you are making now. He asked me for it, but it disappeared before it was even finished, when they arrested the old man, Koppel, that's what I told you. He subsided, muttering something. He'd picked up a piece of string and stood knotting it. She murmured, her eyes back on the shadow's busy extremity, you've told me. That's stupid. Han, he went on, in his uniform, pounding his finger with a beer stein, you see? It couldn't hurt me. At Interlaken, what else was there to do but drink? Snowed in, waiting, there's something missing, he says. He hadn't shaved for 3 days, the blank look on his face. If I knew what it is, then it wouldn't be so missing. I've told you. Oh, you've told me, she said, impatient, looking up at him for a moment, then back at the shadow. I don't know what all you've told me, what little. New England, all right, you're the Puritan, all this secrecy, this guilt, preaching to me out of Fichte about moral action, no wonder a thing like this upsets you, when I mention a poet I've wanted to meet and he turns out. You don't want to talk about it, do you? She pursued him, where he had got almost across the room, about to escape into the studio. But he stopped in that doorway, reaching a hand inside. He snapped on the bright light which flung a heavier shadow across the floor to her. Listen, this guilt, this secrecy, he burst out, it has nothing to do with this. This passion for wanting to meet the latest poet, shake hands with the latest novelist, get hold of the latest painter, devour. What is it? What is it they want from a man that they didn't get from his work? What do they expect? What is there left of him when he's done his work? What's any artist, but the dregs of his work? The human shambles that follows it around. What's left of the man when the work's done but a shambles of apology? Wyatt, these romantic. Yes, romantic, listen. Romantics. They marry cows and all kinds of comfort, soon enough their antics betray them to what would have been fatal in the work, I mean being obvious. No, here, it's competence right here in the world that's rewarded with romantic ends, and the romantics battling for competence, something to eat and carfare home. Look at the dentist's wife, she's a beauty. Who's the intimate of a saint? It's her Jesuit confessor, and the romantics end up on show rights in the desert. Esther stood up, turning her back as she spoke to him so that he could not evade her question with a look, or by turning away himself, but was left with, "Then tell me, what are you trying to do?" And she picked up a magazine, and came back to a chair with it, not looking up to where he took a step toward her from the brightly lighted doorway. "There's only one thing, somehow," he commenced, faltering, "that one dilemma, proving one's own existence, there's no ruse people will disdain for it, and, or Descartes retiring to prove his own existence, his cogito ergo sum, why, no wonder he advanced masked. Kept a salamander, no wonder. Something snaps, and when every solution becomes an evasion. It's frightening, trying to stay awake." Though his voice had risen, still Esther did not look up, but sat quietly turning the pages of the magazine, and when she spoke did so quietly and evenly. "You've told me, all your reasons for letting year after year go by this way while you work. And even this, look. This magazine your company puts out, look at this picture, this bridge, it's something your company did, designed by Ben somebody, I can't pronounce it, the road bridge at Fallen Ark Gap. Do you like it?" he asked, suddenly standing beside her, anxiety still in his face and sounding in his voice, but a different, immediate anxiousness. "It's beautiful," she said. Then she turned and looked up to him. "Wyatt, you know you could do more than just the drafting, copying lines, wasting your time with." "Look at it," he said, "do you see the way it seems to come out and meet itself, does it?" He held his hands up in a nervous bridge, fingertips barely touching, the piece of string still hung from one of them. "Does it look that way to you? That sense of movement in stillness, that tension at rest and still, do you know that Arab saying, 'The arch never sleeps'? Yes, it is dynamic. Wyatt, why can't you?" Then her eyes, meeting his, seemed that abruptly to empty the enthusiasm from his face and his voice. "It's derivative, the design," he said. "Derivative? Of male Lart? I don't know him. A Swiss, there's a book of his work somewhere around here." She looked at his hands, gone back to knotting the string, and watched a bowline form there. "Like a knot," she said, pulling against itself. "I'm going back to work," he said, and turned away. She walked after him as far as the lighted doorway, and stood for a minute staring at the picture on the upright easel. "I've come to hate that thing," she said finally, and with no answer, left him removing corroded portions of the face with the sharp blade. Most nights now Esther went to sleep alone, her consciousness carried in that direction by Handel and Palestrina, William Boyce, Henry Purcell, Vivaldi, Couperin, music which connected them across the darkness in the stream where everything that had once brought them together returned to force them apart, back to the selves they could no longer afford to mistrust. Sometimes there was a long pause between the records, sometimes one was repeated, over and over again. She woke to the same exquisitely measured contralto, "When I am laid." That had lost her to sleep what seemed so many hours before. She lay in the dark and saw herself as she had been, a week before was it? Sitting with an open book. "Wyatt. What is it?" When she said nothing he looked up at her. "What is it, Esther?" She looked at him. "I just want you to talk to me." He looked at her, and looking at him she heard herself saying something she had said another time and wanted to repeat but there was no way to, for he simply sat, looking at her, and would not provoke it. "I wish you would lose your temper," she had said, or something, because this restraint, this pose, this control that you've cultivated, Wyatt, it becomes inhuman. He just looked at her. The music, she realized now, was not the Purcell, not the contralto at all, but strident male voices in a Handel oratorio. Memories ran together, and she sat up in bed. Just her position, lying flat on her back, had advanced one memory, one evening, and one conversation, into another, like streams commingling on an open plain. Bolt upright, everything stopped. She drew breath, and smelled lavender. Esther got out of bed and went into the living room, where she sat down in the darkness. The door to the studio was open barely an inch. She sat, listening and remembering, as though he had been gone a long time. Would the music of Handel always recall sinful commission, the perpetration of some crime in illuminated darkness recognized as criminal only by him who committed it? Persephone, she sat now listening. And would the scent of lavender recall it? As it was doing now, for she felt that she was remembering, that this moment was long past, or that she was seated somewhere in the future, seated somewhere else and had suddenly caught the smell of lavender in the air, recalling this moment only in memory, that in another moment she would breathe deeply, destroying the delicate scent, that she would arise and go, queen of the shades. Was her mother wandering in search of her? Now where she waited, here on the other side of the door opening upon her husband's infernal kingdom. She woke sitting straight up in the chair. The music was right where it had abandoned her, repeating. Or had she been lost to it for no more than a transition of chords, as is the most alert consciousness? She stared at the shaft of light, and immediately she was up, and had pushed the door open. Wyatt had modified his handwriting to a perverse version of Carolingian minuscule, in which the capital S's, G's, and Y's were indistinguishable, and among the common letters, Y, G, and F. The looked like M, and P a declined bastard of H. Esther wrote in one continuous line, interrupted by humps, depressions, lonely dots, and misplaced streaks, remarkably legible. There were specimens of his writing strewn about the room, still, his childhood hand was apparent as the child father to the man. On the length of the table made from a door, on top of large sheets of unfinished lines drafted in origins of design pinned to the table, among opened books, and books with slips of paper profusely stuck between their pages, The Secret of the Golden Flower, Problems of Mysticism and its Symbolism, Prometheus and Epimetheus, Cantile Nariploi, beside an empty brandy bottle, lay open Fox's Book of Martyrs, and there in the scrupulous hand of childhood, written on lined paper, a nursery rhyme, which she suddenly had in her hand, standing alone in the room. There was a man of double deed, it commenced. Sowed his garden full of seed. When the seed began to grow, 'twas like a garden full of snow. When the snow began to melt, 'twas like a ship without a belt. When the ship began to sail, 'twas like a bird without a tail. When the bird began to fly, Esther, 'twas like an eagle in the sky. When the sky began to roar, 'twas like a lion at the door, Esther. When the door began to crack, 'twas like a stick across my back. When my back began to smart, Esther, what is it? What are you doing here? 'Twas like a penknife in my heart. When my heart began to bleed, 'twas death and death and death indeed. Esther. I just couldn't stop reading it, she said. He had her, supporting her with one arm. But what? Why? Are you here now? She said, looking at him, into his eyes. The music stopped, and the automatic arm lifted, paused, returned to the grooves it had just left. He reached over and turned it off. Wyatt. I thought you were asleep, I just went out to get this, he said, holding up a bottle of brandy. He looked down quickly at his table, at the undisturbed plans and the books there. I thought you were asleep, he repeated, looking at her. Then he saw what she had in her hand. That, he said, taking it from her, what are you reading it for? It's just something I found here in this old book of Aunt May's. It's nothing, it's just something. He set the brandy down on the table. Something she made me copy out. He had no coat, and was dressed in a black suit. The bones in his face were smaller than Esther's. His hair was cut short, and his skull looked almost square. Esther? She put her arms around him. Come to bed. The dream recurs. Darling. The same one? Yes. The same. Exactly the same. She thinks then, perhaps. It doesn't really hurt, there isn't any pain and there aren't any flames, but just that my hair is burning. Perhaps the consecration has not taken place yet after all, and the substance is still there, caught up in accident, waiting. Bedded in darkness she drew him over, and sweating he performed, and lay back, silent, inert, distant. There are some cigarettes on the dresser, she said. He walked there in the dark, found them and lit one. Sitting on the edge of the bed he smoked. Wyatt. What? How are you? Fine. I mean, how do you feel? Empty, he answered. She said nothing, but pretended sleep. After minutes of sitting abandoned he turned open the disrupted covers, and was asleep before she was, dwelling close up against the exposure of her back. The lust of summer gone, the sun made its visits shorter and more uncertain, appearing to the city with that discomfited reserve, that sense of duty of the lover who no longer loves. Then, as someone in a steam-heated room, it was a woman named Agnes, said while mixing gin with sweet vermouth, Christmas is almost down our throats. In another apartment, a tall woman put down the telephone and said to her husband, a party. I did hope we'd get to the Narcissus Festival this year. The Hawaii one. On Madison Avenue, two deer hung before a shop by their hind feet, bellies split, and paper rosettes planted under their tails. On 2nd Avenue, a girl in a southbound bus, her surname appeared 963 times in the Bronx directory, said, but he don't even know my name. Who don't? The lipstick man, he was in today. I found out he's single. Is he handsome? He's not really handsome, he's more what you might say interesting looking. With my hair and my complexion he says I ought to wear T's Hans Red. My favorite movie star. On 1st Avenue, a girl in a northbound bus, who used the same lipstick as her favorite movie star, said, my doctor told me to ride this bus, he says maybe that'll bring it on. In a Lexington Avenue bar, a man in a Santa Claus suit said, hey Barney, let's have one here, first one today. The bartender was saying it's just the same as in Brooklyn, irregardless. That's what I say, if you serve food you gotta have a restroom for ladies as well as men. A woman said, where do you come from? Out on Long Island, Jamaica. Jamaica you mean? Yeah. So where do you come from? Never mind. Yeah, never mind, I know where. It's nothing but a bunch of Portuguese and Ciceronians up where you come from up there. Hey Barney, let's have another one here. Okay Polyach, the woman called to Santa Claus. Hey Barney. Hey Polyach, don't start singing your La Donna Mobile in here. I need this drink like I need a hole in the head, said Santa Claus, interrupting the young man beside him who was staring at a dollar bill pinned on the wall, a sign which said, if you drive your father to drink drive him here, and his own image in the mirror. He turned and nodded agreement. You know what I mean? What's your name? Otto. You know what I mean, Otto. Otto held up his beer glass, half emptied, and nodded. Can I buy you a drink, Otto? He told me ahead of time he's gonna get drunk, the woman said. Who's kiddin' who? Some people never learn. Listen to this guy, you'll go crazy. Can I buy you a drink? No, thank you, really. I feel just the way you do. I'm just waiting. You won't drink with me, hun. You won't drink with me. Hey Polyach. Like I say, it's just like in Brooklyn, irregardless. The jukebox came to life, and played The World Is Waiting for the Sunrise. Fruit stores were busy. Taxi drivers were busy. Trains were crowded, in both directions. Accident wards were inundated. Psychoanalysts received quivering visits from old clients. Newspaper reporters dug up and wrote at compassionate length of gas-filled rooms, Christmas tree fires and bloodshed under mistletoe, puppy dogs hung in stockings and cats hung in telephone wires, in what were called human interest stories. Do I know him? We was like we was married together for 4 months, said a girl on 3rd Avenue. I'm going to give him a present this year, just for spite. It rained, then it snowed, and the snow stayed on the paved ground for long enough to become evenly blackened with soot and smoke fall, evenly but for islands of yellow left by uptown dogs. Then it rained again, and the whole creation was transformed into cold slop, which made walking adventuresome. Then it froze, and every corner presented opportunity for entertainment, the vastly amusing spectacle of well-dressed people suspended in the indecorous positions which precede skull fractures. Who made the first one? Will somebody tell me that? Said the boss at an office party in a suite at the Astor Hotel. His stiff dicky stood out like a jib as he flew before the winds of first cause. You may not have thought I'm a very religious guy, but I'll just ask that one question. Who made the first one? Then he dropped his glass on the carpet. In a large private house on East 74th Street, the girls entertained their gentlemen friends at a champagne breakfast. The gentlemen were away from home on business. At home, their aging children opened gifts bought by efficient secretaries, asked embarrassing questions, and were confounded to receive answers which common sense had told them all the time. They stared at their gifts, and awkwardly accepted this liberation from infancy, made privy to the reciprocal deceits which as children they had been taught to call lies. Miles away here, Daddy smiled munificently as the girl in the new housecoat, "Who gave you that?" said, "and even with my own name on it and all. Are they real diamonds?" Hundreds of thousands of doors closed upon as many single young women in single rooms, there, furnished with the single bed, the lamp, the chair, bookcase full of encouragement, radio, telephone. Life stepped tacitly and took her where she never saw the sun. Who would send flowers? Not him. And relatives again? A handkerchief from a cold-nosed aunt. She telephoned her mother in Grand Rapids, and was surprised to note that mother seemed to have been weeping even before she answered the telephone. The radio, unattended, played The Origin of Design. And she still had her hair to put up. Flub-a-dub-dub, she washed her girdle in the basin, singing alto accompaniment to the Christmas carols on another station. Every hour on the hour consciousness blanked, while the disembodied voice spoke with respectful disinterest of train wrecks, casualties in a far-off war, the doings of a president, an actress, a murderer, and then suddenly warm, human, confidential, if disembodied still, of Under Our Motor. Hark the herald angels sing. She sang, alto, accompanying the body odor song which followed very much the same tune. Flub-a-dub-dub went the girdle in the basin while she sang, not too loudly, fearful of missing something, of missing the telephone's ring. Glory to the newborn king. She sang, waiting for the lipstick man. As it has been, and apparently ever shall be, gods, superseded, become the devils in the system which supplants their reign, and stay on to make trouble for their successors, available, as they are, to a few for whom magic has not despaired, and been superseded by religion. Holy things and holy places, out of mind under the cauterizing brilliance of the summer sun, reared up now as the winter sun struck from the south, casting shadows coldly up the avenues where the people followed and went in, wearing winter hearts on their sleeves for the plucking. Slightly offended by Bach and Palestrina, short memories reached back, struggling toward Origen, that most extraordinary father of the Church, whose 3rd-century enthusiasm led him to castrate himself so that he might repeat the hoc est corpus meum, Dominus, without the distracting interference of the rearing shadow of the flesh. They looked, but he was nowhere about, so well had he done his work, and the churches were so crowded that many were forced to suffer the birth in cocktail lounges, and bars. So well had Origen succeeded, sowing his field without a seed, that the conspiracy, conceived in light, born, bred in darkness, and harassed to maturity in dubious death and rapturous martyrdom, continued. Miserere nobis, said the mitred lips. Vi victus, the statistical heart. Tragedy was forsworn, in ritual denial of the ripe knowledge that we are drawing away from one another, that we share only one thing, share the fear of belonging to another, or to others, or to God, love or money, tender equated in advertising and the world, where only money is currency, and under dead trees and brittle ornaments prehensile hands exchange forgeries of what the heart dare not surrender. Hey Barney, let's have another here. First today. Hey Polyach, the woman called. Hey Santa Claus. Why don't you drop dead? Don't give me none of your hocus pocus. Yeah. And who are you going to be miserable with New Year's Eve? Asked Mrs. Bildow on the telephone. Esther, at the other end of the line, accepted this kind invitation for herself and her husband. Mrs. Bildow laid the instrument back in its cradle and looked out the window of the sidewalk-level apartment. She could see 4 legs. Don, she called. Do you think she's all right with him? What's his name, Anselm? Outside, the 4 legs retreated, out of her sight. It was a dark afternoon. To the north, the sky was almost black. Anselm rounded the corner with the little girl by the hand. He stopped there, met by a friend. Hey Anselm, I've got one you'd like, old man. One what? Is it all right to kiss a nun? What do you mean, for Christ's sake? Sure it's all right, as long as you don't get into the habit. Ha, ha 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 ha. Anselm turned his thin face down to the little girl. She looked up. He had a bad case o' pound acne. Ha 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 ha. I knew you'd like that. Anselm nodded, and looked serious again, as he had rounding the corner. He looked wistful. What's the matter with you, anyway? Afternoons like this, Anselm commenced, looking to the dark sky between the buildings to the north, afternoons like this, he repeated, I think about girls. Happy New Year, if you'll pardon the expression. Goodbye Esther, tell your husband. Good night, I. Happy New Year, if you're sure you can't come. No, Esther's voice came back on the smoke with theirs, we've decided to go to a little Spanish place Wyatt knows about, just the 2 of us, good night and thanks, Happy New Year. Good night. And Happy New Year, I. Then the smoke in the room stopped moving, the door closed on the draft, and the room hung with silence, until Esther came back in, moving the smoke around her, and speaking, well, that's over. She stood unsteadily. If you wanted to go to their party, Esther. Party? It's always so frightening we thought we'd just hide at home this year, that's what she said. If you call that a party. I wouldn't have minded staying here, if you'd wanted to. Go alone? Well, there's some work I wanted to finish. Work, she repeated dully. The woman called about that picture in there, it's all done, it just needs a coat of varnish. You were varnishing it when we came in. Yes, I did a little, as a matter of fact it's done, he admitted. Esther sat slowly against the edge of a table. The brightness of her eyes fluctuated, glimmering to dull, as she fixed them on him and away. Finally she said, it was like you were trying to escape. He started a motion with his hand, but did not make a sound nor look up from the chair he sat in. I didn't think you'd mind, they're not. They're a nice couple, and the boy with them. Who was he? I've never met him, his name's Otto something. He just showed up, he said he'd been at a party uptown, at some playwright's house, he left when it got too noisy and some woman kept calling him Pagliacci. You liked him, didn't you? Yes, he was. He's quite young, isn't he? You might have offered brandy to someone else, besides just him. And yourself, she added. Her idle hand reached the new typewriter on the table, a Christmas gift. She had given him an electric razor, and her finger made a speculative stab at a key she would never use. She looked at the paper, where she had imprinted a. Poor Don, you might have been a little nicer. Nicer? I talked to him, I tried to talk to him. I heard you saying. Did you hear him? An extensive leisure is necessary for any society to evolve an at all extensive religious ritual. Did you hear all that? You will find that the rationalists took over Plato's state qua state, which of course left no room for the artist. As a creative figure he is always a disturbing element which threatens the status quo. Good God, Esther! Did you hear us discussing quiddity? And Schopenhauer's transcendental speculations on apparent design in the fate of the individual? And right into the Greek skeptics. And I heard you with this. Her voice rose, she held up a small stiff-covered magazine, and I couldn't believe it. I thought you must be drunk or... I don't know what. I've never heard you that way, that. Being rude. You're grinning now as if you still thought it was funny, pretending you didn't know he was an editor of this, that he wrote the piece in here on Juan Gris. Esther, please. And ran this whole symposium on religion they had. Wyatt, it just wasn't like you. What wasn't? People like that. All that about mummies, you know very well what I mean, when you said that ideas in these pages are not only dead but embalmed with care, respecting the sanctity of the corpse. I heard all of it. Some daring person appears in one issue to make the first incision, you said, and then runs off to escape stoning for his offense against the dead, and then the embalmers take over. The staff of embalmers, a very difficult clique to join. Do you think he didn't know you meant him when you said that? Like good priests dictating canons for happy living they disdain for themselves. You were actually referring to his piece on Juan Gris, weren't you, when you said the corpse was drained, the vital organs preserved in alabaster vases, the brain drawn out through the nostrils with an iron hook? I heard all of it, the emptied cavities stuffed with spices, the whole thing soaked in brine, coated with gum, wrapped up and put in a box shaped like a man. Esther brandished the hard roll of paper, and then dropped it on the table, looking for a cigarette. Why you picked on him? I don't know, Esther, there was something about that translucent quality of his, that round chin and thin hair and those plastic-rimmed eyeglasses, that brown suit. He can't help what he looks like. Hasn't he got a mirror? And that yellow necktie with palm trees on it. There's just something about soft-handed complacent fools like that pontificating on. He's not complacent, Don suffers a good deal. I suppose he's given you every heart-rending detail. He talks to me. He talks to me more than. She stopped to sniff, and lit her cigarette. More than what? Never mind. Do you know what it looked like? What looked like? It looked like all of a sudden you were trying to impress that boy Otto. Impress him? You were being. Really, you were being just too clever and coquettish. Esther, good God. Esther. He got to his feet. Do you think he's homosexual too? She asked calmly. Otto? How in heaven's name? What do you mean, too? Nothing, she said, looking down. Too? Listen. Good God. His hands dropped to his sides. Well, why you should be so nice to a conceited pretentious boy, and try to make a fool out of a nice person like Don when he wants to talk to you about things that interest you, and his wife. Well, damn it, there it is, his wife. That woman. Do you know her? Did you hear her? As Don says in his piece in the Religious Symposium, he has a religion too, though maybe you wouldn't suspect it because he's so philosophical. All right, let's forget about it. Forget about it? Forget about her? Peering out through her granulated eyelids. Esther tells us you're so original, you must tell me more about your work, you must know all the tricks. The tricks? Well, she tries, Wyatt, you mustn't be unkind, and she tries to paint herself. She can paint herself red and hang on the wall and whistle, I don't care, but not here. Esther tells us. Esther says. Good God. What have you told them? What's the matter? I've never seen you like this, Wyatt, she said, sinking into a chair. Well, what have you told them? About me, that I need psychoanalysis? I've had to talk to someone. Well. You. Listen, he stood before her with his hands quivering in the air. Damn it, if you think I need a psychoanalyst. Please don't swear at me. Listen, did you see her? Reading my hands? My, they're strong, aren't they? But you must give me the left one too. I hope it does something to justify this. Did you see her, dragging her grubby little fingers over my palm? There, the left one is so much better, but I've never seen such a complete dichotomy, she said. That's one of Don's words. It means two things that describe each other like black and not black, and your right hand is so rough. Even when I got away from her, she went on, did you hear her? Your left hand is so gentle, so soft, it understands, and your right hand is so rough, that means your judgment is much better than your will. Why do you try to follow your will as though it ran your life? Your left hand does, but you work against yourself, don't you? So stubborn, not happy, not happy. Your left hand has love. What a lonely person you are, good God. Wyatt. And then, is it possible? Can a man be jealous of himself? Damn it, listen Esther, did you see what she tried to do? She almost kissed me goodbye. Why, she's insane. But she goes out on the street and nobody's surprised to see her, she talks and nobody's surprised to hear her. It's suffocating. Right this minute, she's talking. They're down there right this minute and that woman with the granulated eyelids is talking. You look up and there she is, people. The instant you look at them they begin to talk, automatically, they take it for granted you understand them, that you recognize them, that they have something to say to you, and you have to wait, you have to pretend to listen, pretend you don't know what's coming next while they go right on talking with no idea what they're talking about, they don't even know but they go right on, trying to explain who they are because they take it for granted you want to know, not that they have the damnedest idea as far as that goes, they just want to know what kind of a receptacle you'll be for their confidences. How do they know I'm the same person that? Who are they, to presume such intimacy, to go right on talking? And they really believe that they're talking to me. Darling, you shouldn't have let her upset you so, Esther said to him. Upset RNA. Did you hear her talking about her analysis with her husband? Her lay analysis? Don's being analyzed, but we can't afford it for both of us, so he analyzes me. My paintings help, they're really pure symbols in the process of individuation, Don says. Lay analysis. And she titters, one of those little minds where naughtiness breeds intimacy, when she said to you, I've been trying to make your husband come out of his shell but he just won't come. And she titters. She was sitting there. That's enough, Wyatt, really. No, listen, she was sitting there watching the two of you and Don, sitting here with her knees hanging apart and Otto staring up her garter straps. He should have an affair now, she said. Don, he needs one now. Wyatt, please. He knew Esther before she was married, she said to me. Don knew Esther before she was married. Where are you going? Esther asked when he turned away. He did not answer but walked toward the studio door. Wyatt, she said, getting up to follow, please. It's all right, he said, going on through the doorway, and the bright light came on overhead. A few minutes later Esther appeared in the door, her makeup freshened, her hair pushed up to where she thought it belonged. A drying lamp had been turned on the portrait, and she looked at it. He had done an excellent job and she, fresh from her mirror, stared at the flesh of the face on the easel as clear as her own. I'll miss it, she said. I'll be glad to see it gone but I'll miss it. Something moved. She turned, but it was not he. In the mirror, to correct bad drawing. She caught his reflection, and realized he was behind the table. I'm sorry, these things happen, but now, you're not upset, are you? Now. No, no, it's just that. The rest of us. He drank down some brandy, and sat staring at some papers on the table before him. I don't know, there are things we have to do, so we do them together. We have to eat, so we eat together. We have to sleep and we sleep together, but, all that, does it bring us any closer together? But you can't. Not. But they're gone, he went on more calmly, looking back at the papers. Thank God you thought of something, that excuse about our going somewhere else together, to get rid of them. But I really wanted to go. Esther. He got up quickly and came over to her. Don't, I'm sorry. Of course we'll go, if you want to. I didn't understand, Esther, but don't cry. For the first time in months, he put his arm around her, but his hand, reaching her shoulder, did not close upon it, only rested there. They swayed a little, standing in the doorway, still holding each other together in a way of holding each other back. They still waited, being moved over the surface of time like two swells upon the sea, one so close upon the other that neither can reach a peak and break, until both, unrealized, come into shatter coincidentally upon the shore. It was colder, outside where the deer still hung by their heels, and the rosettes still bloomed where they'd been planted. A small army of men moved through the streets, collecting 25,000 tons of boxes and colored paper, beribboned refuse from Christmas. Esther started. What is it? Just a chill, down my back. It's chilly here. She stared up at the pressed tin ceiling. It's not the kind of place I expected. What did you expect? You said gypsy. Some greasy Hungarian dipping his violin bow in your soup? I didn't mean. Please. I didn't mean I don't like it, I like it. When were you in Spain? Spain? He looked up surprised. I've never been in Spain. But you've told me. My father. And your mother. To think you never told me. What? Your mother, buried in Spain. Why are you smiling? The music. It's exciting, isn't it? Exciting music. I wonder why the place is almost empty. No. She stayed his hand tipping the bottle over her glass. I can't drink any more of it. What is it? She tipped her head to read the label. Lagida? Manzanilla. I don't feel very well. I shouldn't have had as much to drink earlier, martinis, and now this wine. I'm not used to just sitting and drinking so much wine. Wyatt. You've almost finished this bottle yourself. Yes, we'll order another. I wouldn't drink any more of it if I were you, Wyatt. I said. Didn't you hear me? I was listening to the music. Can you understand it? The music? The words. Sangre negro en mi corazón. I can't speak Spanish. Wyatt, couldn't we go? You want to leave now? I mean go to Spain, couldn't we, together? What? Oh don't. Never mind, no. You couldn't take me there traveling, with your mother there. No, you. Morocco, following ants through the desert to see if they're guided by the stars, more Moroccan than. I don't know, I wish. Where are you going? Men's room. She watched him cross the room unsteadily. He stopped at the bar. There was an elderly man with large features behind the bar. The waiter joined them, and then a stout and very pretty girl came from the kitchen. Esther watched them all talking and laughing, watched her husband buy them all three a drink, saw them raise their glasses, saw him pound his heels on the floor with the pounding heels from the music on the record in the dark jukebox, and a few minutes later the waiter approached the table opening another bottle. Earlier the waiter had stood over them and detailed the plot of a moving picture he'd seen that afternoon. His English was very choppy, and before they knew it he was describing the moving picture he'd seen the day before. These were very enthusiastic descriptions, as though they were details from his own life. He said his name was Esteban, and he came from Murcia. But did we order this? Esther asked, as he pulled the cork from the bottle. Oh yes. El señor, your husband. Es muy flamenco, el señor. What? Is very flamenco, your husband. They watched him, standing now bent over the dark jukebox beside the pretty stout girl from the kitchen, saw him straighten up, laugh, and pound the floor again with his heel. You understand what it mean, flamenco? Yes, she murmured, watching him cross the room toward her, with his head up. He paused to say something to Esteban, and came on, looking at the floor. A chill touched her shoulders, and was gone. When he sat down, she said, speaking quietly under the music, how handsome you were just then. What do you mean? He paused, filling his glass. The way you were standing there, when you hit your heels on the floor, with your head up. Were you doing it on purpose, looking so arrogant? You make it sound theatrical. No, but that's it, it wasn't that, up on a stage, not just you being arrogant, not just your expression, it was. You had the back of your head thrown back and kind of raised, but still your face was up and open in. I don't know, but not like you are sometimes now. She watched the glass shake slightly in his hand when he started to raise it, and he put it back on the table. Wyatt, it's sometimes when I come in and see you looking down and looking so lonely and. But just now, it was the whole man being arrogant, it was towering somehow, it had all the wonderful things about it, that moment, all the things that, I don't know. But all the things we were taught that a man can be. He said nothing, and did not look up, but took out some cigarettes. Heroic, she said quietly, watching him light a cigarette with his head down, and then in the same tone, could I have one too? What? He asked, looking up quickly, and his burning green eyes shocked her. A cigarette? He gave her one, and filled her glass while she lit it. She stared at his squared fingers gripping the thin stem of the glass, and after a minute asked, what does flamenco mean? Flemish. Flemish? I don't see. From the costumes the Spanish soldiers wore back, after the invasion of the lowlands in the 17th century. He sounded impatient and nervous, answering her. Strange clothes. The gypsies took them over, so they called them flamenco. Esther leaned toward him at the table, with a smile of intimate confidence, and starting to put her hand to his said, do you know what, Wyatt? I didn't even know Spain had ever invaded. Listen. He said. He'd withdrawn his hand on the tabletop automatically. That's what it is, this arrogance, in this flamenco music, this same arrogance of suffering, listen. The strength of it's what's so overpowering, the self-sufficiency that's so delicate and tender without an instant of sentimentality. With infinite pity but refusing pity, it's a precision of suffering, he went on, abruptly working his hand in the air as though to shape it there, the tremendous tension of violence all enclosed in a framework. In a pattern that doesn't pretend to any other level but its own, do you know what I mean? He barely glanced at her to see if she did. It's the privacy, the exquisite sense of privacy about it, he said, speaking more rapidly, it's the sense of privacy that most popular expressions of suffering don't have, don't dare have, that's what makes it arrogant. That's what sentimentalizing invades and corrupts, that's what we've lost everywhere, especially here where they make every possible assault on your feelings and privacy. These things have their own patterns, suffering and violence, and that's the sense of violence within its own pattern, the pattern that belongs to violence, like the bullfight. That's why the bullfight is art, because it respects its own pattern. He stopped speaking, and after a moment Esther, who was looking down now too, repeated the word, suffering. Suffering. Why? Don't you think about happiness, ever? Yes, did you hear what that woman said? I think it's the artist is the only person who is really given the capability of being happy, maybe not all the time, but sometimes. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? And what did you say? He put down his empty glass. I said, there are moments of exaltation. Exaltation? Completely consumed moments, when you're working and lose all consciousness of yourself. Oh. She said. Do you call that happiness? Good God. Then she said, it was terrible about Esther's analyst, wasn't it, for Esther I mean. No, good God no, people like that. From the other end of the room came the flamenco wail, Sangre Negro en mi corazón. Do you know that Spanish line, vida sin amigo, muerte sin testigo? What does it mean? She asked quietly, her eyes still turned from him. Life without a friend, death without a witness. I don't like it, she said quietly, then she caught his hand before he could withdraw it, she felt it pull for an instant, then go rigid in hers. I'm sorry they upset you, she said, but they've been very kind to me, both of them, when I needed friends. I have talked to them about you, I've talked to them about a lot of things, and things I can't talk to you about because you just won't talk to me. What things? He mumbled when she paused, as though obliged to. Well, my writing for instance, I know it's nothing to you but it is important to me, and what do you say? Partial to the word atavistic? All right, Esther, he said and suddenly got his hand back from her. If all you can say is, all right, listen, I have ideas but why should I oppress you with them? It's your work, and something like writing is very private, isn't it? How fragile situations are. But not tenuous. Delicate, but not flimsy, not indulgent. Delicate, that's why they keep breaking, they must break and you must get the pieces together and show it before it breaks again, or put them aside for a moment when something else breaks and turn to that, and all this keeps going on. That's why most writing now, if you read it they go on 1 2 3 4 and tell you what happened like newspaper accounts, no adjectives, no long sentences, no tricks they pretend, and they finally believe that they really believe that the way they saw it is the way it is, when really. Why, what happened when they opened Mary Stuart's coffin? They found she'd taken 2 strokes of the blade, one slashed the nape of her neck and the second one took the head. But did any of the eyewitness accounts mention 2 strokes? No, it never takes your breath away, telling you things you already know, laying everything out flat, as though the terms and the time, and the nature and the movement of everything were secrets of the same magnitude. They write for people who read with the surface of their minds, people with reading habits that make the smallest demands on them, people brought up reading for facts, who know what's going to come next and want to know what's coming next, and get angry at surprises. Clarity's essential, and detail, no fake mysticism, the facts are bad enough. But we're embarrassed for people who tell too much, and tell it without surprise. How does he know what happened? Unless it's one unshaven man alone in a boat, changing I to he, and how often do you get a man alone in a boat, in all this? Listen, there are so many delicate fixtures, moving toward you, you'll see. Like a man going into a dark room, holding his hands down guarding his parts for fear of a table corner, and why, all this around us is for people who can keep their balance only in the light, where they move as though nothing were fragile, nothing tempered by possibility, and all of a sudden bang. Something breaks. Then you have to stop and put the pieces together again. But you never can put them back together quite the same way. You stop when you can and expose things, and leave them within reach, and others come on by themselves, and they break, and even then you may put the pieces aside just out of reach until you can bring them back and show them, put together slightly different, maybe a little more enduring, until you've broken it and picked up the pieces enough times, and you have the whole thing in all its dimensions. But the discipline, the detail, it's just. Sometimes the accumulation is too much to bear. Esther had been studying his face as he spoke, and did now, where nothing moved until she said clearly, "How ambitious you are." He looked at her with an expression which was not a frown but had happened as an abrupt breaking of his features, an instant before apparently cast for good as they were, but even now, in this new constriction, renewing an impression of permanence, as molten metals spilled harden instantly in unpredictable patterns of breakage. And Esther looked at him with the face of someone looking at a wound. They left a few minutes later. "That seems like a lot of money to leave," Esther said to him. "For the music? Well, I wouldn't tip so much if I were you," she said in the door. "But you're not," he whispered hoarsely, holding it open. "It is a naked city. Faith is not pampered, nor hope encouraged, there is no place to lay one's exhaustion, but instead pinnacles skewer it undisguised against vacancy. At this hour it was delivered over to those who inherit it between the spasms of its life, those who live underground and come out, the ones who do not come out and the ones who do not carry keys, the ones who look with interest at small objects on the ground, the ones who look without interest, the ones who do not know the hour for the darkness, the ones who look for illuminated clocks with apprehension, the ones who look at passing shoe tops with dread, the ones who look at passing faces from waist level, the ones who look in separate directions, the ones who look from whitened eyeballs, the ones who wear one eyeglass blacked, the ones who are tattooed, the ones who walk like windmills, the ones who spread disease, the ones who receive extreme unction with salted peanuts on their breath." The moon had not yet entered the sky, waiting to come in late, each night waiting nearer the last possible minute before day, to appear more battered, lopsided, and seem to mount unsteadily as though restrained by embarrassment at being seen in such condition. "You do hate the winter, don't you?" There were no taxicabs in sight, and they walked hurriedly. "You always look so much colder than other people do." "Other people?" he muttered, as they walked east. The sky ahead was already light. "Look at it," he said abruptly, catching her arm. "Can't you imagine that we're fished for? Walking on the bottom of a great celestial sea. Do you remember the man who came down the rope to undo the anchor caught on the tombstone?" Then she heard his name called. It seemed to come from a great distance, like a cry in a dream, or underwater, she might have imagined it, but it was repeated. Then there stood the priest before them, in a black hat and coat and the round collar, carrying a suitcase, hurrying to catch a train, she heard him say. She heard him, heard her husband's voice, her own for a moment sounding especially loud, their greetings, the hurried slightly embarrassed renewal of their acquaintanceship, all as though they were suddenly met in a submarine landscape where only the others were at home, and she fighting desperately to surface, as she had that one moment when her voice burst, "How do you do?" His name was John. She heard him say, "There was an air of legend and mystery about you even then, Wyatt." She swayed. And it seemed a long time before they were walking again, and she heard her own voice, breathed again and controlled it as she spoke. "An old friend? You studied with him? You studied for the priesthood? For the ministry, Esther? He's high church. You studied for the priesthood? Yes, there's no mystery about it." It was quiet except for their heels on the pavement, and sounds of constriction from Esther's throat. A block ahead, the street was lit up by a blaze where a Christmas tree burned in the gutter. "It's too warm to snow," he said. They walked on toward the blaze. But that sounded like thunder. He turned to support her with both hands. "Esther, Esther." They both swayed. "You have to walk." She let herself back in a shallow doorway, and the light of the blaze covered her face. It was a big tree. "No mystery?" she said. "No mystery? All the time he talked I could see you standing there with blood all over your face. All the time he talked I could see you dancing like a lunatic, all locked up like a lock." She managed to stop her eyes on his face. "Tonight I can believe everything I've ever thought about you," she said. "And you never told me." Esther, now stop it. It never occurred. Why did you marry me? She demanded. Esther, I don't want to be unkind. She looked at him, full in the face where nothing moved to betray the man she had loved, then her eyes, moving quickly, searching, lost and found and lost him again. But you are, she whispered. You are all the time. Her voice rose dully, and then it broke. You shouldn't know other people if you have nothing to share with them. You shouldn't even know them, she cried. And she sobbed, you haven't ever shared anything with me. You won't help me do things, you do them for me but you won't help me. You offer to do the dishes, but you wouldn't help me do them. I know you'd do them if I said yes but you wouldn't help me. Esther. In the distance a siren whined. That set of Dante you had, we couldn't have it, it was as though it couldn't exist without being yours or mine so you gave it to me, but it couldn't be ours. You. Even when you make love to me you don't share it, you do it as though, so you can do something sinful. And you never told me. She raised her head which had fallen as she sobbed, and the blaze caught it again as the sirens, distinguishable now and punctuated by bells, approached nearer. Why aren't you a priest? You are a priest. Why aren't you one then, instead of me? They don't share anything. Priests don't share anything? He repeated, holding her. Nothing. Nothing, any more than you share love with me. They hold out something, offer it down. They even give it but they never share it, they never share anything. Her coarse hair stood away from her face in disarray as she looked at his profile in the fire's light, uneven shocks of flame as one branch blazed up and another fell glowing, which seemed to make his features move, though nothing moved but his hands, taking a closer grip from which she half twisted. Precision of suffering. Privacy of suffering. If that's what it is, suffering, then you share it. She was looking down, and shook her head slowly. If you can't share it, you can't understand it in others, and if you can't understand it you can't respect it, and if you can't respect it, if you can't respect suffering. The firelight had suddenly been penetrated by the sharp white lights of a car, which stopped at the curb, its siren droning down too deep to be heard. Beyond, other sirens and the clangor of bells violated the night almost upon them. O.K. Jack, what do you call this? It's nothing, officer. Is this here your campfire? I don't know anything about the fire, Wyatt said, turning to face him, still supporting Esther. Do I look like I? O.K. Jack, take it easy. Who's the little lady? This is my wife. You live here? No, we live uptown. My wife has just had a little too much to drink. The both of you look like you've had a few too many. This your husband, lady? No. Esther. He ain't your husband? Look at him, Esther said raising her eyes. Can't you see? Look at his eyes, can't you see he's a priest? Esther. Suddenly the night around them disappeared in a blaze of red and white lights and the harmonic explosion of the sirens and bells, as a hose truck, an emergency vehicle, and a hook and ladder arrived, it seemed at the same instant. The policeman turned his back on them in the doorway. It's just somebody's friggin' Christmas tree, he called out. Are them the ones that lit it? Came a voice from behind a red beam. You better get home to bed, Jack, the policeman said, turning to Wyatt. There aren't any cabs. Come on. I'll give you a lift, father. They drove uptown, in silence except for the constant static voice on the radio at their knees repeating its esoterics, signal 30, signal 30. Car number 137, signal 30. Wyatt handed the policeman a $5 bill when they got out, and the policeman said, Happy New Year, father. As he fitted the key in the door, Esther murmured, I feel so old. He let her in, to the darkness and the scent of lavender. She sat down and said, Leave the light off, as he crossed to the bright shaft of light that came from the drying lamp set up before the portrait in the studio. "Wyatt," she said, "can't you say something to me? Even if you don't believe it?" He did not appear to have heard, standing over the portrait. He turned off the hot lamp, lifted a small ultraviolet hand lamp and stood tapping his foot, waiting for it to warm up. There were sounds of Esther standing in the dark room, and her footsteps. The violet light gradually rose to its lurid fullness, and showed his drawn face and level unblinking eyes turned upon the portrait. The smooth surface was gone under the violet light. In the woman's face, the portions he had restored shone dead black, a face touched with the irregular chiaroscuric hand of Louise and the plague, tissues ulcerated under the surface which reappeared, in complacent continence the instant he turned the violet light from it, and upon the form of Esther who had come, looking over his shoulder, and fallen stricken there on the floor without a word. Wyatt picked her up, and carried her across the dark room to the bedroom. "Don't try to carry me," she whispered, as he got her there and laid her down on the bed, losing his balance and coming down almost on top of her, where she suddenly held him. Then Esther reached out with one hand and turned on the soft bed lamp. He held her face between his hands, his thumbs meeting above her eyes, and drew his thumbs along her brows. Her eyes opened, bloodshot and the whites almost possessed by the flesh round them. His eyes above were still and hard, looking down unblinking. She reached up to catch his right hand and stop it, so that only his left thumb moved along her brow. "You look like a criminal," she said gently. His smile seemed to draw her lips together, her upper lip caught under her lower. "Why?" she whispered. "Why do you fight it all so hard?" "There's still so much more to do," he answered, as his smile came-foot his face. "So much what?" "If you can't share your work with me." "But does that mean you can't share anything?" She moved under him, and put one hand up to his rough cheek. He did not answer. "You looked like a little boy, with the flames all over your face," she whispered. "It was terrible," he commenced, "and that woman. A lonely little boy, getting upset over silly people. But Esther, when I realized how much you've talked to them, told them about me, about my father and my mother, and guilt complexes and that dream I have that comes back, and saying that I needed analysis badly, and all sorts of—" He paused. She was not crying. "I had to talk to someone," she said. She scratched the palm of his right hand with her fingernails. "I wish," she said, moving under him. His right hand closed on her fingers, and they stopped. He stroked her hair. Then she moved so quickly, raising herself on her elbows, that her dress tore. "Do you think it can go on like this?" she said loudly. His tight black jacket, unpadded and unpressed, bound his arms, but he did not stop to take it off, and then her eyes closed, his thumbs on the lids, and they shared the only intimacy they knew. "What do you think about?" she asked him, as they undressed. "Think about?" he repeated, looking up confused. "Just now," she said. "Not thought. I don't think of anything, but—" He drew on his cigarette, which was half smoked away. It was strange. There were sapphires. I could see sapphires spread out, different sizes and different brilliances, and in different settings. Though some of them weren't set at all. And then I thought, yes I did think, I thought, if only I can keep thinking of these sapphires, and not lose them, not lose one of them, everything will be all right. She turned out the light. "That must mean something. Like your dream. Your dream isn't hard to understand." "Certainly not. After tonight. There's always the sense," he went on, "the sense of recalling something, of almost reaching it, and holding it." She leaned over to him, her hand caught his wrist and the coal of tobacco glowed, burning his fingers. In the darkness she did not notice. "And then it's escaped again." "It's escaped again, and there's only a sense of disappointment, of something irretrievably lost. He raised his head. A cigarette, she said. Why do you always leave me so quickly afterward? Why do you always want a cigarette right afterward? Reality, he answered. Reality? Otto repeated. Well, I always think of it as meaning the things you can't do anything about. This was an argument which many women might have welcomed, and, from the way he raised one eyebrow, it might appear that many had. Nevertheless, Esther continued to stare into the cup before her. I mean, Otto commenced. I think he thinks of it as. Yes? He asked, after pausing politely. As nothing, she said. As a great, empty nothing. Before Otto could look, or try not to look, as uncomfortable as this made him, he was startled by her looking him square in the face across the table, to ask, Do you like him? Why, yes, he answered, looking down, in a tone which she might have taken for insincerity, had she not been able to see his embarrassment. I mean, I don't really know him, he went on. She looked back into her empty coffee cup, but he is sort of hard to get to know, isn't he? Esther nodded. Yes, she said, and looked up for what he would say next. I mean, I can't imagine that anybody really knows him really well. Except you, of course, he added hastily, offering her a cigarette. I'd better not take time, she said. And I mean, Otto said, lighting a cigarette, I think you can learn so much from him. I mean, I think I can. I mean little things that you don't learn at Harvard. Like the way he was talking about the Saint Jerome in El Greco's painting being the real Saint Jerome, the neck and chest all sort of drained of decay, and the sort of lonely singleness of purpose of insanity. That kind of thing. And he doesn't talk down to me, he just sort of talks, like. Well, we were talking about German philosophy, and he was talking about Weiniger, and something about how we have to live in the dark and only assume postulates true which if they were true would justify. Romantic, German. Esther murmured. Yes, but, and then Fitch saying that we have to act because that's the only way we can know we're real, and that it has to be moral action because that's the only way we can know other people are real. I mean. But look, there's something, I mean, do you think he minds me taking you to lunch like this? Esther looked up and smiled across the table for the first time in some minutes. Because you know, I wouldn't want. I think he'll be grateful, she said. Otto turned for the waiter, whom he'd been having trouble reaching since they sat down. He'd brought her to a small restaurant which, with excess of garlic in everything but dessert and coffee, though it lingered even there, and very dry martini cocktails served by disdainfully subservient waiters, one and all in need of a shave, sustained a continental fabric that would have collapsed entirely without the expense accounts of the publishing world. His mother breathed for him before I married him, said the woman at the next table, who was seated nearer to Otto than Esther was. His job is to scrub the kitchen and the bathroom. Otto studied the bill. And thank you for the book, Esther said as she did her lips. It was kind of you to bring it, just because you heard me mention it the other evening. Did you like it? As a matter of fact, he said, unable to interrupt himself so that he paid the 30-cent overcharge without question, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. Well, then you take it back. She pushed it toward him. No, I brought it to you. But maybe, I might come up and borrow it when you're done? I mean, if neither of you mind. I hope you will come up, she said. He would too. I know he would, because you can talk to him. And you must, she said, taking Otto's hand in hers as they reached the sidewalk outside. Her eyes darted back and forth, looking from one of his to the other. And you mustn't be put off by the way he seems to withdraw. He does like you. And I'm glad you like him. I'm glad you told me you did just now, because I told him you did last night. What did he say? Otto asked anxiously. Esther smiled. It was funny, she said. He said it made it like there were 3 of us in the room where there should only have been 2. He said I shouldn't try to make explicit things that should be implicit. She was looking beyond him as she said this, into the crowd of people passing on Fifth Avenue, looking searchingly. Then she looked quickly back at his face. But you understand, don't you? Yes, you. It's as though you bring him to life. Otto turned to watch her leave him. Then, a hand moving in his pocket, he counted his money by memory. Then he looked at his watch. Then he took a slip of paper from his pocket. CHRIST. Otto. I mean, what are you doing standing in the middle of the street writing a note? Oh Ed, it's just something I thought of for this play I'm working on. A play? Crossed, how unnecessary. Who's in it? Asked Ed, who, though he did not know it, was himself in the play, with the unlikely name of Max. Well, no one yet, Otto said, returning to his pocket the slip of paper on which he had just written. Gordon says NTMKE things explic WHCH should be implic IEFRNDSHP. I haven't finished it. The plot still needs a little tightening up. By this Otto meant that a plot of some sort had yet to be supplied, to motivate the series of monologues in which Gordon, a figure who resembled Otto at his better moments, and whom Otto greatly admired, said things which Otto had overheard, or thought of too late to say. The whole plot is laid. Crossed, what lousy weather, I mean I've been everywhere, and wherever you go all you find out is that it's hot as hell in summer and cold as hell in winter. Got time for a drink? Why yes, fine, I mean Crossed, what else do they expect you to do? He said as they walked south. Are you going to the reunion? What reunion? Our class, the class reunion, it's going to be. My Crossed, I mean who wants to go to a thing like that? I mean Crossed, you just get drunk with the same stupid guys you were drunk with for 4 years, except every year they manage some goddamn way to get a little stupider and lose their hair and bring their wives instead, and why go all the way up there to get drunk? I mean Crossed, it's as though you hadn't grown up any. Say, while we're near here I want to stop in at Brooks for a minute, Otto said. I have to get. Oh Crossed, I might as well stop too. I've got to get some drawers. I mean, I'm going to get married next week, and I've got to get some drawers. We could take my car. But it's only 4 blocks away. I know, and I lost the goddamn car anyway. You lost it? Last night, I left it somewhere. I think it was uptown, but I mean Crossed, you can't expect me to remember everything. Pillaged by a cold wind about his midriff, for fashion confided that he might button only the bottom button of his jacket, hybrid heritage of the guards, which forbade an overcoat, Otto reached their doorway. He paused there to look back up the street, and then take a slip of paper from his pocket. Gordon's speeches were becoming more and more profound. Gordon would soon be at home only in drama, and, though his author had not considered it, possibly closet drama at that. Otto often disappeared at odd moments, as some children do given a new word, or a new idea, or a gift, and they are found standing alone in some private corner, lips moving, as they search for the place where this new thing belongs, to get it firmly in place and part of themselves before they return to adult assaults, and the incredible possibility that they may one day themselves be the hunters. Like their lips, his pencil moved, getting the thing down before it was lost, not to himself but to his play, for once written, it need be reconsidered only for sound and character, and the scene it would best fit in, while he returned to the assaults and possibilities that only the hunter knows. In the past few months, Gordon had begun to lose his debonair manner, and become more seriously inclined. He tossed off epigrams less readily, but often paused and made abrupt gestures with his hands, as though to shape his wisdom in plain view of the large audience, halting between phrases to indicate the labor they cost him. He was liable to be silent, where he had chatted amiably, and where he had paused upstage, thoughtfully silent, he was liable not to appear at all. GRDN, we hate things only Becks in THM we see elements WHCH we secretly hate in ourselves, Gordon's creator wrote, at the foot of a page almost covered with notations, one of which covered half the page, and only two of which were not Gordon. He paused for a moment, tapping his lip with the pencil, then, GRDN, a Renelti not inventon BT tins of recall, Recontion, PTTRNS already THR, Q. You can't invent TSHPE of a stone. NMKEGRDNPNTR? SCLPTR. By now Gordon was some 3 or 4 inches shorter than he had been, and considerably less elegant. With this note that Gordon's profession was still open to change, Otto pushed at the outside door and found it open. He entered and climbed the stairs. He was commencing to envy Gordon. A full minute passed before the door was answered. Even then, Esther returned quickly to her typewriter and sat over it biting a thumbnail, while he crossed the room to stand and look out the window, turned to stare into the empty studio, and finally sat on the couch and opened a book. It was a collection of plates of the work of early Flemish painters. A single snap of the typewriter brought him up straight. "What was that?" he asked. "A comma." She looked regretfully at the page before her. "It makes a lot of difference sometimes, a period or a comma." She suddenly looked round. "Where is he? He isn't with you." "I just left him, we been up at the Metropolitan. He said he wanted to take a walk." "I knew he wasn't with you," she said sitting back and speaking more slowly, "and yet, by now sometimes I just don't know, I don't even know whether he's here with me or not." Otto looked up, to see her staring at the floor, and he cleared his throat. "Is this book on Flemish painters?" "No, it's mine," she said looking up vaguely. "He has something against reproductions." "Yes," Otto agreed, "open upon a Dirkbouts, but these aren't especially good, aren't they? This kind of stringency of suffering, this severe self-continence of suffering that looks almost peaceful, almost indifferent. But in a way it's the same thing, this severe quality of line, this severe delicacy and tenderness." She was staring at him, but he did not look up. He turned pages, and continued to speak with casual and labored confidence. "You can see how well these men knew their materials, using color like a sculptor uses marble, not simply filling in like cartoons but respecting it, using it as a servant of the pattern, the tactile values. This Van Eyck, the white head dress on Arnolfini's wife, how sharp the lines are, look at how smoothly they flow, it's perfect painting in stand oil, isn't it? It isn't difficult to see why Cicero says." "What's the matter?" He'd glanced up, to see her eyes fixed on him. "Nothing, go on," she said, fascinated. "Nothing, I was just going to say. That passage in Cicero's Paradoxa, where Cicero gives Praxiteles no credit for anything of his own in his work, but just for removing the excess marble until he reached the real form that was there all the time." "Yes, the masters who didn't have to try to invent, who knew what forms looked like, the disciple is not above his master, but everyone that is perfect shall be as his master." "Who said that?" she asked after a pause, still looking fixedly at him. "Yes, Saint Luke. He was the patron saint of painters." "Was? Well, I mean, I guess he still is, isn't he?" Otto closed the book and stood up looking for a place to put it. "Is that all?" she asked finally. "All what? About Flemish painters?" "Well, Esther, I like them, and I mean the discipline, the attention to detail, the separate consciousnesses in those paintings, the sort of... I guess it's both the force and the flaw of those paintings, the thoroughness with which they recreate the atmosphere, and I mean a painter like Memling who isn't long on suggestion and inferences but piles up perfection layer by layer. But, well, it's like a writer who can't help devoting as much care to a moment as to an hour." "Otto," She got up and came toward him. But God devotes as much time to a moment as he does to an hour, Otto brought out abruptly, as though defending himself, or someone very close to him. She stood before him, looking into his face querulously. "Esther, do you have a cigarette?" she asked, stepping back. He fumbled and gave her one, lit it for her, then got the package out and took one for himself. "Esther, look, is something wrong?" he asked as she sat down on the couch and started to turn pages of a book, without looking at the words. "Nothing, it just gets." "I don't know," she said, and started looking at the pages, running her thumb down the lines as though seeking an answer there. He stood over her, blowing out smoke, as though the cigarette were an occupation in itself, until she said, "Here's a lovely passage, it's something of Catherine Manfield's, a review she wrote." She held it up and he took it as though he might find some solution there himself. "It's too bad, such a lovely thing hidden away in an old review." "Yes," he said, covetously, "and read it again." He got out his pencil. She saw the book in his pocket and asked what it was. "Spinoza," Otto answered, taking it out. "I'm glad you reminded me, he lent it to me a long time ago, and just asked me if I'd leave it here." Esther thumbed the pages. "Did you get all the way through it?" "Well, I mean not all the way really. We were talking about quiddity once, and he—" "About what?" "Quiddity, what the thing is, the thing itself, and he said that Kant says we can never know." "Is this all you talk about?" "Quiddity, philosophers." "But Esther, doesn't he talk about himself to you?" "Well, I mean in a way he's always talking about himself, but he, you know, for instance when he said, 'But aren't we all trying to see in the dark?' I mean, you know." "I know," she said, staring at her hands. "But he must say something about me?" Otto stood looking down at her hair, at her shoulders and the curve of flesh at her neck. He laughed, a slight, nervous, and confidential sound, and when he spoke his voice was more strained with casualness than before. As a matter of fact, today he said sometimes he felt like the homunculus that I forget, the Greek god of fire made, and then another god criticized it because he hadn't put in a little window where they could see its secret thoughts. She did not move, and when she remained silent Otto repeated his nervous sound of a laugh. "I mean, he didn't mean anything, you know." "What?" "I know," she repeated in a whisper. "He didn't mean. Do you know what it's like?" What? "Do you know what it's like? Living with someone like him, living with him, do you know what it's like? Do you know what it's like, being a woman and living with him?" "But Esther, to come into the room, and see him staring, without blinking, just staring, not an insane stare but just sitting and looking? Last night he was sitting there, that way, and the music on the radio, I can still hear the announcer's voice afterward because it was such a relief, it was the Suite No. 1 in C major of Bach, and afterward all he said was, 'Such precision. Such precision.' But that's true, it's—" Otto came down on the sofa beside her. "Yes, but it isn't human." He put a hand on hers. "It isn't a way to live," she said in the same dull voice, her hand dead under his. "It isn't. Is it strange that he has ringing in his ears? Is this dream of his strange, this damned dream he has? That after an hour's silence he can say, 'The one thing I cannot stand is dampness.' That's all, it took him an hour to work that out. Strange. That he can drink down a pint of brandy, and be just as he was before. Nothing happens. Nothing happens, except he blinks even less. Yes, man of double deed, I sow my field without a seed. Esther, you mustn't get so. When the seed began to blow 'twas like a garden full of snow. Look, it won't last," he said taking both her hands. "He can't just go PN, like this. I know it, she said, moving her hands in his. Sleeping, clutching his throat with both hands. I found him that way, when I got up in the night, sleeping on his face with both hands to his throat. I took them away, and when I came back from the bathroom he was like that again. Or jumping out of bed in the middle of the night, barefoot, and he comes back muttering something in Greek, apologizing, he'd gone to look up the word accusative. No, argue. We can't even argue, he goes into the studio there and finishes the argument alone. I hear him behind the door, answering me. Damn all this business, these shapes and smells, I heard him one night, and a wife, he said, trembling before everything that doesn't happen, weeping for everything we'll never lose. Do they really know each other? Do they really give anything to each other? Or is all they have to share this same conspiracy against reality they try to share with me? And then what? Otto asked, when she paused, and her hands stilled. He said, you can change a line without touching it. She was silent until Otto started to interrupt, then, is she surprised? I heard him say. Why, I have to tell her why, good God, do I always have to use words when I talk to her? Is she surprised to see me when she comes in? When she wakes in the morning and sees me there? She's never been surprised. Everywhere, Esther said, looking up slowly, everything, as her eye caught a shiny magazine on the low table, even there. There's a story in that about a girl who goes to Spain. During Holy Week she meets the mother of a man she was in love with, then one night when she's seen one of those holy processions with the Virgin in tears going by, she meets her old lover with his wife, the girl who took him away from her, and she forgives the girl. Yes, but that sounds. But all he could say is, what rotten sentimentality. I can still hear his voice. What a vulgarizing of something as tremendous as the passion. This is what happens to great emotions, this is the way they're rotted, by being brought to the lowest level where emotions are cheap and interchangeable. Has there ever been anything in history so exquisitely private as the Virgin mourning over her son? But Esther, don't you see that? Don't you feel this? This way we're all being corrupted, by. Don't you know that I love him? She cried. Do you think that there's anything more exquisitely private than that, for me? Otto found her head in his lap, and looking down upon it, stroked her hair. Esther, he whispered, Esther. To have him say, she commenced again, sitting up as suddenly, if we talk about having children, and to have him look surprised, and then once he said, a daughter? He said, a daughter. And he said, I don't remember, and then it disappeared, then what we're talking about just disappears, He studied to be a priest. Did you know that? To be a minister, did he ever tell you that? And then that's what I say that, and I ask him, why aren't you then? Why aren't you a priest, if you are one? Because I want him to. I want him to. Esther. Otto reached out to hold her, but she drew back. And then, as though it was the most real thing in the world, he says, because I should Rebbe. I should believe in my redemption that way, because I should have to believe that I am the man for whom Christ died. Otto took out a cigarette. He lit it, and taking it from his lips quickly said, I'm sorry. Unprofaned, the word Christ embarrassed him. She took it from his outstretched fingers. You shouldn't apologize, she said. You could at least pretend that you lit it for me. He smiled, and leaned toward her. But his smile made hers suddenly the less real, less a smile as its life drained from behind it while the smile remained fixed on her lips, then her lips opened again and it disappeared. Esther stood up, away from him, smoking, and he took out another cigarette. For a woman, she said, do you think it's easy for a woman? She was turned toward the half-open door of the studio. Reality. He talks about reality, despair. Doesn't he think I despair? Women get desperate, but they don't understand despair. Despair as a place to start from, he said to me. And that. And that. She turned on Otto, who looked uncomfortable and as quickly brought his cigarette to his lips. Hers hung forgotten in her hand, running the smoke up her wrist. Just being a woman, do you know what a woman goes through? You don't, but do you? Can you imagine? Just trying to keep things going, just. A man can do as he pleases. Oh yes, a man. But a woman can't even walk into a bar alone, she can't just get up and leave things, buy a boat ticket and sail to Paris if she wants to, she can't. Why not? Otto asked, standing. Because they can't, because society. And besides, physically, do you think it's easy then, being a woman? No, I don't. Otto stepped back as though threatened with it. And do you know the worst thing? She went on. Do you know the hardest thing of all? The waiting. A woman is always waiting. She's always waiting. He took a step toward her, where Esther had started toward the door of the studio. Do you remember once, when you first knew us? She asked, when you'd been out with him, and seen a painting, a portrait of a lady, you said it was quite beautiful, a woman looking just beyond you, her hands folded across in front of her shutting you out, she was 3/4 holding up a ring. Yes, I remember it, he said, relieved at the calm in her voice. Lorenzo di Credi, though he said as a painting. Do you want to see this picture of his mother? She demanded. I remember he said, that picture reminded him of his mother, on account of the hands or something. Do you want to see it? She challenged. Yes, she must have been a very beautiful woman. Really? I mean, is there a picture of her? Esther stood with a hand on the knob of the door, but moved no further. He has one he started, 15 years ago. It's just hanging in there, she added dully. Well. Otto stepped back. No, don't bother, it isn't important. Isn't important. He can't paint me, because of her we can't travel, to Spain because she's there. She turned to the dark doorway. At night, night after night he works in there. Works. She repeated. He's in there, night after night. That music, night after night. She stared in. And to hear him, damn you. Damn you. Oh, talking to himself he said. Yes. He's in there now. Otto came up behind her and took her shoulders. Esther, he said, holding her. Then she coughed, his cigarette so close to her face. I work at night too, he said, trying to recover her reasonably. It's this crazy Calvinistic secrecy, sin. Esther, it isn't the secrecy, the darkness everywhere, so much as the lateness. I mean, I get used to myself at night, it takes that long sometimes. The first thing in the morning I feel sort of undefined, but by midnight you've done all the things you have to do, I mean all the things like meeting people and, you know, and paying bills, and by night those things are done because by then there's nothing you can do about them if they aren't done, so there you are alone and you have the things that matter. After the whole day you can sort of take everything that's happened and go over it alone. I mean, I'm never really sure who I am until night, he added. Alone. She moved, enough that he loosed his grasp. That sort of funny smell, he said, standing uncertainly, then he took a step inside, as though he had left her of his own will, saw a piece of paper on the floor and picked it up, as though it were that he was after all the time. And I mean things like this, he said, holding it up, these sort of magical diagrams and characters and things he makes. That, she said, looking at it, it's just a study in perspective. Yes, but, when you look in there, don't you think of things like, it's nothing, it's just a study in perspective. The little x is the vanishing point. Yes, but, I mean today we were talking about alchemy, and the mysteries that, about the redemption of matter, and that it wasn't just making gold, trying to make real gold, but that matter. Matter, he said matter was a luxury, was our great luxury, and that matter, I mean redemption. She swung him round. Redemption. Esther. She had her arms round his neck. He held her, at the waist, so quickly that he withdrew his thumb which had touched her breast and stood with hands paralyzed, not daring to return it. That sort of funny smell, he murmured after a moment. Lavender, she said to him. Then she asked, and you too, you want to be alone? He looked at her face which was very close, perhaps too close to appreciate the slight raising of his eyebrow, and the complimentary urbanity of his faint smile. It's rather difficult to shed our human nature, he said. She broke away from him, and stood in the center of the room looking at him. Esther, what's the matter? That too, you got that from him too. Didn't you? Well, sort of, I mean. What? Go on. Well, we were talking about a philosopher, Otto said helplessly, Pyrrho, about Pyrrho of Elis, who said that one state was as good as another, and one day his students found him treed by a dog and they taunted him, and he said that, it's difficult to shed our human nature. She let him finish, and then said, you don't have to repeat all these things to impress me, Otto, I've heard them all, from him. But about Flemish painting, and stringency of suffering, that God cares as much about a moment as he does for an hour, I've heard it all from him. She paused, looking Otto over, and then said, do you know what he asked me once? When we first met you. What? Otto asked, coming toward her. He asked me if I thought you could be homosexual. Otto stopped. But. What? What did he, and what did you say? I said I didn't know, you might be. But Esther, why should he, I mean you didn't, did you think that? I mean why would you ever think? He stopped, before her, beside the couch. You never tried to kiss me, she said. But I mean Esther, Esther. I love you, Esther. With that, Otto commenced a silence which he broke himself minutes later. Esther, we can't, I mean not. Suppose he should come in? She drew her head back, resting it on the arm of the sofa, and looked at him. Suppose he should? She said. Late that night, Gordon stood poised in the doorway of a summer cottage, about to speak. As a matter of fact, Gordon had been holding that screen door open for about a week now, laboring, as one hand shaped the air, to reduce Priscilla with some painful profundity. Suddenly, in a rush of typewriter keys, he spoke. Gordon, suffering, my dear Priscilla, is a petty luxury of mediocre people. You will find happiness a far more noble, and infinitely more refined state. Priscilla sobbed, and someone pounded on the floor from below, warning Gordon that he had said enough. There was, however, little chance of Gordon's going on tonight. At a stroke, Gordon had recovered his former assurance, and his former height. He had acquired a few new habits, could, for instance, put away a pint of brandy without showing it, but, for all urbane intents and purposes, his profundities were to be spoken with that withering detestable cleverness of old, delivered with his former ease, as he dressed with his former elegance. What was more, Gordon had discovered art. The screen door slammed closed behind him, and Otto got up to look in the mirror. Then his expression changed, as he took his eyes from its reflection, and he hurriedly picked up a pencil and scribbled, GDCRS as inch FRMMNT as FRHR what mean? Zosimus, Albertus Magnus, Geber, Bernhardus Trevisanus, Basilius Valentinus, Raymond Lully, Khalid Ben Yazid, Hermes Trismegistus, have they been transcended by our achievement? For today, at a cost of F 10,000 an ounce, it is possible to transmute base metal into gold. The alchemist, for Otto, was likely an unsophisticated man of a certain age assisting in a smelly hallucination over an open fire, tampering with the provenience of absolutes, as Bernard of Treves and an unnamed Franciscan are pictured seeking the universal dissolvent in the 15th century with a mixture of mercury, salt, molten lead, and human excrement. Otto was young enough to find answers before he had even managed to form the questions. Nevertheless, if anyone had stopped him just then as he hurried up Madison Avenue, and asked what he was thinking about, Otto, to whom thought was a series of free-swimming images which dove and surfaced occasionally near to one another, would have said, alchemy. Without hesitation. True, like everyone else, he had never seen a copy of the Chema, that book in which the fallen angels wrote out the secrets of their arts which they had taught to the women they married. As embarrassed by the mention of Christ as he was charmed by the image of gold, the only thing which kept him from dismissing alchemy as the blundering parent of modern chemistry, for a pair of plastic eyeglasses, or a white shirt made from coal tar derivatives, were obviously more remarkable, and certainly more useful, than anything Bernhardus Trevisanus turned up, was this very image of gold. Coined or in heavy bars, or exquisite dust, it came into his mind, to be fashioned in that busy workshop in less time than it takes to tell, for it was more an assembly line than a manufactory, into cufflinks, cigarette cases, and other mass-produced artifacts of the world he lived in, mementos of this world, in which the things worth being were so easily exchanged for the things worth having. Gone to earth alone, as lonely as they had been in life, were the accidents of Bernard and his Franciscan fellow, and gone to earth Michael Mauger, who had seen in gold the image of the sun, spun in the earth by its countless revolutions, then, when the sun might yet be taken for the image of God. All this may have been in the way of progressive revelation, that doctrine which finds man incapable of receiving truth all of a lump, but offers it to him only in a series of distorted fragments, any one of which, standing by itself, might be disproven by someone unable to admit that he is, eventually, after the same thing. Thus the good Dominican Albertus Magnus said he had tested gold made by the alchemists, and found it unable to withstand 7 exposures to fire. Chronicling their incredible history, he did not leave the hardly less extraordinary paths of his own, but contributed a book on the care of childbearing mothers, no less careful here, than there, to abjure accident, for his concern was not the suffering or possible death of the woman, but keeping the child alive long enough for baptism. But with the age of enlightenment those lonely men were left far behind, to haggle in darkness over the beams which they had caught, and clung to with such suffocating desire. Antihistamine, stereomycin, penicillin, and 606, few may question but that Theophrastus Bombastus von Hohenheim, better known as Paracelsus, was right. It was Paracelsus who emerged from the 15th century, castrated by a hog, so they said, in his childhood, to proclaim that the object of alchemy was not at all the transmutation of base metals into gold, but the preparation of medicines, thus opening the way for the hospitalized perpetuation of accident which we triumphantly prolong, enlarge upon, finance, respect. And enjoy today. 3:3-diamino 4-4 dihydroxyursenobenzene dihydrochloride, writes Dr. Ehrlich, after 605 tries, thereby dismissing the notion that syphilis might be a visitation upon that pleasure which, in its perennial variety, had until now afforded the gratification of which only sin is capable. For unlike progressive revelation, the enlightenment of total materialism burst with such vigor that there were hardly enough hands to pick up the pieces. Even Paracelsus was left behind, dead of injuries received in a drunken brawl, and once chemistry had established itself as true and legitimate son and heir, alchemy was turned out like a drunken parent, to stagger away, babbling fantasies to fewer and fewer ears, to less and less impressive derelicts of loneliness, while the child grew up serious, dignified, and eminently pleased with its own limitations, to indulge that parental memory with no doubt but that it had found what the old fool and his cronies were after all the time. It was with some effort, then, that Otto took his eyes from the gold cube in the Madison Avenue window, a cube capable, the flick of a thumb, of producing a flame, not, perhaps, the ignis noster of the alchemists, but a flame quite competent to light a cigarette. He looked at his stainless steel wristwatch, and hurried on. He was used to having engagements, which were always matters of fixed hours or half hours, indicated, as he hurried to meet them, by this watch. Thus he glanced at it now, as though it might confirm an engagement which he did not have. He forgot to notice the time, looked again, and almost bumped Esther, who was coming out of the doorway. It was mid-afternoon. "Otto. Are you just going out?" "Yes, but I'll be back in an hour or so." "Do you want to wait?" "Is he up there?" "He's asleep. He didn't come in till about dawn." "Is everything all right?" "Yes, it is. I guess it is. Here, take the key and go on up. You can slip in without waking him." "I have to run." Otto had got in and closed the door quietly behind him before he heard anything. Even then, he could hardly distinguish words. He stood uncomfortably looking round, toward the half-opened door of the studio and away from it. Like the eyes in the petals of the flower St. Lucy holds in that Ferrara painting, he heard, quite clearly, and looked at his watch. He looked up again at the half-open door. Like the swollen owl watching St. Jerome. Otto turned to leave, but had hardly taken a step when the door to the studio banged behind him. "This damned hole in the wall," he heard, and turned. "Oh, I just I didn't hear you come in." "I'm sorry, I just sort of came in. I was just on my way out. For a walk, going for a walk." "It? Well, I was just out, and it looks like it's going to rain." "Yes. Well, you stay and read, if you like. There are some books here," he said, gesturing. "Here. You read French, don't you?" "Why? Why, yes," Otto said, "of course, Here. Take this. Keep it. Read it." He picked up, as though from nowhere, a small book whose spine was doubly split, the thin leather facing, torn around the edges from the cardboard, of olive green, almost entirely covered with gold stamping of scrolls and fleurs de lis. "Adolphe," Otto read, on the cover. "I don't think It's a novel," he said. "It's a good novel." "You read it?" "Well, thank you, I'll get on with my walk now." "Do you mind if I come along?" Otto asked. He had not looked surprised when he saw Otto, but he did now. He stood, his hands at his sides, opening and closing on nothing. I wouldn't want to, well, you know, Otto put Adolphe into his jacket pocket as he spoke. Well, let's get on then." As they walked toward the park, Otto said, "You look tired." "Tired?" Otto turned to look at him, as though this response invited him to do so, or permitted it, since he had, for 2 blocks, been looking from the corner of his eye, awaiting some change in the face beside him, though even now, as the single syllable left its lips, it relapsed into the expression of intent vacancy which it had not lost, even in the interruption of surprise, a peremptory confusion which had seemed, for that instant, to empty it even further. "Yes," Otto said, "I know. When I stay cooped up like that working, staying inside working on this play, it gets. I get. It doesn't seem to sound right after a while." Yes. "I imagine it might not." Though the tone of this response was an absent one, Otto was encouraged to go on, looking away, just then, from something he would never forget, a detail, he would tell himself, of no significance or consequence whatever. Still Otto would remember him unsurprised, his lower lip drawn, exposing his lower teeth, as he spoke and finished speaking. Trying to get everything to fit where it belongs. There's so much that Well, you know what I mean you've talked to me about these things before, but... Well, you've really taught me a great deal. Have I? Yes, but, well, I mean to know as much as you do, it must be. I mean you can really do anything you want to by now, I mean, you don't feel all sort of hedged in by the parts you don't know about, like I do. Otto finished speaking, and looked anxiously for response. There was none but a sound which indicated that he needn't try to repeat what he had said. They walked on in silence, but any silence was a difficult state for Otto, most especially in the company of another person. It seemed an unnatural presence which must be assailed and broken into pieces, or at least shaken until it rattled. Finally he said, I've been wondering, I mean, are you on a vacation now? Or are you just sort of taking time off? From what? Well, I mean from your job, the drafting. Oh, that. I'm through with that. Really? That's wonderful. I mean, it is, isn't it? From what Esther said, now you'll be able to do what you want to do. Attentive only to pools of water, the curbs, and shining bits of ice, they walked on. Before they reached the block they had set out from, Otto had looked at his watch a half-dozen times, and drawn only one response which he turned over in his mind, not to try to understand it immediately, face to face, for itself, nor the source from which it came, but fitting it to the lips of Gordon, through whom, though he did not know it, nor plan it so, he would one day overtake himself. As he walked he pictured Gordon in one after another setting, saying to one after another of the characters who were distinguished only by sex, and if I cannot teach anyone how to become better, then what have I learned? It's just as though that dog's following us, Otto said looking back. He snapped his fingers. The black poodle bounded away. But I mean, you don't see dogs like that running around loose in the streets. Otto looked up. It was the first time his companion had shown any interest in anything but the ground before them. I mean, somebody must have lost it. Yes, she is odd. Running around us in circles, getting a little closer each time. Looking for its master probably, and all it sees is two strangers, Otto said. But with all that fine trimming, that fancy coiffure and red collar, look at it, just another dog, crouching on its belly. Here. Come here. I've heard they're terrifically bright, though. The dog was off again. But when they got up the steps, they looked round to see the black poodle halfway up behind them. Esther was putting her hat on when they came in. What? Wherever. She said, as the dog ran past her, entering as though it knew the house better, had more right there than she did. I thought you'd be just coming back, Otto said to her. I did, but the Bildaus just called and asked us down for drinks. Do you want to come? Why yes, I mean if I... Well, he wouldn't come, certainly, she said good-humoredly. He's never forgiven her for trying to kiss him New Year's Eve. They both turned to include him on this, but he had stepped inside the door of the studio where he was fumbling with the phonograph. Esther, I'll just be a minute, she said going toward the bedroom. Otto stood, examining his fingernails. Then he looked at his watch, and music burst upon him. What is it? He asked, approaching the door of the studio. This? Something of Handel's, an oratorio Judas Maccabeus. Oh. It's splendid, isn't it? Otto went on, unable to show his appreciation by listening. Lo, the Conqueror comes, sang the bass. It always seems too bad when they have to translate these things. I mean, it must sound much more impressive in the original. The original? I mean, in German, he said, as Esther entered, emptying the unexamined jumble of one purse into another. She dropped a lipstick. Her skirt pulled tightly against the long line of her thigh as she stooped to pick it up. The day had begun to darken. The poodle watched them both without interest. Please don't let the dog mess up the house. Goodbye, Goodbye. On the first landing of the staircase, Esther fumbled in her purse and got out a piece of paper. Can you read it? She handed it over. It's their address, I never remember it. What's this? No. The other side. God knows what that is, something of his. The equation of xn plus yn has no non-trivial solution in integers for n greater than 2. The other side. She pulled the outside door open herself. He is so strange by now, Esther, Otto said, catching up with her. You can hardly. I mean, all this time we were walking I couldn't reach him at all. I hardly know him at all now. It is strange. She looked up at Otto as they walked. Do you know, there's something alike about you both. Yes, but with his ability. With his ability and your ambition, she said, taking Otto's arm, and looking away too soon to see the expression she brought to his face, I'd have quite a remarkable man. The poodle, lying on the floor with its forelegs extended, watched him drink down a glass of brandy. The original. Good God, how can anyone clinging to such foolishness keep any hope in his head? He walked over to the window and stood before it, his back turned upon the room. Outside it had begun to rain. The room was warm, water clattered against the glass. As these minutes went by, the place took on the aspect of any quiet room on a winter's raining afternoon, the room cut away from everything else which the sun and opened windows allow, and here even the music and extensive furnishing which served rather to order the silence than to break it, building upon the impression that the room shall not be returned as part of the world until it has enclosed an assignation. A boy, brittle as a preconception, I suppose I ought to thank him for getting me out of that damned feeling that. The dog stretched its forelegs, and digging its nails into the floor pulled itself toward him, inclining its head slightly to one side as it listened. He turned, and they stared at each other, the man and the dog saw a man whose appearance held nothing in the least remarkable, though dressed to confirm the fact that he looked some years older than he was. The dog raised its forequarters and sat, without taking its eyes from him, to watch him go over and turn the phonograph down until it was almost inaudible. He stood beside it for a moment, and then picked up a book. When he opened it, a slip of paper fell out, which he caught between his fingers. As he sat down to read, the dog's eyes caught his again, each eyed the other obliquely, he as though to discountenance the dog's presence, the black poodle to suggest that the book was a distraction unworthy of notice. The first discovery, it was an account of the oracle at Delphos, is said to have been occasioned by some goats which were feeding on Mount Parnassus near a deep and large cavern, with a narrow entrance. These goats having been observed by the goatherd, Coratas, to frisk and skip after a strange manner, and to utter unusual sounds immediately upon their approach to the mouth of the cavern, he had the curiosity to view it, and found himself seized with the like fit of madness, skipping, dancing, and foretelling things to come. Damn you! He cried out as the dog barked. If I have to share this room with you, he commenced, lowering his tone, though the black animal did not seem at all upset by his curse. Damn you, he repeated, confirming it more quietly, and threw down the book, skipping, dancing, and foretelling things to come. He got up and poured himself another glass of brandy. The dog watched him look around the room. The music was still going on, and he suddenly crossed to stop it, so suddenly that the dog reared as though ready to jump behind him. He stood beside the silent phonograph, looking at the slip of paper between his fingers. IAO, IAE, he read, copied in a delicate Italian semi-Gothic hand he'd once worked on. Before him, on the wall and inside of the other room where the dog sat poised, watching him, hung the soiled beginning of Camilla on gesso. He stood looking at it, then something moved. He swung about. It was the dog's reflection in the mirror. But the dog sat still in the door. Damn it, he said directly to its face, what is it you have, or don't have, that you sit there completely self-contained, that you can sit and know? And know exactly where your feet are? Yes, that's what makes cats incredible, because you know they're aware every instant of where their feet are, and they know how much they have to share with other cats. They don't try to pretend. He came out muttering, and drank down this third glass, looking out the window at the rain. The black poodle had followed and was quite close upon him, sitting looking up at the back of his head. He did not realize it, and when he turned, he dropped his glass and it broke on the floor between them. The dog did not move. "What are you doing in here?" he burst out. "What do you want here? What are you? What do you want of me?" He swayed a little, wiped his cheek with his hand, and found he was perspiring freely. Then he suddenly wiped his cheek again. The dog watched him drop his hand slowly, met his eyes, and did not move. "Move," he demanded. "Get out of my way, get out." The dog sat with the broken glass at its feet, looking up at him. The rain beat on the glass behind him. Then instead of pushing the dog aside, he turned and went round the couch. He had started for the brandy bottle, there on the table where the dog blocked his way, but he stopped again at the door of the studio, and went through a pile of records on the floor. The dog came over and stood sniffing at the doorway. He put a record on the turntable, and stood with a fingernail in the groove as it turned. Then the dog startled for the first time, when he put the needle on the record and turned up the volume. The music was Arabic. The dog put its head on one side, then the other, watching him. "There are shapes," he murmured, raising his right hand to move it on the air as though shaping the line of the flute from the dissonance. The dog had laid its ears back, its mouth was closed, no longer panting, no longer exposing teeth. "There are shapes, and exquisite strength." They both watched his hand move slowly between them. "Change a line without touching it, there's delicacy." The dog turned slightly to look up at his face, at his perspiring forehead, as though seeking their evidence or betrayal of the signs he made in the air between them. Not a word. Not an instant of adultery. "You can really do anything you want to by now." The dog bared its teeth at his harsh laughter, and watched his hand drop, all the way to snatch up the slip of paper he'd dropped a few minutes before. "Iao, Iae, in the name of the Father and of our Lord Jesus Christ and Holy Spirit, Iraturli Estather, Nocti Brazak Salolam." Yes, very good for cows in Egypt. "Opsaki Anaklanathilila Iao, Iae." The dog growled at him. He crumpled the paper and hurled it, but it fell slowly, at the dog's feet. The dog stood up instantly and backed into the other room, which was already getting darker, though not yet as dark as the studio, where he'd sat down gripping the edge of the table, looking feverishly over the books and papers spread before him. He caught at Remigius Demonolatria and pushed it aside, raised the cover of the Liber dell'Arte, and pushed it off to the floor, then found pen and paper, and the ink bottle already opened, and wrote, slow, and with great care and application, "Emperor." His lips moved over the letters. As the flute disappeared, the music broke, recovered, rose into collision, fell in clangor, and the dog in the other room commenced trotting in irregular circles, sniffing the air which the heat seemed to have weighed down the more heavily with lavender. By the power of the Grand Adona. His lips were moving, over letters, then words. To appear instanter, and by Elohim, by Ariel, by Jehovah, by Aqua, Tagla, Magon, Oreos, Amozin, Arios, Membrot, Varios, Pithana, Magids, Sulfi, Gabots, Salamandri, Tabats, Jinga, Jana, Etinamus, Zariatnatmix. He stopped and listened. Then. Aeajatmoaamvpms. The music stopped, leaving the sounds of the dog's nails clicking on the wood floor. Then as abruptly that stopped, and the pen hung in his hand over the wet black letters on the paper. A movement caught the corner of his eye, he turned his head quickly, saw the arm of the phonograph raise itself, pause. He looked through the door, unable to see the black poodle. "Dog," he whispered in a hoarse tone. Dog. 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 No sound contested his challenge, no recognition of men imprisoned in the past for spelling the name of God backwards, no response to God, if not the name, reversed 3 times in his whisper. He jumped to his feet, slipped against the table, spilling the ink on the papers there, and in 3 steps was through the door to the other room. The dog lay in the darkened foyer before the front door, facing the door and apparently at rest. "Damn you," he said. "I'll." The dog turned to look at him, as he threw his hands out before him. "Damned animal out of hell are you?" The dog, only partially distinguishable in the darkness, got up, the hair on its shoulders bristling as he took 2 steps closer, and paused. They both listened to the footsteps on the lower staircase, he with his hands still in the air as though counting the steps, heavy and even, neither casual nor hurried, reaching the hallway below, the foot of the stairs, and up the stairs with no more apparent effort than 1 step at a time, though too soon. Knock knock knock. The rain, silenced by inattention, took up its beating against the glass, then the dog whined and clawed the door, movement which broke the still arrangement where every object seemed tense in suspension. He walked to the door, and as he put his hand to the latch the hand on the other side, as though responding, moved too. Knock knock knock. And he drew back as though threatened. The dog clawed the door, and when he pulled it open the dog jumped so fast that he had no chance to restrain it. But the visitor who waited in the darkness had apparently expected the attack, for he caught at the red collar and held the black poodle down. "Hello. Hello," said that voice in the shadow, a voice at once cheerful and unpleasant. "Some kids in the street saw you bring her in here." He opened the door more widely. "Come in," he said, in a tone which seemed to reassure him, for he repeated it. "Come in. Who are you?" The visitor extended his hand as he entered, a stubby hand mounting 2 diamonds set in gold on 1 finger. "My name is Rectal Brown." He took the hand and said his own name in reply, distantly, as though repeating the name of an unremembered friend in effort to recall him. Rectal Brown entered and strode to the middle of the room, looking round it through heavy glasses which diffused the pupils of his eyes into uncentered shapes. "Good thing you brought her in," he said, and waved the diamonds at the dog where it lay on the floor, licking itself. "She hates the rain." Then he turned, a strange ugliness, perhaps only because it looked that a smile would be impossible to it. "Would you like a drink?" "No. Not now." "Not now." "Yes, but." "There, yes, sit down." Rectal Brown dropped into a heavy armchair facing the open door of the studio. He tapped the diamonds on the arm of the chair while he continued to look around the room, his head back, his face highly colored with the redness of running up flights of stairs, yet he breathed quietly, almost imperceptibly, for his stoutness absorbed any such evidence before it reached the double-breasted surface of his chest. "I know your name." He smiled, a worse thing than the original, turning for a moment to the man who stood watching him as he poured brandy into a glass, and said, "Yes, I think I know your name, but in what connection? A publisher? A collector? A dealer?" Rectal Brown sounded only mildly interested. "People who don't know me, they say a lot of things about me." He laughed then, but the laughter did not leave his throat. "A lot of things. You'd think I was wicked as hell, even if what I do for them turns out good. I'm a businessman." "But how did you know my name? What's your business?" "I'm a draftsman." "And an artist?" Rectal Brown was looking beyond him to the studio, and back at him as he approached and sat on the couch. "I do some restoring." "I know." "You know?" He sat forward on the couch, holding the glass between his knees, and looked at his visitor and away again, as though there were some difficulty which he could not make out. "You did some work for me." "For you?" "A Dutch picture, a picture of a landscape, an old one." "Flemish?" "Yes, I remember it." That painting could hang in any museum. It does. The hand which carried the diamonds was folded over the other before him. You couldn't tell it had been touched. Even an expert couldn't tell, without all the chemical tests and X-rays. An expert told me that himself. Well, I tried, of course. Tried. You did a damn good job on it. He looked around the room with an air of detached curiosity, and finally asked what the funny smell was. Because the glasses obliterated any point in his glance, it was difficult to tell where he was looking, but he seemed aware that he was being watched with an expression of anxiety, almost mistrust, not of him, but an eagerness to explain anything which might be misunderstood. His questioning was peremptory. Lavender. I use it as a medium sometimes. The smell seems to stay. A medium. To mix colors in, to paint with. You do a lot of work here, don't you? Well, I've been doing some of my work at home. This drafting, bridge plans. No. The painting, Rectal Brown said impatiently. Oh, this restoring, this. Patching up the past I do. You don't paint? You don't paint pictures yourself? No. Why not? I just don't paint. Rectal Brown watched him wipe his perspiring forehead, and drink part of the brandy quickly. All this work, all these books, you go to all this trouble just to patch up other people's work? How come you've never painted anything yourself? Well, I have. What happened? You couldn't sell them. Well, no, but why not? Well, people. The critics. I was young then, I was still young. What are you now, about 40? 40? Me, 40. Why not, you look 40. He took a cigar from his pocket, and continued his gaze at the man across from him. So they didn't like your pictures. What happened? The critics laugh you out of town. Well, and you got bitter because nobody gave your genius any credit. No, and you couldn't make any money on them, so you quit? No, and you decided the only thing you could do was patch up other people's pictures. No, damn it, Don't get mad, I'm just asking you. He had unwrapped the cigar, and he raised it to his ear, rolling it between fingers as thick as itself. Don't you want me to ask you? Why, yes. And I'm not angry, but, damn it. Why, do you want to tell me you can do more than patch up old pictures? There was no sound of dryness as he rolled the cigar, lowered it to trim the end off with a gold penknife, and thrust it among uneven teeth. Of course I can. But you won't, because they won't all stand up and cheer and pay you a big price. It isn't that, it isn't those things. They don't matter. Don't matter? Don't tell me they don't matter, my boy. That's what anybody wants, Rectal Brown said, lighting the cigar. Everybody to stand up and cheer. There's nothing so damn strange about that. But it isn't that simple now. Now. In painting, in art today. Art today? The uneven teeth showed in a grin through the smoke. Art today is spelled with an slash. You know that? Anybody knows it, he added patiently and waited, offering an oppressive silence which forced an answer. It's as though there's no direction to act in now. That's crazy. You read too much. There's plenty to do, if anybody's got what you've got. It isn't that simple. The smoke from a cigarette mingled with that of his cigar, and he asked, why not? And smiled patiently. People react. That's all they do now, react. They've reacted until it's the only thing they can do, and finally there's no room for anyone to do anything but react. And here you are sitting here with all the pieces. Can't you react and still be smart? All right then, here I am with all the pieces and they all fit, everything fits perfectly, and what is there to do with them? When you do get them together. You just said yourself, art today. Today? Maybe you put the pieces together wrong. What do you mean? As the smoke rose before him, it became apparent what was wrong. It was the ears. They were hardly ear-shape at all, their convolutions nearly lost in heavy pieces of flesh hung to the sides of the head, each a weight in itself. You look 40 years old and you talk like you were born yesterday, Rectal Brown said. He stared through his glasses, and the voice he heard was more distant, hardly addressed to him in its first words. In a sense an artist is always born yesterday. Come on now, my boy. Damn it, am I the only one who feels this way? Have I made this all up alone? If you can do something other people can't do, they think you ought to want to do it just because they can't. Rectal Brown gestured with his cigar, and an ash fell from it like a gray bird dropping. So you're going to stay right here, drawing pictures of bridges, and patching up. Those bridges, those damned bridges. What's wrong with them? Who are they all, driving over those bridges as though they grew there? They don't. They don't. They don't give you the credit. No, it isn't that simple. I'm afraid it is, my boy. Damn it, it isn't, it isn't. It's a question of, it's being surrounded by people who don't have any sense of, no sense that what they're doing means anything. Don't you understand that? That there's any sense of necessity about their work, that it has to be done, that it's theirs. And if they feel that way, how can they see anything necessary in anyone else's? And every work of art is a work of perfect necessity. Where'd you read that? I didn't read it. That's what it has to be, that's all. And if everyone else's life, everyone else's work around you can be interchanged and nobody can stop and say, this is mine, this is what I must do, this is my work. Then how can they see it in mine, this sense of inevitableness, that this is the way it must be? In the middle of all this, how can I feel that? Damn it, when you paint you don't just paint, you don't just put lines down where you want to, you have to know that every line you put down couldn't go any other place, couldn't be any different. But in the midst of all this rootlessness, how can you? Damn it, do you talk to people? Do you listen to them? I talk business to people. Rectal Brown drew heavily on his cigar, watched the cigarette stamped out, the brandy finished. But you're talking to me. You're listening to me. We're talking business, Rectal Brown said calmly. But people work for money, my boy. But money gives significance to anything. Yes. People believe that, don't they? People believe that. Rectal Brown watched patiently, like someone waiting for a child to solve a simple problem to which there was only one answer. The cigarette, lit across from him, knit them together in the different textures of their smoke. You know, St. Paul tells us to redeem time. Does he? Rectal Brown's tone was gentle, encouraging. A work of art redeems time. And buying it redeems money, Rectal Brown said. Yes, yes, owning it. And that's why you sit around here patching up the past. Rectal Brown leaned forward, resting his elbows on his broad knees. That's why old art gets the prices, he said. Everybody agrees on it, everybody agrees it's a masterpiece. They copy them right and left. You've probably done copies, yourself. Not since I studied. And who wants them? Who wants copies? Rectal Brown watched him get up suddenly, and walk over to the window. There the rain streaked the glass into visibility. Nobody wants copies. He ground out his cigar in an ashtray. The ones who can pay want originals. They can pay for originals. They expect to pay. He paused, and then raised his tone. As long as an artist's alive, he can paint more pictures. When they're dead, they're through. Take the old Dutch painters. Not even the best ones. Some small-time painter, not a great one, but known. Exclusive, like. The master of the Magdalene legend, came from across the room, blurred against the window. No chance of him not selling. Suppose some of his pictures, some of his unknown pictures, turned up here and there. They might turn up a little restored, like the kind of work you do. Look at that canvas in there, what is it? He did not look at the canvas inside the door of the studio where he motioned, but at the perspiring face that turned toward it. Nothing. A canvas I prepared 2 or 3 years ago. I never. Well, just suppose, Rectal Brown went on, not allowing him to interrupt, suppose you did some restoring on it. If you worked there for a while you might find an undiscovered picture there by master whatever he was. It might be worth 10,000. It might be worth 50. He got to his feet, and walked quietly toward the back turned on him. Can you tell me you've never thought of this before? Of course I have. They were suddenly face to face. It would be a lot of work. Work. Do you mind work? Rectal Brown reached out his 2 heavy hands, and took the arms before him. Is there any objection you've made all this time, over all the work you have done, and can't do, that this doesn't satisfy? None, except. Except what? None. Rectal Brown let go of him, and took another cigar out of his pocket. His mouth seemed sized to hold it, as he unwrapped it, trimmed the end, and thrust it there. The critics will be very happy about your decision. The critics. The critics. There's nothing they want more than to discover old masters. The critics you can buy can help you. The ones you can't are a lot of poor bastards who could never do anything themselves and spend their whole life getting back at the ones who can, unless he's an old master who's been dead 500 years. They're like a bunch of old maids playing stoop tag in an asparagus patch. His laughter poured in heavy smoke from his mouth and nostrils. Then he took off his glasses, looking into the perspiring face before him, and a strange thing happened. His eyes, which had all this time seemed to swim without focus behind the heavy lenses, shrank to sharp points of black, and like weapons suddenly unsheathed they penetrated instantly wherever he turned them. When Esther came in alone she paused in the entrance to the living room, not listening to the music but sniffing the air. Then she jumped, startled. I didn't see you standing there. She sniffed again. That funny smell, she said. The smell of the dog, weighted with cigar smoke, had penetrated everywhere. Has someone been here? She turned on a light. What's the matter, who was it? She stopped in the middle of taking off her wet hat. Rectal Brown? She repeated. Yes, I've heard something about him. What was it? Something awful. She coughed, and got her hat off. I'm glad I can't remember what it was. As she crossed the room she said, What is that music? In the doorway of the bedroom she stopped. Do you remember that night? She asked. In that Spanish place? She stood looking at his back, and finally said, Oh, nothing. She put her hand to her hair. Nothing, she repeated, turning toward the bedroom, but I liked you better flamenco. Most people make a practice of embellishing a wall with tin glazed with yellow in imitation of gold, because it is less costly than gold leaf. But I give you this urgent advice, to make an effort always to embellish with fine gold and with good colors, especially in the figure of Our Lady. And if you try to tell me that a poor person cannot afford the outlay, I will answer that if you do your work well, and spend time on your paintings, and good colors, you will get such a reputation that a wealthy person will come to compensate you for your poor clients, and your standing will be so good as a person who uses good colors that if a master is getting 1 ducat for a figure, you will be offered 2, and you will end by gaining your ambition. As the old saying goes, good work, good pay. And even if you were not adequately paid, God and Our Lady will reward you for it, body and soul. What in the world are you reading? I don't know, Otto said, closing the Libro dell'arte, staring at its worn spine before he put it down. It was something of his. The telephone rang, and as she went in to pick it up he walked over to the mirror hung in the living room at his suggestion. He could hear Esther's voice from the bedroom, where she'd had the telephone moved. Yes, but I don't know. To tell you the truth, it's some time since I've seen him myself. But what? Well, I think he's taken some sort of studio downtown, on the west side. I think it's Horatio Street. What? Oh. I don't know. To tell you the truth, honestly, I don't know. Who was that? Otto asked, ducking away from the mirror as she returned. Somebody named Benny. It's somebody from his office who's been trying to reach him for months. It's funny, isn't it? Otto said, looking at the floor. I mean, it's strange, without him anywhere. Do you want to go out tonight? The monks asked us down for a drink. Do you want to? If you do. Well, I ought to stay and get some work done. I thought your play was going to be finished by the end of April. Well, it is, sort of. Why don't you do something with it? Well, it isn't really. It's all here, it holds together, but it doesn't seem to mean anything. But I've got to do something, he said, gripping his chin in his hand. I've got to get hold of some money. They were both silent. Otto walked over, picked up a magazine and sat down beside her. The magazine was Dog Days. What's this doing here? He asked idly. That, it's something he brought in once, when we'd talked about having children. Oh, sometimes he used to be so. Oh. What's the matter? The dream I had last night, I just remembered it, she said. It was about my sister Rose. We were flying kites in a vacant lot like we used to, and some boys were there with a kite with broken glass on the edge of it, and they cut our kite right down out of the sky. But that doesn't sound so frightening. It was terrible, it was. Otto pulled her over and silenced her mouth with his. Finally she said, will you do something for me? Shave before I come to bed? How did you know? Later, he called from the bathroom, this handkerchief drying on the mirror, can I take it off and fold it up? It's dry. Esther. Did you hear me? This handkerchief. Yes, she cried out, suddenly, then caught her voice and controlled it. Yes, take it down. She picked up Otto's jacket from the couch and went toward the bathroom where she heard the sound of the electric razor. It's all right if I use this, isn't it? Why, yes. Yes, of course. I'm glad you're using it. There's a straight razor here, he said, turning to her where she stood in the doorway with his jacket, the machine whirring in his hand, but I don't think I could manage it. I know, she said. It's strange that he left that. Then she went in to hang up the jacket. What's this book in your pocket? She called out. That? Otto stopped to look at himself in the glass. It's a novel, a French novel he gave me once. Have you finished it? Well, I haven't got all the way through it yet. It's Oh, incidentally, I found a paper in it. He must have written it out when he was little. About the whole creation working to be delivered from the vanity of time, about nature working for this great redemption. It sounds like a sermon. A sermon of his father's, she said, hanging up the jacket as Otto came in and sat on the bed. But it's sort of nice. Even for a sermon, he said, taking off a shoe, which he sat there and held for a minute, staring at it. It was a dark night, especially for spring, or so it seemed, on the lower west side, near the river where there is little illumination, and day and night the air carries in far above the city's quota of black silt from the railway and the boats on the water. Sounds were few, for the later the night became the fewer were the sounds of wanton circumstance, the casual sounds of fortuity, the reckless sounds of accident, until all that rose on the silt-laden air were the sounds of necessity, clear and inevitable, which had earlier been so eagerly confused by those who had retired from the darkness now and slept, waiting for the dawn. Still, now, the sky contained no suggestion of dawn, in its absence a chimera to be dreaded in actuality by loneliness, and even that forsworn and gone to earth, carrying with it that substance of which all things eventually are made, the prima materia it had sought to deliver from the conspiracy of earth, air, fire, and water binding it here in baseness. For me an image slumbers in the stone, said Zarathustra, no more content to let it lie bound so than those since gone to earth, disappointed or surprised were they by fictions, and followers who summoned them back, vicars demanding of them vicarious satisfaction in life for that which they had suffered in the privacy of death. Itinerant drunkards and curious neighbors sometimes saw him at night, near the docks, and the slaughterhouses a block away, gathering the wood of broken crates to carry back to the fireplace which squatted at one end of the sub-basement room. Benny had stopped in every doorway looking for the name, and could not find it. Then he saw a figure, knew it a block away, and ran toward it, to take an arm and stop him before he could step into one of the doors and disappear. "Thank God I found you," Benny said, when he caught him standing under a street lamp with broken wood under his arm. "Where have you been? It's been months, we haven't seen you in the office for months." Benny was an anxious man in grey flannel, single-breasted, a silk foulard tie which caught the wind, a cigarette in his hand. "What's happened? What are you doing? Are you all right? You look fine, you look better than I've ever seen you, but wait, wait. But wait a minute for me, listen to me, are you? Have you done any plans, have you done any more of them? Bridge plans. Don't you know who I am? Bridge plans, I have to have another one, I have to submit another one now. But listen, I know it, I hardly know what I'm saying, but listen. We have one up now, a very important one, and if I bring you the location and the problem, will you do it? But listen to me. It's months since I've submitted anything. Once. Listen, I submitted a plan of my own and they laughed at me, they thought it was a joke, they said, "You're not serious with this, are you, Benny? After the Cooper City Viaduct? And the bridge at Fallen Ark Gap? You used to be a genius, Benny, what happened to you? Wait, listen to me, listen, just one more. Listen, old JW died last month, did you know that? He died. Don't you see? I can be a vice president, and I'll never have to draw a plan again, a vice president in charge of design, and I can do that. I can do that. You know I can do that. But it all depends on this, it all depends on this one new job, to show them. Just this one, this last one. And I'll pay you for this one, I know I never paid you before, but I'll pay you for this one, I'll pay you whatever you want. Listen, maybe I never thanked you right for all you did, but you know how much it meant. I can pay you now. I can pay you. You've got nothing to lose, and I've got everything. Everything, and I, and you. Look at you. What is it? What are you doing, what are you doing to yourself? You like fine, I said you look fine but not like you, fine for somebody else but not like you. Benny reached out to take his arm again, and a nail in one of the broken crates tore his sleeve. You're the only one who can do this for me. You're the only one who can save me. One more. And we can forget the whole thing, as though it never happened. The silk foulard stirred on the wind. Then Benny turned away too, leaving the cone of light empty, to east and the city where the flood caught him and the ebb bore him away, as though from an empty beach and no trace on it at the feet of the figure pausing for an instant to look at the tide's recession and then going on, gathering driftwood. When Esther came in alone she paused in the entrance to the living room, then she jumped, startled. I didn't see you standing there. She turned on a light, and stood in the middle of the room taking off her hat, looking at his back. Posing there, she said finally, and dropped her hat on a table, Like he used to. Like an old man. Otto turned from his reflection in the glass window, streaked into visibility by the spring rain. Yes, he said, looking to the floor between them. More than a year. What? And he used to warn me against youth. Did you know that? The trap of being young. He warned me about it. He said that youth is a trap that. Please, I don't want to hear any more about it. But. I just can't believe, a whole year's passed and I'm still. Otto, if you spend all your time fretting and fooling around. But I've got to get hold of some money. And this obsession you have about money. Yes, but money, you need money too. You seem to take not having it as a reflection on your manhood. But money, I mean, damn it, a man does feel castrated in New York without money. And this, I mean, you say he puts plenty in your checking account, but it, I mean for me to, well, not take it out and use it but to let you actually pay. Otto, you know I've never understood why you've never looked up your father. If he lives right in New York, and you've never seen him. And I should think he could give you some money. But I don't. And it would probably help clear up this obsessional neurosis you have about. Gordon, when we lose contact with the beloved one, we lose contact with the whole world. What are you writing? Just something I thought of. For this play. Otto had followed her in, and he sat on the foot of the bed which had become a refuge, no longer a beginning but a desperate end, no longer a vista of future conquest but sanctuary where failure in all else made this one possession unbearable, unearned, and come too soon. It's all like a play, a bad play with nothing but exits and entrances. And your work, your novel, he mumbled contentiously. You haven't. My what? He looked up at her. Who is this guy Ellery that you keep seeing? He's in advertising, and he's very interested in analysis. Haven't you thought of going into analysis? Haven't we been over that enough? I was going to say advertising. Advertising. Do you think I've sunk that low? And what? What do you go out with him for anyhow? You're going out tonight? Yes. But why? It does me good to be seen in successful company. Otto cleared his throat. He was staring at the floor between them. He raised his eyes, slightly, enough to reach her feet flattened on the floor with her weight. He mumbled, sometimes I wish I was old, an old man. Otto? What? You? Oh, nothing but, I liked you better a boy, she said from the closet where she stood putting on her slip. The women who admonish us for our weaknesses are usually those most surprised when we show our strength and leave them. I. We. You. Esther? Ellery? Oh, Otto. Otto went away, says Esther from the closet where she stands, taking off her slip. He went to Central America, to work on a banana plantation. Images surround us, cavorting broadcast in the minds of others. We wear the motley tailored by their bad digestions, the shame and failure, plague pandemics and private inchenches, unpaid bills and animal ecstasies remembered in hospital beds. Our worst deeds and best intentions will not stay still, scolding, mocking, or merely chattering they assail each other, shocked at recognition. Sometimes simplicity serves, though even the static image of St. John Baptist received prenatal attentions, 6 months along, leaping for joy in his mother's womb when she met Mary who had conceived the day before. Once delivered he stands steady in a camel's hair loincloth at a ford in the river, morose, ascetic on locusts and honey, molesting passers-by, upbraiding the flesh on those who wear it with pleasure. And the Nazarene whom he baptized? 3 years pass, in a humility past understanding, and then death, disappointed, unsuspecting. And the body left on earth, the one which was to rule the 12 tribes of Israel, and on earth, left crying out, my God, why dost thou shame me? Hopelessly ascendant in resurrection, the image is pegged on the wind by an epileptic tent maker, his strong hands stretch the canvas of faith into a gaudy caravanserai, shelter for travelers wearied of the burning sand, lured by forgetfulness striped crimson and gold, triple-tiered, visible from afar, redolent of the east, and level and wide the sun crashes the fist of reality into that desert where the truth still walks barefoot. This place needs a good airing out. One look at that room in there and anybody can see that your husband. My husband. I. The music is Mozart's, the Concerto No. 7 in F major for 3 pianos. I wish. Esther says. In a feverish conspiracy of order, the notes of the music burst from the radio in the other room where it is dark. They thrust there in the darkness against hard surfaces and angles as sharp as themselves. Possibly molecules are rearranged, set dancing, in a sympathy which lasts no longer than the duration of the note, possibly not, but there is the lighted doorway, to be entered in a concerted rush, the naked solace of a man's feet hung over the end of the bed, calloused and unlikely targets. I wish. Esther says. Her hand moves quickly, but too late, where she has been pausing, holding cloth. Her breast, bared, and not especially full but standing out, centered and still, is very real to her and to no one else. Her hand moves there quickly but too late as a note from one of 3 pianos strikes with the purpose of a blade, and has entered with the cold intimacy of a penknife in the heart. I wish. You don't think he'd walk in, do you? He? 4. Les femmes soignent ces féroces infirmes retour de pays chauds. Rambo. In the dry season haze, the hills were a deep blue and looked farther away than the sun itself, for the sun seemed to have entered that haze, to hang between the man and the horizon where, censured and subdued, it suffered the indignity of his stare. The heat of day was as inert as the haze which made it visible, and it only mitigated with the dissolution of the haze in darkness. From that darkness outside the window came a bird cry, staccato, sound of a large alarm clock being wound in the next room late at night. Otto was sitting in a pair of underdrawers, writing. When his door was flung open and a man wearing only faded dungarees, with a bottle in one hand and a glass in the other, entered. Otto put down his pen and said, "Hello, Jesse." "Hello, Jesse. How do you like that?" "Hello, Jesse. What are you doing anyhow?" said the tattooed man, and sat down on the other wooden chair. "I'm writing." Jesse put the bottle and glass on the table and looked around him. The corners of his mouth twitched, momentarily confused about something, but something which was going to be pleasurable. He looked over the table, littered with papers illegibly scribbled upon, and at the pictures on the wall. "Do you want a cigarette?" Otto asked him. "Yeah, give me a cigarette." Jesse put out his hand, and then waved away the green package of McDonald's Gold Standard. "What do you smoke those things for? That ain't even American-made stuff." "I don't know, anyhow it is Virginia tobacco, Yeah, what do you smoke those lousy things for? Why don't you smoke American cigarettes?" He knocked one of Otto's clean socks from the corner of the table into the cuspidor with his elbow, and watched suspiciously while Otto got up and went behind him to retrieve it. "What are you doing anyhow?" Jesse asked. Then he said, "You're a religious bastard, ain't you?" "Not exactly, why do you say that?" "That's a religious picture, ain't it?" "Why no, that's just a print of a painting, an Italian Renaissance." "Looks like some friggin' Madonna," said Jesse, mistrustful, and looked back at Otto. Then he spat into the cuspidor. "Give me a cigarette," he said. "All I've got are these," said Otto. He held forth a packet of Emu, locally manufactured. "What do you smoke these lousy things for? Why don't you smoke American cigarettes?" Jesse spat again, on the floor. Otto pushed the cuspidor nearer with his bare foot. "I didn't get any on me, did I?" Jesse looked down at his chest, where a ship struggled through a mat of hair. Toward each brown nipple a bluebird dipped. On one shoulder, a peacock, on the other, a palm tree seascape. The arms wore anchors, a tombstone with mother on a scroll, and a dagger. The gallery swelled as he watched it. That's pretty good, hun. What do you think of that, hun? He turned his head to one shoulder and then the other, admiring the rippling art there. Then he looked Otto over. Otto lit a cigarette. It was too late to get up and put on a pair of trousers. Why don't you get out and build yourself up a little? Jesse Franks returned to his own splendor. That's a real man, hun. Yes, it's just. Hun? What do you think of that, hun? Then he looked at the scribbled papers sticking to his forearm on the table. What's all this crap? That's my play. That's your play, hun. There, he said, getting a handful of the papers and pushing them to Otto, read me your play. Well, this act isn't. Read me your play. Gordon, wit, my dear Priscilla, is the vulgar currency of wisdom. Priscilla, but darling, no one could accuse you of being vulgar. Though to tell the truth, there are moments when I feel absolutely suffocated by witty people. Gordon, you are surrounded by people who take a half-truth deliberately misunderstood to be one of the privileges of wit. It's not quite. I mean this act is. Read another act. Priscilla, you know I love you, Gordon. Do you fear it? Gordon, any rational person fears romance, my dear Priscilla. Priscilla, and so you will not marry me, because I love you. Gordon, romantic love, my dear, romantic love. The most difficult challenge to the ideal is its transformation into reality, and few ideals survive. Marriage demands of romantic love that it become a reality, and when an ideal becomes a reality it ceases to be an ideal. Someone has certainly commented on the seedy couple Dante and Beatrice would have made after 20 years of badly cooked meals. As for the Divine Comedy, it's safe to say that the Purgatorio would have been written, though perhaps a rather less poetic version. But heaven and hell rejuvenated, I think not, my dear. There is a bit of verse somewhere on this topic concerning Petrarch and his Laura, but I cannot recall it. But even Virginia, you may remember, preferred drowning before the eyes of her lover to marrying him. Paul at least had the pleasure of seeing her drown nude, but she knew what she was doing. A wise girl, Virginia. Priscilla, but then, what you're saying is. What the hell is he saying? Well, Gordon is saying that love, I mean romantic love. That's all they do, talk. Well, it's a play, and I mean. When does he slip it to her? Well, on the stage you can't very well. So they get married? Well, no, I mean not really, but they. But he's been slipping it to her anyway, hun. Well, I mean. Who's Gordon, anyway? Well, he's the hero of the play. The hero? He don't sound like much of a hero. Why don't you write about Jesse? Well, You want something to write about? Okay, take this down. Gordon was the kind of guy that walked into, shouldered his way into a bar. He came in and got what he wanted. If anybody wanted to make trouble, no. He was a nice guy, but if anybody wanted to make trouble, you got that? Yes, Otto said with a pencil. If anybody was looking for trouble. No, that don't sound so good. Leave that out. He watched Otto's pencil to be sure it was marking out. OK, now start with this. I was around in Illinois Bay in Columbia with no money of the country, see. I had some money, I had about $100, but no money of the country, see. But I have to have a little to get around the country. I was on a boat with a contraband cargo. So I run into a chulta. You know what a chulta is? No, Then you're not so smart, are you? Just because you went to college. It's a money changer, a guy who changes money and takes some out for himself. Okay. So a Cayuga come out to the ship, wanting to buy her cargo. But no sell. Worth too much, see? You got that? Yes, O.K. Now where was I? Akeuga came out to the ship. Yeah. So this guy is only wearing a pair of dungarees, tight-fitting, see. He's well built, wearing a pair of tight-fitting dungarees. You got that? Yes. How do you say it? He was a well-built fellow wearing tight-fitting dungarees. O.K. So he goes into town and finds a girl in a bar. She wants to go into bed with him. But he can't take no chances on account of that cargo. The police, see. The girl visits him at his house, but he can't take no chances. So he tells her, take it easy. Jesse stopped and looked at Otto. You're going to get paid for this and I ain't going to get nothing. I've never sold anything yet, Otto said. Yeah. Well, you can sell this, see. This is what people like to read about. Where was I? Okay. So she wants to stay, but he wants everything he has in his mind for shark fishing. Illinois Bay, that's the place for shark fishing. So he dives for sharks. The white ones and the nigger sharks. Those are the black ones. They don't kill the white ones, but he'll do it, see. He's not scared. He'll dive for any shark. Period. Otto waited. How's that? Asked the author. Well, it isn't quite a story yet. What do you mean it isn't a story? You think I don't know what a story is? This is what people like to read about, realism, real men doing something, not a lot of crap in fancy trimmings. You get me? Yes, You're going to get paid for it and I ain't going to get nothing. Jesse returned to admiring his chest. Otto stood up and walked over to the bed. He scratched his arm, to give his hands something to do. Yeah, you're pretty, all right. Where'd you get hands like that? They aren't men's hands. They just grew, Otto started to reason, like yours did. Like mine. Jesse made a fist, as Otto sat down again. Yeah, you got to wise up to yourself, see. Jesse approached with the flat bottle in the palm of his hand, and stopped, swaying over him. He made the motion of smashing the bottle in Otto's face, then stood laughing. I have to, go to bed, Jesse. Yeah, you have to go to bed. Look, Rabbit, I'm looking for a shack job, see. Otto sat still. Get me? I get you. Jesse stood swaying for a moment. Then he said, I got to go dump my bowels. Well, I'm going to bed, said Otto. He stood, stretched as though at ease, yawned a faint yawn. Jocularly, man to man, he said, good night, Jesse. I don't want to seem to throw you out, but... Throw me out? Why, Rabbit, you couldn't throw me. You just try, if you want me to kick you from one end of this room to the other. Throw me out, Rabbit, that's a good one. Said Jesse, out the door carrying the bottle, leaving the dirty glass. The plantation outside was quiet, the jungle held at distance by thousands of pert green erections rearing on the stalks of the banana plants. There were no poisonous snakes, no poisoned darts. Few years before, within every discouraged native memory, they had managed in primitive content selling a consistently inferior grade of sisal, hands of green bananas, and occasional loads of hardwood to ships which came in leisurely to trade. Then an American fruit company arrived, tired of buying thousands of hands of bananas, set on hundreds of thousands of stems. The company replaced the shaky wharf in the port with 2 firm piers, cleared and planted a tremendous plantation, and while waiting for their own trees to mature offered $8 a stem to local growers, since the company ships were ready to call regularly. The natives gathered bananas in frenzied luxuriance, and planted thousands more. Then the company's crop started to ripen. The price dropped to $3. The company's bananas were cut and loaded, filling the company ships to capacity. The company ships were the only ones to call, since the company owned the 2 new piers which the people had been so proud of at first. The local banana market disappeared. It simply ceased to exist. Ships passing the coast sailed through the smell of the fruit rotting on the trees miles out to sea. It was now said that a plywood company in West Virginia was planning new and similar benefits for these fortunate people, so recently pushed to the vanguard of progress, their standard of living raised so marvelously high that none of them could reach it. The single bare bulb swung on its cord so slightly that shadows on the floor moved with the faint reciprocity of breathing, inhaling and exhaling. In swell and recession the bare boards over which Otto trod in silence picking up a shirt, then a necktie, seemed to breathe the silence of that sullen night before the rains. The walls were white painted board. There was a metal bed with a discolored mattress on it, a metal chest of drawers with the mirror, table with 2 chairs, a long shelf and cuspidor. The room was high-ceilinged, with vents around the top to let what moving air there was circulate. It was through those vents that the strident crack of his typewriter had first roused his neighbors against him, and after his first interview with Jesse he had settled to write his play in longhand, and transcribe it on the typewriter in the company office on days when he was not working. The mirror had a frame which looked like brown wood, but it was metal painted to appear so. This was because of the termites, which work so industriously in the tropics. A 50-year-old Funk and Vignal's dictionary the size of a suitcase standing on a rickety table in the telegraph office down in the port was eaten through by them, hardly a whole word remained. But this mirror frame retained its patina. It might as well have been a picture frame, by now it had enclosed his image so often that it would seem it could not accommodate anyone else. He looked out the window, and saw on the ground only his own shadow. Jesse's light had gone out. He returned to the mirror. He was now wearing a white linen suit which Brooks Brothers, who kept his measurements 2,000 miles away, had sent him. He was wearing a Brooks Brothers shirt of off-white Egyptian cotton, and a gray silk houndstooth pattern, Brooks Brothers, tie. One thing more. With a casual over-the-shoulder glance into the mirror he turned and walked across the floor, took a Canadian cigarette from the table and lit it, his mirrored reflection intent upon him. He smiled at himself in the mirror. He raised an eyebrow. Better. He moistened his lips, and curled the upper one. Better still. The smile, which had shown his face obsequious, was gone. He must remember this arrangement, left eyebrow raised, eyelid slightly drawn, lips moistened, parted, down at corners. This was the expression for New York. Having recovered himself, he flicked his cigarette into the darkness beyond the open window, and glanced again at the shreds on his upper lip which would be a mustache by the time he left the job. Then with a sisum corda on his lips in farewell to the image abandoned in the mirror, he undressed again and lay down on his sweated mattress. Before he was asleep, it had begun to rain. The specially prepared matches lit easily, but cigarettes fell apart between the fingers. Weeks went by with mortal slowness, parade of heat, insects, water, paperwork, stupidity aggressive and fearful, and the scribbling on the play. Weeds grew luxuriously. The only way that Otto was certain that time was passing was the frequency with which he had to pare his nails. His shoes, left under the bed, turned green. Red flowers drooped at the end of long stalks, then dropped revealing the fruit in infant impotence. Week by week the fruit grew larger, pointed outward, then upward, and was cut in the full erectile vigor of youth. Then it was over, early that year, and the minute the wet season was done it was forgotten. Near the horizon the haze appeared and the sun, part in and part out, rose warped out of shape like a drunken memory of sunrise. Black ashes hung over the plantation houses from a fire some distance away. Next door, from a radio, Enesco's Third Rumanian Rhapsody was being played on a harmonica. Otto counted his money. The months of waiting were over, the months of non-entity. St. Paul would have us redeem time, but if present and past are both present in time future, and that future contained in time past, there is no redemption but one. This one Otto now pressed with his wrist to be certain that it had not disappeared while he was dressing, leisurely, like a tired colonial on the stage of a West End theater, for he had returned his wallet to his inside breast pocket. The man with the Cupid doll tattooed on the inside of his forearm, signed up for 2 years, said, 2 years isn't long, not if you say it real fast. For those nomads who sold the time of their lives, time was either money being made or money being spent, and life a cycle of living and unliving, as the sailor's life loses the beginning, middle, and end of the voyage from port to destination and becomes repetition of sea and ashore, of slumber and violence. The hours of work were hours of vacant existence, but the minutes were pennies, and in each dollar was held captive the hour gone for it. Here time was held in thrall, to be spent at a man's wish. So as misers keep years bound up in mattresses and old tin boxes, wrapped in newspaper, sewn into linings, and ashore they sing what shall we do with a drunken sailor, he came forth with months in his pocket, and himself to dictate their expenditure. I wouldn't reach up my ass for the whole city of New York, said the man with the Cupid doll tattooed on his forearm, who stood before a mirror in the communal lavatory eating cold chili out of a can. He ate before the mirror so that he could see where his mouth was, for he had been drinking for 3 days. He was not working because of the burn on his back, which he said he had got when someone took a chicken out of a boiling pot and threw it at him, in a brothel down in the port. The wound on his back was not the shape of a chicken. It had been painted with a purple solution, a great island the shape of Australia the first day, now contracted to the proportions of New Zealand. The stroke of Tasmania out to sea for the doctor's hand was not a steady one. That's where I live, Otto said. He enjoyed coming into this lavatory, because the mirrors all in a row over the wash basins gave the pleasant illusion of passing oneself at many windows. That sounds like quite a revolution they're having, Otto said, washing his hands at the next basin. Them bastards don't know how to have a revolution, said the other, turning with such Anglo-Saxon indignance that the orange chili ran down his chin. You know what I'd do if I was up there? All you got to do is get them dumb cops on their motorcycles, and string a good piece of piano wire across the road, then get down at the end of the road and take a couple of shots at them. They come after you on their motorcycles and zing zing zing, there go their heads just like that. All you need, a good piece of piano wire. They don't know how to have a revolution. They're afraid somebody'll get killed. If I was up there. I've got to go pack, Otto said. Have you seen Jesse? What do you want to see that dumb son of a bitch for? I'm leaving. I just wanted to tell him goodbye. You going somewhere? New York. I told you. I'm going home. New York. What do you want to go there for? I wouldn't reach. But he was busy eating. Otto had suddenly remembered his manuscript, the manuscript of his play. He was certain he had not packed it, for he had kept it out to look at until the minute before departure. It was nowhere in his room. All he found was a newspaper, in which he had been looking up sailings from nearby ports, knowing all the time that he would take the company boat, found only a want ad for a male Chihuahua sought for breeding purposes. This paper he threw across the room, and with a cigarette in his fist like a smoking weapon he strode out, down the porch toward the shanty where the cleaning women settled about this time of day. "Quien limpian mi cuarto mañana?" he asked when he arrived, getting out in one breath the question it had taken him the distance of his walk to phrase in mistranslation. An ancient timid hand went up among the women. "Yo," answered its owner, letting it drop. One by one they got to their feet before him. "Hey, visto una manuscripta aquí?" Otto had made up the word manuscripta. One of the triumphs of his stay was his successful evasion of learning more than some 30 mispronounced words of the language. "Que dijo? La manuscripta de mi playa," said Otto forcefully. He knew that by adding a he could translate any English noun satisfactorily. The ladies were vastly confused. He turned from the doorway and set off toward his building. They followed. "Que dijo de playa?" asked one, drawn on by the mystery of a man looking for a beach. None tried to answer her. They tramped up the dirt in silence. Inside his room Otto turned on the woman who had admitted to cleaning it. El esta para la máquina, he said pointing to the typewriter. Esta mañana. Perdido, said one woman, satisfied that something was lost. Si, perdido, said another equally agreeable. She started to look under the mattress. ¿Qué cosa? asked the accused bravely. Papel, said the master. Papel que yo escribo mi playa al máquina, finishing in triumphal confusion. Mi playa, he repeated, menacing. Es muy misterioso, said one of the women. Si. Muy misterioso, repeated the third, while the fourth let go the mattress. It was where she would have hidden anything, and stood silently marveling at this man who had lost a beach right here in the room. Titulato the vanity of time, Otto recommenced. No entiendo, the eldest came back at him, helplessly defiant. The vanity of time, he said more loudly. La vanidad del tiempo, God damn it, he almost shouted. Illiterate old fools. He looked around for a pencil, found none, returned. Shinuna. Una. He made scribbling motions in the air. For escribo. One held a pencil out to him. Un lápiz, señor? She asked. Lápiz, of course, though anyone looking at it could see that it was a pencil. He took it from her and wrote, THEVANITYOFTIME, in large letters. Mucho papel, he said. AIE. Said the old one, dawning. Pero si, señor, with happy relief. She was uncomfortably familiar with this pile of paper. It had once been pointed out to her as mucho importante, and she had daily dusted the title page with care. The words were as unforgettably meaningless to her as the Latin legend circumscribing the largest local virgin. Aquí esta, she said, reaching to the top of a pile of linen on a shelf. Lo puse aquí cuando empacaba, todo estaba tan revuelto que tuve miedo de que se perdiera, o se ensuciera. She got out, in what sounded like one wildly relieved word. Otto, breathing heavily, took it from her muttering, Gracias, gracias, señoritas, without raising his eyes from the precious bundle. The four smiled, murmured nada, de nada, señor, and trundled out the door, clustering about the acquitted for an explanation. He carried the sheaf of clean papers over to a chair. The words were beautiful. The letters themselves were beautiful. His handwriting, in careful notes along occasional margins to give the thing a casual look, was beautiful. He read at familiar random, smiling to himself. Every page, beautiful, except one which would have to be retyped. He had killed a cockroach on it. Or perhaps it had style in itself, that dark smudge. There were, though he had never seen one, tarantulas in Central America. Or was it black widows? And would a black widow make a brown smudge? Then he raised his face to the empty door. The obsequious smile was gone. Left eyebrow up, lips moistened, slightly parted and curled, he waited while a producer approached, welcoming hand extended. Otto eyed the vision, nodded casually, reached for a cigarette. There were none in the linen suit. He was interrupted while he went to the dirty striped shirt for the necessary property, and returned to the chair the long way round the room, pausing, at the mirror, to light the cigarette. Putting the papers on the publisher's desk, he fumbled a little, able to use but one hand. Here, let me help you, the publisher said. Nothing serious, I trust? Nothing at all, Otto answered, elbowing the sling back under his jacket. A scratch. Central America, you know. He read a few lines in the second act and blew a perfect smoke ring on the quiet air. There was Esther. Where would he meet her? At the apartment? But he did not want to see her husband again. The thought of that man barely 10 years his senior made him curl inside, the man who had seemed at first almost a father, then a fool, finally near maniac. It would be better to call Esther for a drink. Or for luncheon. Better still to meet her casually, by carefully prearranged accident. How wonderful you look, Otto. A little color. How have you been? Oh, the same old things, you know, but without you it's been so dull and so lonely. But you, what about you? And what's happened to your hand? A revolution. Just one of those things, a regular occupational hazard down there. Possibly you saw something of it in the papers? Oh, I never read them, you know that, not anymore. But they tell me you've written a wonderful play. And then as he took off his shirt and his trousers, and you're so brown, all of you, and all in white. Outside the sun poured its heat over the endless green of the fan-leaved banana trees. As Otto struggled down the porch carrying 2 suitcases and his typewriter, a voice came from an open door, "Hey, come here, I want to show you some pictures." "I've got to get the train for the port," he called to the man with the Cupid doll tattooed on his forearm. "It leaves in 20 minutes. Come here. I want to show you some pictures." Otto had, on occasion, pictured fine man-to-man farewells, close hand clasps, and a few words of curt but constant friendship. He put his bags down in the door and entered. Snapshots of all sizes and degrees of fading surrounded the man sitting on the rumpled bed cover. "I'm putting them in an album," he said. He could hardly sit up. "See this one? This here is me with my first car, in Pennsylvania." He put glue all over the back of it, and then took an envelope of those black art corners used to mount snapshots in albums, and stuck them on the corners. As he licked them they came off in his mouth, and the glue on his chin, colored with dry chili. "See this one here?" he went on, blowing the art corners out of his mouth and getting fresh ones. "This is me with my old man. That's my first car behind us. That was 1931, see that? A new car. Even then I wasn't doing so bad." On the pages he had completed, snapshots were firmly stuck with artistic disregard for angles, size, and number of art corners. All were consistent in one thing, however: this is me. This is me in a bar in Brooklyn with some Greek sailors, one of them had a camera, I was workin' in the Navy Yard. This is me in Panama, I worked in the Canal Zone before I came up here. This is me in Darien on a hunting trip with some Indians. Here, this is me with some Sand Blast Indians. I have to go, I have to get that train. It leaves in about 10 minutes. Here, look at this one. By now he had got glue over most of his chin, and art corners stuck to his wrists and arms, framing the Cupid doll. This is me, he started as Otto went toward the door. Look, can you hand me that bottle on the table before you go? I don't want to get up and make a mess of all this. My grandchildren. As Otto started down the porch, there was the rending sound of breaking wind from the room behind him, and the voice, "There's a goodbye kiss for you, kid." The fine particles of ash in the air settled on his white linen as he hurried. The small town of the port might have had but one place in this world of time, and that to make itself presentable for Otto's departure, after which it could settle down to a long and uninterrupted decline. He walked in and out of its streets, looking about casually, pausing only when he saw his sudden reflection in a shop window. Stopping at the shops he appeared to be looking at the goods spread before him, while his stare got no farther than the image in the glass. Then he crossed to the shaded side of the street. On a veranda as he passed 3 black men were playing cards. When they saw him they pointed up, over their heads, smiling, nodding. On the open porch above a girl stood, as black and smiling as those below. She was wrapped only in a white towel, held together with one hand. He did not turn. "You want chikikaji?" one of the men asked. "Boy, change you luck," called another after him where he walked on. "Pretty boy get all what he want." The whiteness of the company boat was a glitter in the strong sun. Few passengers were in sight, but the pier was crowded with people selling and begging and looking for a penny's worth of work. Their colors rose from a soft tan to hardy black. They were dressed in clothes which they had never seen new, and each carried something worthless, a basket of dolls made of straw, bundles of papers, inedible confections. L'Olympia, a child cried at Otto, pointing to his shoes, and then lost interest. Those shoes were perfect. The white linen suit had got becomingly crumpled on the trip down, and in this blazing light the grey tinge from the ashes did not show, clearly the definition of cultivated diffidence. He had a French book, labelled Adolphe, in a side pocket which he carried when he travelled and appeared to read in public places. As he started toward the dock with a boy who came barely to his waist carrying his bags, the sun cast his shadow striding with vain certainty before him. Beside the boat, he took the change from his pocket to count. There were a few coins of the Republic which he was leaving, mixed in with e pluribus unum dimes and quarters, odd-looking shiny coins. He had made certain to put aside new ones, which he would drop on New York bars, by mistake. He felt a hand touch his arm, and turned to see